Gamers of the Underworld. Chapter 100, New Mission Area and version 0.05 Update Log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Lord Sherlock's performance is getting better and better. Is Lord Sherlock able to record the images of the ancient ruins? From the observed images, the ancient ruins looked primordial. Is that an ancient battlefield? Or an abandoned dungeon? Brew asked when Sherlock returned to the dungeon core main hall. Who knows? I didn't investigate. I only spent a few days engraving the rune mana formation at the entrance. Sherlock sat in front of the computer and checked the edited contents carefully. Then he said, I can guess what's inside. It must be something valuable. I have to add an item in the schedule and make preparations. Are you talking about the second beta? Brew felt his words were inadequate and quickly added, I mean, the preparation to recruit more servants for Lord Sherlock. I prefer the second beta term. Brew, amend the contents of the official website. Upload my recorded images from the recording stone to the official website. Then, create a new pleasing loading interface with the huge title Ancestral Ruins, Sherlock ordered as he waved his hand and threw the adamantine recording stone into the dungeon core. I understand, Lord Sherlock. Give me a few minutes. Revise the registration interface for the recruitment of the second beta and let the other world's gamers register first. Make sure that the particulars are complete like the first beta. Make a selection. I'm sure you're more familiar than I. Summon Brainiac, I have a mission for him, Sherlock said. Lord Sherlock is becoming like a seasoned game company CEO. I'll complete the CEO's tasks. Brew smiled and kept quiet as he was busy with tasks. Sherlock checked the edited content before publishing. Soon, a post by the official administrator, Lord Sherlock, appeared on the discussion forum and official website. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.05 Update Log. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.05 Update and Ancestral Ruins Plot Introduction. Ancient Ruins Plot Introduction. This location was once the ancestral burial ground for the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a world-changing battle. The Superior Order Devil united the races that opposed the Void Legion and fought a cataclysmic war. With the help of the ancestral power, the Superior Order Devil and his allied races made huge sacrifices to defeat the Void Legion. After the war, the place, which was as beautiful as Eternal Kingdom, became decrepit. However, it was a sacred place that was infused with the ancestral power. The Void Devil commander BA.Manoroth.Con coveted this power. He secretly extended the chaos tentacles to our beloved ancestral ruins and tainted the sacred ground. The Void Devil's power is corrupting the ancestral power. Underworld warriors, heed the call, grab your weapons, and fight against the Chaos Void Legion. For the Eternal Kingdom, for our survival in the Underworld. To reward brave adventurers, gamers who create new characters will not have a reputation penalty. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.05 is officially online. Updated new game background, Ancestral Ruins. For details, refer to the text above. Added new teleport portal, rune mana formation, a primordial skill, which is expensive and inconvenient. It has to be bidirectional. Added new chain mission, preparation, Ancestral Ruins. Lord Sherlock decided to preserve the treasures of the ancestral ruins to prevent them from falling into the evil hands of the Void Legion. Please prepare some tools to facilitate the transportation of objects. The more, the merrier. After completion of the mission, you will gain access to the Ancestral Ruins area. The gamers can make use of the new teleport portal, rune mana formation, to enter. Added new chain mission, exploration, Ancestral Ruins. After completing the preparatory mission and entering the Ancestral Ruins, more exploratory missions will be unlocked. Added other new, unknown area missions. This will be an omission. I will add to it after I think of the missions. Added new exchange policy. There are many treasures in the Ancestral Ruins, but there is also a lot of trash. After gamers discover items in the new area, they may make use of the rune mana formation to contact Brew for appraisal. Valuable items can be exchanged for considerable reputation points and game currency. The items in the area will not be replenished. Added new revival point, rune mana formation. When Lord Sherlock or Lich Brainiac appear at the rune mana formation, gamers can be revived in the new game area instead of traveling back to Eternal Kingdom for revival. Added new trial system, Eternal Kingdom Bank. The Eternal Kingdom Bank is officially open for business. Are you in anguish over lost coins after death? Are you feeling frustrated losing coins after being cut offline outside the dungeon? The Eternal Kingdom Bank is officially open for business. Gamers may choose to deposit your real coins into the soulbound account at Brew's location. You may perform coin transactions with different account holders via Brew. The system is in the trial period. In the future, functionalities might be added or removed. Anyone with good suggestions can post on the discussion forum. If your suggestion is accepted, we will contact you and award you beta tester status. Updated new official website front page interface. Updated recruitment notice for second beta, Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom has gone through 2 months of beta testing. The game contents are more or less fixed. The development team has decided to commence the second beta in the near future. Those who would like to have the second beta tester status, please register on the official website as soon as possible. We will contact you via postage before the start of the second beta and deliver the gaming capsules by post. Please check your mailbox and reply promptly. Then, use the gaming capsule to activate your beta tester status. After the public announcement was published, many forum members replied en masse. However, Sherlock didn't have the chance to refresh his pages, go through the replies, and pick good suggestions. Someone knocked on the door of the Dungeon Lord main hall. Brainiac stood outside the door with a group of excited gamers who were waiting for more plot animations. Brainiac came to look for Sherlock because Sherlock had summoned him. Brainiac walked in when the door opened. The gamers said excitedly, "Is there a plot animation after summoning Brainiac? Brainiac and Shirley are going to have some crazy interactions? I'm so looking forward to the action. I can't enter. I'm unable to move once I'm at the door. What's going on? Aren't we allowed to watch the plot animation? The lousy game producers, I'm feeling sour." The door was closed, and the noise faded. "Lord Sherlock, did you summon me?" Brainiac asked as he bowed to Sherlock. "Yes, there are some changes in work." Sherlock had put away his keyboard and mouse. He placed both his hands on the table and said casually, "Take a seat." Brainiac sat down as told, and Sherlock continued to speak, "You have done well in your job during this period, and you are well received by the dungeon citizens. Due to your excellent performance, I'm giving you a reward by allowing you to work overtime." Brainiac was stunned. He frowned and asked, "But I'm already working 24 hours per day, 7 days a week. How do I work overtime?" Sherlock clapped his hands happily as he smiled and said, "That's a good question. Did you see the rune mana formation over there? I'll explain the details of your overtime." Chapter 101, Advance. Ancient Ruins. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. You are saying that, besides healing and reviving the goblins, I have to protect the rune mana formation, provide teleport services, and help the goblins in the exploration of the ancient ruins? For example, solving a difficult labyrinth, overcoming the magical boundary, and the disabling of the magical traps? Lord Sherlock, is that what you mean by overtime? Brainiac asked. I know it's going to be tough. As you've just graduated, you should emphasize on your personal growth instead of going for a cushy job. This assignment will be beneficial to your growth. You will learn more and gain experience. Don't thank me, this is your reward, Sherlock said earnestly. If you don't have other matters, you may go out and do your preparations. Brainiac kept quiet for a while. Then, he lifted his head and said, "I understand. If I encounter magical traps or boundaries, I might need some expensive magical ingredients to disable them. After completing the work in the ancient ruins, I'll give you 2 days of research. The conditions and limits are the same as last time," Sherlock said frankly as he lifted 2 of his fingers. 5 days. 2 days. 3 days. 2 days. Deal. Brainiac left, his lonely figure receding into the background. Some gamers followed Brainiac, some stayed at the Dungeon Lord main hall entrance, and some gamers were in a hurry to complete the preparations for the new area missions. Sherlock activated his computer to browse the discussion forum. His version update announcement had barely been posted for 30 minutes, but it had garnered thousands of replies. "I sealed Loaken, is there customer service? Why am I unable to access the official website? I want to register for the second beta. Rock candy fruit, beautiful? Are you referring to Eternal Kingdom? From the screen captures of the beta testers, isn't the place dirty and desolate? Legendary Cabbage, is updating the missions that casual? American Wild Dog, when are you opening up work professions? I am expressing my intense desire for self-designed equipment. I have drafted various designs, goblin armored cars, goblin sea urchin armor, and goblin landing pods. Sharks coming, I'm watching the inventor from the previous reply. Quickly obtain second beta gamer status and the pioneer alias. Metal-skinned ape, is there a time limit for purchasing chickens and horses in the second beta? I'm willing to pay any price. Apollo God, I registered for the second beta. I am extremely active in the discussion forum. Please award me beta tester status. Having importance, Sukazan Buttocks has registered for battle. For Eternal Kingdom. Mike Scare, why has nobody discussed the new content seriously? Why is nobody curious about items not replenishing in the new area? The lousy game producers are cheating. Stay away from me. Is this not proof that the lousy game producers are checking the forum openly? And they are expecting us to think of ideas for them? I am feeling extremely sour, give me my beta tester status and I will pretend nothing has happened. Dashed Dreams Ash, no, we only care about the second beta. Sherlock browsed through the gamers' replies. Most of them supported the new updates. With Brainiac accompanying the gamers to enter the ancient ruins, Sherlock was relieved. He only needed to wait for the gamers to carry the treasures to the Rune Mana formation. He had to make arrangements for the preparatory missions. Sherlock pondered for a while. He left the Dungeon Core main hall and walked towards the carpenter workshop. I'm purchasing a bone backpack. The goblin, peasant, held in his hands, dire wolf skin, spider silk and killer vines as he looked at Mufasa. In peasant's mind, a bank interface that was designed by Brew deducted 100 bronze coins from his account. Peasant grabbed a backpack that was made of bones, spider silk, dire wolf skin, and killer vines from the sales rack. Though it was ugly, it was still a backpack. There was a long queue outside the carpenter workshop. Mufasa's job was to prepare meals. The previously free Mufasa was now busy. The reason was that the gamers received preparatory missions for the new area, the Ancestral Ruins. Mission title, Preparation work before entering the Ancestral Ruins, Group. Mission description, to protect the treasure in the Ancestral Ruins, you have to make sufficient preparations. Go and find Mufasa at the carpenter workshop and follow his instructions. Mission objective, collect spider silk, 0/200. Collect dire wolf skin, 0/400, collect killer vines, 0/200. Mission reward, you will obtain reputation points and coins after submitting the materials. Mufasa used the gathered materials to make bone backpacks and bone carts, which were to be used to carry and transport items. The bone backpack had become Eternal Kingdom standard equipment. After the gamers obtained a bone backpack, they could see the attributes. Bone backpack, ordinary white equipment. Weight, 0.5. Durability, 5. Capacity, 10 units of weight. Item description: it is not a very sturdy backpack and is made by various organic materials. It might run out of stock. Usage requirement: there is no requirement for reputation. Each gamer is limited to 2 backpacks. Item price: 1 unit of spider silk, 2 dire wolf skin, 1 killer vine, 100 bronze coins. Quantity: while stock lasts. Check the sales rack in the carpenter workshop. The bone cart cost 3 times as much as the bone backpack. The capacity was also 3 times as much. Each gamer was limited to 1 bone cart. Though it was expensive, the gamers liked to have their own backpacks and even transportation carts. They took out their stockpiled materials and rushed to the carpenter workshop to exchange them for the required items. The gamers had thought of making their own items, but Mufasa had professional tools and magical craftsmanship. The gamers decided to purchase from Mufasa as they would be wasting the materials if they made the items themselves. The gamers weren't giving up. Hemp Rope Technology said, "No problem. Once we have what we need, we'll make our own pulley system, hoists, and tram cars." For the current situation, the gamers had to depend on the NPCs. Whether it was the small cart or backpacks, they would be immediately purchased when Mufasa finished making them. If there was no purchase limit, the items would be completely out of stock. Restricting the amount one person could purchase was Bruce's suggestion. If you don't take precautions against these otherworld gamers, the merchant gamers will use various ways to buy the limited backpacks and carts. These merchant gamers will then sell them at 2 to 3 times the price. Gamers who are unhappy with the black market behavior of the merchant gamers will rob and kill since there are no laws and punishments. The merchant gamers will employ powerful gamers as bodyguards. Then, there will be huge fighting factions formed within the gamers. Lord Sherlock, you have to take note of situations that might cause unrest. Bruce's words reminded Sherlock that after the second beta, there would be many more gamers. Though they were servants and brought along many benefits, there were also problems. Like what Bruce had pointed out. If he wasn't careful, the dungeon would descend into chaos. To Sherlock, maintaining order in the dungeon was a top priority. It was necessary to prepare similar systems like law and punishment. Sherlock wondered if there were any computer games he could use for research. The second day after the version 0.05 update was announced, the gamers had completed the preparations, Ancestral Ruins mission. Sherlock was amazed by the speed of completion. The main reason was that many beta gamers stockpiled large quantities of materials to make a profit selling in the second beta. To complete the preparations, Ancestral Ruins mission fast and obtain the backpack and cart at the earliest opportunity, the gamers took out their stockpiled materials. On the second day, a group of about 90 gamers was formed, and they waited at the entrance of the teleport portal main hall. Right as the last spider silk was submitted by a gamer, Sherlock and Brainiac walked over. Brainiac remained emotionless, and Sherlock was solemn. Sherlock walked to the side of the rune mana formation and said seriously, "Warriors, you have made haste. I believe we're in time to protect the ancestral ruins from complete destruction. Let's go in. Are you ready, warriors?" The gamers shouted excitedly, motivated by Sherlock. What they were shouting about, however, was something messy and nonsensical. There were many goblins, and the shouting wasn't clear. Brainiac stood emotionless. He lowered his head and pondered deeply. Is there anyone else coming for the ancient ruins? As Brainiac was considering the question, Sherlock activated the rune mana formation. With the flashing of white rays, Sherlock and Brainiac, who were standing on the rune mana formation, vanished. The excited gamers walked into the formation and vanished. Inside the goblin crowd, the black-armored Arthur checked his equipment for the final time. He carried the merchant band's small backpack on his back and the newly purchased bone backpack in front of his chest. He turned around and said to not wearing pants, peasant, Sylvanas, and burning chest hair, who were also carrying backpacks on their front and back. Go, we're moving out. Chapter 102, thanks to veteran gamers who died to create the map. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Faint glowing vines crawled all over the main hall. The rusty and broken wall lamps, which were fixed on the peeling walls, were barely discernible in the dim light. A white light abruptly flashed and stretched the shadows of the surrounding objects. The light source came from the rune mana formation located in the middle of the main hall. The light became soft. Sherlock and Brainiac appeared in the rune mana formation, followed by the green-skinned goblins with green words above their heads. They were the other world's gamers. When the last gamer exited the formation, the light from the rune mana formation dimmed, leaving a faint white glow. This place looks ancient and run down. With the power of the rune mana formation, Bru's awareness was extended to fill the ancient ruins main hall. As the mana ripples engulfed the entire main hall, the wall lamps lit up with magical flames. Before Sherlock had the chance to speak, the gamers walked out from the rune mana formation and started exploring. It was a spacious hall. Besides the surrounding walls, there were only 2 tunnels in the front and at the back. There was nothing to raid in the main hall. There wasn't even a single skeleton in sight. A gamer stood on top of his companion's head and dismantled a completely broken wall lamp from the wall. He then ran excitedly to the rune mana formation for appraisal. The gamers started dismantling the walls and the floor. Warriors. Sherlock stood out and exerted his dominant aura to calm down the chaotic gamers. He said, "This is our ancestral ruins. We have to make good use of our time. There's nothing in the main hall for us to protect. Search other places. If you encounter monsters, do not fear. Defeat them bravely. If you encounter problems, look for your leader, Lich Brainiac. He'll try his best to help you. Warriors, you still have to depend on yourselves. I'm leaving as there are more important things waiting for me." Sherlock walked into the rune mana formation and vanished. Only the emotionless Brainiac and a horde of excited gamers were left behind. The plot animation has ended. Let's begin searching. Fortunately, the plot animation was short. My impatience is driving me crazy. Make haste. Make haste. There's nothing for us if we're slow. The unrestrained gamers searched all over the place. They conveniently dismantled all the wall lamps from the walls. The lighting of the main hall was unaffected since it was created by mana. Without the wall lamps, the lighting was still intact. Brainiac stood at his location and watched the strange behavior of the goblins. They appeared drugged. Whatever they could dismantle or carry, they would hold in their hands or carry in their backpacks. They carried their loot to the rune mana formation. They would stand in a daze for a few seconds. Then, they would toss the objects in their hands and their backpacks on the floor as they shouted loudly, "What? All trash!" Almost all the objects in the main hall were touched by the goblins. They were all trash. Brainiac also thought that they were trash. Though the goblins were a bit insane, Brainiac had been in Eternal Kingdom for many days, and he was used to their strange ways. The goblins could act insane since they were merely movers who could be revived. However, Brainiac had his own mission. He pinched his jawbone and surveyed the main hall. According to his professional knowledge, he knew that this could be a dungeon of the ancient ruins. If it was a dungeon, he had to find out his current location. Brainiac looked at the dark tunnels on both sides and saw a need to lead the goblins in exploration. Wait, what was that? In Brainiac's field of vision, a bare-bodied goblin with the words "not wearing pants" was venturing into one of the dark tunnels under the gaze of other goblins. Behind him was a group of goblins who were taking off their clothing and equipment. Wait, what are they doing? Why are they stripping? Even the knowledgeable Brainiac couldn't understand the weird behavior of the goblins. The other goblins didn't think that the stripping was ridiculous. Instead, they shouted, "Buck up! The task of using your bodies to explore the tunnel is in your hands. You're brave. You dared to explore and map out such a terrifying tunnel. Veteran gamers, we're depending on you. Remember to mark the paths. We'll wait in the forum for your maps. Carry the treasures if you are able to. Brainiac listened to the goblins' conversations and looked at the stripped equipment. He thought for a while and came up with a conclusion. 35. The goblins treat their equipment with more care than their lives. Even if they can revive, from the way they care for their equipment, it's obvious that they are extremely loyal to Sherlock. They were trying to save resources for Lord Sherlock. 36. I am touched by their loyalty. They were only thoughts in his mind. He had to find a chance to record them in his journal. Though he was touched, Brainiac wouldn't strip himself to explore the ancient ruins even though the goblins looked enthusiastic. Brainiac walked out of the rune mana formation and shut off his empty eye sockets. He began to feel the spiritual power in the ancient ruins. He was checking to see if there were any skeletons that he could use to become his skeleton soldiers. He would use this skeleton soldiers as his vanguard to explore the ancient ruins. Brainiac meditated and soon found some nearby skeletons that he controlled to explore the ancient ruins. 10 minutes later, Brainiac ascertained that it was a primordial dungeon. The entrance was a labyrinth. The labyrinth was used to confuse and wear down invaders, who were usually adventurers from the surface world. Though there were few adventurers now, dungeons that were close to the surface world would have a standard labyrinth. Help me take care of my equipment. I'm mapping out the place with my bare body. No problem. Make haste. Take a look at the map on the discussion forum. Not wearing pants and a few veteran gamers are already drawing maps on the discussion forum. Good, no problem. An hour later, Brainiac continued to meditate and focus his attention on controlling the skeleton soldiers. One of his controlled skeleton soldiers encountered a bare-bodied goblin, but the goblin didn't flee. Instead, he charged at the skeleton soldier. Brainiac's controlled skeleton soldier didn't attack him. He watched the goblin run past the skeleton soldier. The goblin was bewildered and looked back at the skeleton soldier who didn't attack him as he continued running. Brainiac wasn't bothered by the goblin. He controlled the skeleton soldier to explore the labyrinth. As long as one skeleton soldier managed to find an exit, the labyrinth would be solved. Brainiac was able to remember all the routes taken by each skeleton soldier. He had the confidence of a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Wah, this labyrinth is confusing. It's tough. There are a few exits, but they were filled with traps. A few of us perished. It's all right. The labyrinth is being mapped out on the discussion forum. Buck up, everyone. Were they drawing a map? What kind of a map? A map of the labyrinth? How could they draw out a map? Brainiac wasn't affected by the chatting goblins, and he continued to work. Fortunately, no goblins looked for him for healing. All the goblins who entered the labyrinth were killed. Perhaps, they had no intention to come out alive. They were smart by using their revival abilities repeatedly to find an exit. But without their corpses, how were they going to revive? 4 hours later. We've discovered 10 incorrect exits. The veteran gamers are really strong. The expert on the forum came up with the fastest way to find the correct exit. Many experts used mapping software to perform a live bird's-eye view labyrinth map. Of course, they are strong. The maps on the discussion forum are updated. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Brainiac frowned. The goblins discovered 10 incorrect exits? Are there so many exits? Wait, is the forum not their gathering place? They are obviously at this location. Why are they discussing the forum? They shared information on the forum? How did they do that? Brainiac was distracted, and a skeleton soldier stepped on a trap. A huge boulder crushed him into pieces. He began to refocus his mind. 8 hours later. Let's go, everyone, pack up your equipment. We've found the exit to the labyrinth. Make haste. Take a look at the map on the forum. Memorize the traps and follow the group, Don't wander off. Thank you, veteran gamers, for mapping with your lives. You're awesome. Brainiac opened his empty eye sockets. A few bare-bodied goblins were teleported in at the rune mana formation, and they began to equip themselves. Once they were done, they formed teams and ventured into the labyrinth. Be careful where you step and don't touch anything. The treasures and equipment are all trapped. Don't close your eyes and trigger the traps that will cause harm to others. The goblin, not wearing pants, walked in the front and shouted loudly at the goblins behind. When you venture a third of the way into the labyrinth, there are a few skeleton soldiers walking around. Don't bother with them and just walk on. Those skeleton soldiers have bugs, so they won't attack. Don't fear even if they attack because they aren't armed and look feeble. Chapter 103, An Important Question. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A skeleton walked with ka-cha sounds in the dimly lit labyrinth. Not far in front of him was a group of goblins carrying primitive backpacks on their fronts and backs. They were chatting noisily and had no sense of urgency. They were different from normal goblins. They had green words above their heads. The goblins were aware of the skeleton following behind. Why is the skeleton still following us? Is it a bug? We can't attack him. What if we give chase and he triggers a trap? It'll be disastrous. Take care, there's a trap in front. Walk in the middle, don't go too near the sides. The goblins advanced forward while the skeleton soldier followed behind. The skeleton soldier was controlled by Brainiac. He made the skeleton soldier follow the goblins for a reason. He wanted to know how they made use of suicide to map out the labyrinth. Brainiac was surprised to see the fearless goblins strip naked to venture into the labyrinth. If the goblins were unable to revive their corpses, did they really die? Or even worse, maybe their souls couldn't return to the spirit world. This behavior was rationalized as the goblins' loyalty to Eternal Kingdom and Lord Sherlock. Brainiac was moved by their loyalty. Brainiac was able to make use of the skeleton soldiers to map out the labyrinth. Those goblins who perished in the labyrinth and their corpses, however, were unable to be brought back for revival, so how did they convey the information of the labyrinth back to their comrades? And they found the actual exit pretty fast. Even Brainiac was doubtful of himself. Am I really such a novice? Though it was unbelievable, Brainiac had two explanations. Number 1, these goblins were all insane, and they had group delusional disorder with intracranial clearance. Brainiac thought that it had a high possibility, but after following the goblins using the controlled skeleton soldiers, he discovered a terrible truth: the goblins avoided all traps. Then there was the second possibility. Number 2, the forum that they had mentioned might not be a common gathering place. Instead, it might be a gathering place for their awareness, which was like the awareness of bees. Though it was incredible, this was the only logical reason. If the goblins were able to have independent thoughts and awareness and could focus their awareness at the forum location, then even if the goblins perished, they would be able to convey information to the forum. But, was that possible? What kind of place was the forum? Was it Lord Sherlock? Brainiac was troubled by the questions that he couldn't answer. As he was pondering those questions, the goblins exited the labyrinth and entered a new area. A squarish main hall. Let's create our base camp. Don't be in a hurry to explore. We have discussed in chat that we are not in a hurry to obtain the loot. We don't have many people, and we can't allow internal strife. This game is tough, and we are in a new area. It won't be easy. Let's survey the environment. If we perish, we'll lose our equipment. Not wearing pants, who was the most enthusiastic about dismantling the wall lamps, stood out with his arms akimbo and shouted out loud. The goblins dispersed and used the rocks and other items that they had brought with them to build defenses, a circular wall that was created using a myriad of items. Though the circular wall had no real defensive value, it gave the goblins a sense of security. A few goblins were carrying rocks and the dismantled floor slabs. Then, they stacked them up to strengthen the circular wall. When they noticed a skeleton soldier in the distance, a few goblins discussed their plan. Then, they took their swords and walked towards the emotionless skeleton soldier. With the flashing of the mana formation, a dark-clothed Sherlock returned to Eternal Kingdom. He had just ended his archaeology work at Ancient Ruins number 85. His work was simple, it was to prevent the workers from opening the rune door. When Sherlock was about to leave the teleport portal main hall, a bare-bodied gamer was pushing a bone cart into the rune mana formation. He almost knocked into Sherlock, who had just returned. "Are the game NPCs that reckless in their movements?" the gamer said without turning his head as he ran past Sherlock and vanished into the rune mana formation. Sherlock lifted his head and surveyed his dungeon. Garbage dump? Candlesticks, stone bricks, unknown metal scraps, rusty weapons, armor, various strange skeleton frames, and even a giant skeleton frame were dumped about. Sherlock lowered his head and said gravely, "Brew, didn't you relay treasure hunting missions? Did you remind the gamers that trash can't be exchanged for coins?" "Lord Sherlock, I already stated clearly in the missions. During the appraisal of the items, I labeled them as grey equipment and trash that even NPCs don't want and that Lord Sherlock dislikes." "It was futile," Brew said helplessly. "The goblins were able to dismantle and transport these items to Eternal Kingdom via the rune mana formation. Old technology can be troublesome at times. There is no way to deactivate its function. Anything that gets thrown in will be sent over here. Lord Sherlock, I have tried my best. Forget it, we'll deal with the trash later." "Did they discover any treasure?" Sherlock asked as he walked towards the dungeon core main hall. The magical items were unable to be transported via the rune mana formation. They have stored the magical items at the Ancient Ruins main hall. "Lord Sherlock, there are more important issues that I have to report to you." Brew hesitated for a while and said, "None of the gamers exchanged the magical items for reputation and coins." Sherlock opened the door of Dungeon Core main hall. He frowned and said, "Tell me more." "I labeled those magical items as can be exchanged for reputation points and coins. Lord Sherlock will be very interested. I didn't give any description of the item, but they don't have the intention to exchange the items." Brew said, "This is not hard to deal with. We only have to wait a few days. When the goblins discover they can't use the magical items, they will exchange them. There is another important issue. They discovered a sleeping dungeon core which can be swallowed for a level upgrade." "You are saying?" Sherlock sat down and placed his black windbreaker on the box. He covered his face with both his hands and wiped his face slowly. Then, he placed them crisscrossed on the table. He couldn't control his smile as he said, "My cute little goblins helped me find a treasure worth 20 million magic stones. Strictly speaking, they found 20 million magic stones, and they have no intention of giving up the dungeon core in the near future," Brew said. "For details on the situation, I suggest you take a look at the forum." The official discussion forum was busy with activity after the opening of the new area. There was only one popular gamer who was discussing strategy guides on the forum. Sherlock located his post quickly. Live recording Ancestral Ruins, the treasure-laden instance dungeon before the second beta. Chapter 104, Second Beta is commencing. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hello everyone, I'm not wearing pants, oh. I would like to express my gratitude to the veterans of the forum for providing various technical support. Apostle 419's post the fastest way to solve a labyrinth strategy guide, the scientific way, Supersite Boxsters post sexy forum members, online mapping, and other veterans technical support. And all those who were not afraid of death, darkness, and exhaustion and participated in the exploratory mission. Without everyone's united contributions, we would not have been able to exit the labyrinth within 8 hours. Good, enough idle chat. I shall show the screenshots for the ancestral ruins. The items in the new area will not be replenished, so the screenshots are rare. Picture, Picture. Though the new area is attractive and realistic, compared to the previous Spider's Lair and Spectre College, the difficulty level is extremely high. The two previous areas were already difficult. The current one, which has plot animation, a labyrinth, and non-renewable items, is a place of no return. Next is the Expert Gamer's Labyrinth map with indications of the path to the exit. There are traps along the way. The other parts of the map are not labeled. Expert Gamer's map. After we solved the labyrinth, we immediately built our comprehensive defenses. Picture. After that, we used the first outpost as our base and began a new round of mapping the area. The results were beyond our expectations. The whole area was filled with skeletons of various creatures. Most of the walls and floors were damaged. We were unable to gain access to some areas and rooms. The game system assigned us missions to find the NPC Brainiac, who would help us unlock the areas or rooms. The process took about 10 to 20 minutes. Except for the elusive and harmless skeleton soldiers, we didn't find other monsters. We were able to take any items from the entire area. This must be the reward map before the second beta. It was a treasure-filled instance dungeon, one where we could obtain rewards even if we closed our eyes. The following is the equipment. Please do not be green with envy. Ancient Ruins Breastplate, Blue Superior Equipment, Damaged, Gnome. Defense, 40. Weight, 20. Durability, 10. Loot Location, Spirit Legion, Ancestral Ruins. Required Reputation, Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 2. Only for gnome-sized creatures. Picture. Ancient Ruins Shoulder Armor, Blue Superior Equipment, Damaged, Orc. Defense, 20. Weight, 20. Durability, 10. Loot Location, Spirit Legion, Ancestral Ruins. Required Reputation, Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 2. Only for orc-sized creatures. Picture. Ancient Ruins Huge Axe, Blue Superior Equipment, Damaged. Damage, 0.25. Weight, 30. Durability, 10. Loot Location, Spirit Legion, Ancestral Ruins. Required Reputation, Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Reputation Level 2. Picture. Okay, I will post these tens of equipment. Damaged means that it has to be repaired to be used, but this functionality has not been added. I tried asking the blacksmith to repair them, but he gaped at my equipment before saying, "With my current low-level blacksmith facilities, do you think I can handle such equipment? You are the 35th goblin to ask me. Are you starting your battles again after Kramer's defeat?" The blacksmith meant that a new version is required for such functionality. More or less. Omega. There were other non-equipment items that could be exchanged for reputation and coins. For example, a crystal ball. Crystal ball. Mission item. Description: item can be exchanged for reputation points and coins. Lord Sherlock is very interested in the item. Picture. There were no other descriptions. Considering the 100% realism in the game and Brainiac, who was eyeing the equipment though he did not show any emotion, we speculated that these items will be useful in the second beta. There are precedents in the game. I witnessed Mufasa use the materials that we submitted without compensation to create backpacks and put them on sale. That's cheating. We decided to keep our loot in case it's worth a fortune. There was a problem. Most of the items couldn't be transported out. We discovered a strange item deep in the ancestral ruins. It was a huge light ball. Once we released our hands, it would float by itself. It looked like a powerful item. The item wasn't appraised by the dungeon core. Picture. The light ball was unable to be transported via the rune mana formation, so we kept it at the ancestral ruins. We will find out more in the near future. We saw Brainiac shivering as he looked at the light ball. Perhaps, Brainiac is related to the plot? The gamer, Hemp Rope Technology, pointed out that the light ball and brew were quite similar. "Do not worry, I will protect this light ball with my life. Okay, I am ending the post. I am going back to empty the treasure vault. Goodbye, everyone." Sherlock closed the forum page after reading the post. He didn't read the replies. "They found my 20 million magic stones in the ancient ruins, and they don't intend to give them up." Sherlock thought for a while and said, "I can design a hidden mission so that the goblins will bring the 20 million magic stones to me. I will then reward them reputation points and coins." "What about 1,000 gold coins?" "Lord Sherlock, the gamers recognized that it's a rare item. Even with 1,000 gold coins, the gamers will not be happy. It's best to avoid doing that," Bruce said earnestly. "Lord Sherlock, we can try a plot animation to solve this problem. If it's not enough, we can add a full-service reward." "This is a good suggestion." Sherlock thought for a while and took out his magic stone card, which had very few magic stones. He walked towards the teleport portal. "Let me do some preparation." Peasant sat at the entrance of the ancestral ruins main hall. He was eating and recovering his energy. Though he didn't feel tired, after a long period of activity, his body would slow down. It was time for him to rest. There were other goblins resting and chatting in the main hall. Brainiac stood on the rune mana formation and stared intensely at Not Wearing Pants, who was carrying a huge light ball in his arms. If the contract terms didn't prohibit him from conversing with the goblins, he would have grabbed Not Wearing Pants and asked him where he found the light ball, which was a dungeon core. He was thinking of how to inform Lord Sherlock about this important matter when the goblins stopped talking. A few seconds later, a few goblins stood up. Not Wearing Pants, who was carrying the light ball, quickly said, "Gosh! The system is announcing a new version plot animation." Just as he finished speaking, a tall figure walked out from the rune mana formation. It was Lord Sherlock. Other goblins were teleported in, and they gathered around Sherlock. Before they had the chance to chat wildly, Sherlock made the goblins enter the plot animation mode by exerting his dominant aura. The goblins who were just teleported in went into the plot animation mode. Sherlock looked sad when he approached Not Wearing Pants. "Is this the dungeon core?" "Ah, with the protection of the ancestral spirit." Not Wearing Pants blinked his eyes, but he couldn't say anything. Sherlock extended his hand towards Not Wearing Pants, who was holding the light ball in his arms. "Warrior, did you discover this dungeon core? What a remarkable feat! Eternal Kingdom will always remember your feat. The Underworld citizens will always remember your name." Not Wearing Pants. Sherlock grabbed the dungeon core and pulled, but it didn't budge. He used more force and hauled Not Wearing Pants up. Not Wearing Pants' green, weak figure dangled in midair. Sherlock's finger emitted invisible electricity, and Not Wearing Pants released his grip and fell to the ground with a thud. "Let's take a look at the ancestral gift of the dungeon core and see its effect." Sherlock seemed not to notice Not Wearing Pants. He covered the dungeon core with a piece of strange cloth and mumbled to himself as he walked into the rune mana formation. After Sherlock vanished, the restrained gamers recovered. "Not Wearing Pants, you're hilarious. I'm unable to laugh, and it's hurting me badly. Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to be Shirley's pendant? D*MN. My treasure's gone." A group of goblins chatted jovially as they vanished into the rune mana formation. The emotionless Brainiac was left behind. Sherlock returned to Eternal Kingdom with the dungeon core in his hand and walked towards Brew. He unwrapped the cloth covering the dungeon core and threw the cloth to the ground. The cloth disintegrated into powder and vanished. It was a single-use prop. When the cloth disintegrated, Sherlock was uneasy. The cost of the cloth was far greater than a torn teleport scroll. Sherlock raised the dungeon core in front of Brew. Behind him were the group of gamers, Mufasa, Simba, Moros, and Little Fairy, who was peeping out curiously. The goblin, Raintia, whose face was dirty and dusty, was eating the clay in her hand as she looked over curiously. Brainiac also teleported back via the rune mana formation. Sherlock's hand grabbed the dungeon core as it went deep into Brew. Brew's core burst into flames which transformed into a magical force and filled the entirety of Eternal Kingdom. The magical power emitted bright rays and blurred the figure of Sherlock, who was standing close to Brew. At the same time, two red public announcements appeared in the gamer's mind. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom is going offline for maintenance in 30 minutes. All gamers are to go offline to prevent unnecessary loss and damage. After the maintenance, the second beta will be officially launched. All beta gamers will be awarded a special reward pack. For more details, please refer to the official announcement. Chapter 105, Version 0.15 Update Log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I'm able to work, I'm able to. Pu Tong. The last goblin, who was laden with various pieces of equipment and items, fell to the ground with a thud. Sherlock walked out of the dungeon core main hall and looked at the large pile of trash outside. Sherlock picked up the fallen gamers and piled them in a corner. He didn't bother with the items that fell from the backpacks to the ground. He walked around the dungeon once. At the living quarters, the first level of the building was incomplete. There were many goblins lying inside in a mess. After pondering, he went inside and counted the goblins. Then he counted the goblins in the corner. There were exactly 100 gamers. All the gamers went offline in the dungeon. He felt that it was a good habit. He turned around and noticed Brainiac, who looked puzzled. Lord Sherlock, Brainiac had just spoken when Sherlock raised his hand and interrupted him. I know what you're going to ask. Don't ask. Young lads have to contemplate, then it will be meaningful. If you've never encountered setbacks, what's the use of society? Brainiac lowered his head and pondered. Sherlock patted his shoulders and said, Brainiac, I know what you're thinking. Broaden your heart, have more confidence, and be strong. Lord Sherlock, Brainiac lifted his head, and his empty eye sockets were wet. Sherlock gave Brainiac advice as he walked towards the dungeon core main hall. As my servants are extremely strong, there will be many instances your confidence will take a beating. There are many things you have to learn over here, Brainiac. Sherlock left, and Brainiac gazed at Sherlock's large back view. Didn't Lord Sherlock say he's unable to manipulate a lich who has no heart? When Sherlock returned to the dungeon core main hall, Brew, who had been quiet for some time, abruptly spoke. No, I'm just stating the truth, Sherlock said as he switched on his computer. Because you kept quiet, I thought you were swallowed by that dungeon core. Lord Sherlock likes to jest, Brew said. Let's discuss the issues surrounding the announcement of the second beta, Lord Sherlock. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Second Beta, Version 0.15 Update Announcement. Dear gamers! After 2 months of beta testing, Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom was greatly loved by gamers based on its casual gameplay, endearing difficulty, no hardship, and sunny graphic style. The end of registration for the second beta testing was today. The number of applicants reached 2,560,000. The game development team spent long hours selecting 2,000 gamers for the second beta testing. Please check your mailboxes and follow the instructions accordingly. The second beta testing will commence once the current maintenance is completed. The current maintenance schedule will last for 2 days. The official resumption of service and commencement of the second beta testing will be on the 10th of May at 12:10 p.m. All full-service first beta gamers will receive a rewards pack. Do look out for it. The following are the content previews of the second beta testing and version 0.15 update. 1. Purchased new servers that increased the gamers count to 2,000. The maximum capacity is 2,100. 2. Improved the reputation system. Reputation points. Reputation points will be used as a special currency. The activities of the gamers, such as the daily construction missions and daily materials gathering missions, will garner reputation points. The reputation points can be used to increase the gamer's reputation level, which will no longer be automatically upgraded. Once the required reputation level is attained, the reputation points can be used to change to a new race and profession for the missions. Reputation points can also be used to learn special skills and for future functionalities. Creating new characters after death will no longer have the full reputation penalty. The deduction of the reputation points will vary according to the gamer's race. The reputation level will not be downgraded. 3. Added new races. Gnome, as the dungeon's main force, their numbers are only second to goblins. As the most common creature of the underworld, the gnome's strength, agility, and intelligence are superior to a goblin. The gnome has a mana affinity, and their body is able to feel mana. Added special gnome mission, the Way of the Gnome. Houndhead Man, to be added a low intelligence creature who lives in caves and whose combat power is inferior to a gnome. Because of their ties to the dragon family, they have great mana affinity, but due to their low intelligence, none of the Houndhead men are able to use mana. Lord Sherlock is attempting to interact with these creatures to see if they can be integrated into Eternal Kingdom. Developing Special Houndhead Man Mission, the Way of the Houndhead Man. 4. Punishment System in Development. To protect order in Eternal Kingdom, the punishment system will be used to deal with obnoxious gamers who are disrupting the proper gaming culture. It is currently in development. The aforementioned are the main updates for version 0.15. More details of the second beta will be included in a future version update. Warriors of Eternal Kingdom. If you are game, play Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom on the 10th of May at 12:10 p.m. Sherlock checked the contents of the update. After ensuring there were no errors, he published it. Lord Sherlock, you have to prepare gift packs for the 101st beta gamers and more mana isolating cloth. If possible, obtain a huge dragon too. Then, we can add the Houndhead Man profession. The workload of the NPCs will increase substantially after recruiting 2,000 gamers. Consider the feelings of Simba, Mufasa, and Moros. There is an urgent need to add professional careers and recruit more NPCs, Brew suggested. In addition, there are various essential functionalities that an online game should have. Lord Sherlock, shall we discuss them? Are you referring to treasure chests, lottery draws, kin knockdown, and Wheel of Fortune? Let's talk, Sherlock said. Swoosh. The curtain hanging from the windowless wall was pulled down by a fat hamster. There were 2 fat hamsters sitting by the side. One of the hamsters carried a fruit as he watched the fire stove. A hamster whose face was blue-black and swollen held a bag of black powder in his hand. Good, we can begin now. The fat hamster pulled the curtains and stood by the side. The other 2 hamsters stood up too. The swollen-faced hamster grabbed some black powder and tossed it into the fire stove. The flames grew in height, and the entire room lit up. The room started quaking, and the ceiling had a large open mouth. Kapui. Water saliva dripped down and flooded the 3 hamsters and the towering flames. The ceiling opened its mouth and spouted vulgarities. Censored, all of you. Setting my hotel on fire? You, censored. I've informed the police. You'll be in jail for the rest of your lives. The 3 hamsters looked at the ceiling that had gone back to normal. Then, they looked at the extinguished fire stove. Boom! The flames grew in height again, and they had a blue human silhouette. The silhouette turned her head to look around before speaking intermittently in a gentle female voice. What has happened? Why is so bad? Kin here, why are in this state? Lady. We hear you. We found Lord Sherlock. The 3 hamsters said together. The swollen-faced hamster grabbed some powder and thought for a while. Then, he threw the whole bag into the stove. Boom! Blue flamers towered over them. The human figure became clear, and the intermittent voice became a loud holler. What? Sherlock? You've found him? Where is he? Lady. You're too loud. He's at Winterfell. More or less. Find him. Convey my message to him. Once I'm done over here, I'll look for you. The blue flames extinguished on her last word. The three hamsters looked at each other and spoke simultaneously. What message? Did Lady convey any message? Can't remember. Is it mealtime? Palm. A strong armored arm bashed through the room door. The scent of scattered wood shavings pervaded the air. The arm started searching around for the door handle. You're under arrest. You arsonists. Open the door, the voice outside shouted. Chapter 106, Isn't it normal to have negative numbers in games? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock published the second beta announcement and received numerous replies from a huge group of gamers. Hanlon Privy Council, this is a game that allows you to be great without spending money and spoiling your health. Let's play together. I'll wait for you. Midnight Sprouts, award me second beta gamer status, and I'll join you. Yaeshun Spirit, are the newly added servers from Todo. Violet Snow Inferno, casual gameplay carrying bricks, and overtime carrying bricks. Endearing difficulty. The settings of all veterans and novices will be reset, and they will be badly beaten in the game. No hardship. The gamers will spoil their health after playing. Sunny graphic style. There is no sunlight in the dungeon. You are lousy game producers. Leather Bear in abandoned house, I have second beta gamer status. Do you want to see the gaming capsule? Add my chat account XXXX. Secular Moon, the content posted by the previous gamer is extremely inappropriate. I have blacklisted him. Metal-skinned ape, I have a dissertation on the day of the first beta test. I cannot protect Eternal Kingdom. Sikong Yabin, be humane, game producers. After changing the reputation system, we have to play harder and spoil our health. I object. Wait, second beta gamer status? Eternal Kingdom is fun. It will not spoil my health. Lonely without regrets, thank you, game producers, for the gaming capsule. I have thought of my game ID. It is called At Noon. Veteran Peasant, here I come. Peasant, W get lost. At Noon is the name my buddy wanted. Stir-fried dish van, hello everyone, I obtained second beta gamer status. My group is adding members. Please add QQXXXXX. Join me if you are game. Sherlock looked at the comments on the forum. They were complimenting Eternal Kingdom and adored Sherlock. He was very pleased. He closed the forum page and accessed the administrator interface of the official website. He looked through the comments of the second beta gamers. Gender, female. Age, 20. Reason for applying, I am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my deskmate's life in exchange for second beta gamer status. Sherlock looked at the particulars of the applicant and clicked on the next one. Gender, male. Age, 19. Reason for applying, I have liver cirrhosis. Gender, male. Age, 20. Reason for applying, I lost my hands. The selected gamers look promising. I have full confidence in the future of Eternal Kingdom, Sherlock said after reading through the reasons for applying, as stated by the selected gamers. It's their honor that they're able to help Lord Sherlock fulfill your dream. If 2,000 gamers access the dungeon, with our current situation, we'll face tremendous strain on resources. Lord Sherlock, do you still have money? Brew asked. The anti-mana cloth was bought using my dungeon mortgage. Do you think I have money? Sherlock spread out his hands and said, we'll need more anti-mana cloth to transport the magical items from the ruins. If you want me to provide the second beta gamers with equipment, material, and more NPCs, I'm unable to do that. Lord Sherlock, I know this request is difficult for you. If we don't have sufficient preparation, with 2,000 gamers, there might be chaos. If it's due to practical reasons, then I suggest we use the servers to limit the number of online gamers. For example, limit it to 500 gamers and then gradually increase the number, Brew said. It's not necessary, Sherlock said directly. Didn't you mention gameplay ability before? If we limit the online gamers to 500 even though we've selected 2,000 gamers, no matter how attractive the dungeon is, the gamers will complain and rage quit en masse. The situation isn't as serious as you think. I believe the gamers will solve the problems by themselves. They are very intelligent and smart, enough so to protect my 20 million magic stones with their lives. Sherlock was very confident in the gamers. He said, we only need to create order and let them carry bricks peacefully. We also need to provide some gameplay varieties for their entertainment. Currently, we only have the Spider's Lair, which has almost been wiped clean by the first beta gamers, an ancient ruins, which can be emptied by the second beta gamers within a few days, and the Spectre College Instance Dungeon, which can only accommodate 65 teams at most, Brew said. Lord Sherlock, we need new areas, instance dungeons, monsters, and gameplay varieties. If the gamers are reduced to carrying bricks, they won't be happy. Don't worry. I'm already considering these issues, Sherlock said. The area around Eternal Kingdom is still unexplored. There are many tunnels and cave creatures. Since the dungeon was upgraded to level 2, we'll assimilate the area under the dungeon's perimeter. The area can be the gamers' entertainment spot in the future. Though there are 2,000 gamers, they are goblins without basic training. The killing rate of the underworld creatures is slower than their reproduction rate. The creatures can be the gamers' hunting ground for a short period of time. This area can be opened up after they have emptied the ancient ruins. We don't have to worry too much. Aren't the underworld creatures too strong for the gamers? Perhaps, there might even be magical beasts, Brew said with concern. Isn't that good? They can be plot bosses and make the gamers happy. Sherlock clapped his hands and said, after updating the reputation system, the reputation points that were accumulated from carrying bricks will be deducted and driven into the negative zone after death. Without reputation points, they can't do a lot of things, so they have to carry bricks diligently. Even the rich gamers will have to join the ranks of the brick laborers. This will form a positive feedback cycle. Wait, Lord Sherlock intends to deduct their reputation points and make them negative. Brew was taken by surprise. Why? Isn't it a normal procedure? When I play Anno 1800, my income is always negative. Isn't it normal to have negative numbers in computer games? Sherlock slapped the table to prove his point. This is indeed feasible, Brew replied after some pondering. There was a knock at the door. Simba, Moros, Mufasa, and Brainiac appeared at the entrance. Come in. The 4 NPCs entered consecutively. Simba asked, Lord Sherlock, why are you looking for us? Nothing much. It's almost time for salary payment at the end of the month. I would like to discuss your work and talk about the future of Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock beckoned them to sit down, but they looked at the only chair in the room and were dazed. Sherlock said, Eternal Kingdom will be recruiting creatures in the next 2 days, and you'll be busier. Do you understand? Brainiac, do not ask, I know what you're thinking. Just work normally. Good, I'll go through some simple work training. Number 1, no matter what the dungeon servants say, ignore them. Chapter 107, The Plan of the Veterans Mentoring Novices. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Good, today's meeting shall end now. Let us look forward to the cute goblins who are coming in 2 days. Everyone go back and rest. Keep stock of the items in the warehouse. Meeting's over. Sherlock clapped his hands to beckon the 4 of them to leave. Moros, Simba, Mufasa, and Brainiac walked out of the dungeon core. What did Lord Sherlock say? His words were cliché. It wasn't their first day in Eternal Kingdom, and they already knew. The most important thing was that Lord Sherlock mentioned the recruitment of new goblins in 2 days. Lord Sherlock is recruiting again. He's very powerful, Morose said to Simba and Mufasa. Finally, we have normal goblins coming over. What if I'm unable to prepare the meals in time? No problem. Let them eat clay. Don't prepare exotic cuisines. Go, go, go. Come to my house for a drink. Let's take stock of the warehouse tonight. The 3 of them chatted as they walked into the distance. Only Brainiac was left standing at the entrance of the dungeon core main hall. Brainiac looked at the 3 of them enter the house and the few goblins piled in a corner. He gazed at the nearby goblin living quarters before leaving in silence. Eternal Kingdom was in a rare state of serenity. For 2 days only. Little Fairy sat cross-legged on her bed. She watched as 2 evil black Chiron dwarves and an evil gnome walked past her. They were speaking in loud voices. Behind them was a skeleton, an evil lich. Little Fairy only heard about liches in stories told to her when she was young. They were the evilest of undead creatures. They possessed the power to control obnoxious dead spirits. They used all ways to torture living creatures to death and turn them into their slaves. The 2 black Chiron dwarves and the gnome didn't like to talk to him. Even Little Fairy could see that. Little Fairy shrunk back unconsciously. Then, she squatted under the bed and stared at the evil lich as he passed by the flower bed. How terrifying, Little Fairy muttered to herself when the lich was far away. Little Fairy squatted by the bed for a while. Then, she gazed at the empty flower bed. Only a few common underworld plants were growing. Even if they were used as ingredients for alchemy, they weren't of much use. To Little Fairy, using the plants as alchemy materials wasn't the end goal. Helping those who needed help was the end goal. The underworld creatures were not included. One of the plants looked ill. Little Fairy could feel it just by looking. If nothing was done, it would die tonight. Little Fairy lifted her head and surveyed the surroundings. Where was the dusty-looking goblin? Little Fairy couldn't find the goblin who was always at the flower bed. She looked at the dying plant and hesitated before extending her hand towards it. 3,000 reputation points, 3 silver coins, and an alias, Elite First Beta Gamer. Brew, am I too generous? Sherlock asked Brew as he browsed the forum. Brew hesitated and said, Lord Sherlock, I don't know how to respond correctly, but you are a qualified superior devil. There is no doubt about that. Brew quickly said, the rewards are sufficient, especially the alias, Elite First Beta Gamer. I believe the Beta Gamers will be extremely happy. I think so too. Sherlock nodded and continued browsing the forum. Since the maintenance and update started yesterday, Sherlock ordered Brew to cut off all gamers' connections. Sherlock summoned Simba, Mufasa, Morose, and Brainiac and reminded them to take note of certain things. Then, he continued browsing the forum. Sherlock wasn't obsessed with the silly forum members. He wanted to find constructive feedback to protect the stability of Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock obtained many good suggestions on the forum. Many of the updates were from their suggestions. As the second beta test was commencing, he had to take note and see if there were any loopholes or content to improve. He noticed a popular post on the forum. It was published by Not Wearing Pants, and it was titled Dungeon Second Beta Test, First Beta Gamers Plan of Veterans Mentoring Novices. Hello everyone, I'm Not Wearing Pants, Omega. The second beta test is commencing tomorrow. I congratulate the lucky gamers who obtained second beta gamer status. I look forward to protecting the beautiful Eternal Kingdom with all of you. The underground spiders are looking forward to your presence too. Struck off. The purpose of this post is not to create a strategy guide for second beta gamers. For most of the strategy guides, you can refer to my previous posts or search for posts by Burning Chest Hair, Peasant, and Hemp Rope Technology in the forum. Most of them are valuable strategy guides. Even with many strategy guides, you will experience discomfort the first time entering the dungeon. We would like you to assimilate into our large family in Eternal Kingdom. You have to know how hardcore the game is and how unscrupulous the lousy producers are. It is also good to have a comprehensive knowledge of the accessible areas and content of the game. The first beta gamers created a voluntary group to mentor second beta novices for free. You can treat this as a mentorship system. I would like to announce the Veterans Mentoring Novices Plan. One-on-one mentoring is not practical due to the large number of gamers. I will match the first beta gamers to the novices according to their online duration and time period. This game does not allow you to use chat while playing. For detailed matching, we will inform you inside the second beta test. Everyone should first appear at the plaza in front of the Dungeon Lord main hall where we last went offline. Most of the first beta gamers were at the living quarters. To participate in this mentoring plan, please do not leave the plaza once you first manifest in the game. We will rush over to welcome you and provide on-the-spot mentoring. That is all. I feel like dying without playing Dungeon, Omega. Chapter 108, The Start of the Second Beta Testing. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Not wearing pants post attracted replies from many gamers. Stir-fried vegetable rice, pants, are you interested in joining my guild? I have contacted over 100 second beta gamers who are familiar with strategy guides and are my forum friends. If you are willing, I will give you a leadership position and give you a monthly salary of 5,000 renminbi. How is that? Are you interested? Pure Boy, the writer of the previous comment, is very rich, 666. Leather Bear, Rice Bro, help me. Pants Bro, help me. I am a weak girl with handicapped hands, _. Blizzard Moon, the writer of the previous comment, let's play together. We have a small group with over 10 members. Fishless WATER2333, my god, 100 gamers with monthly salaries. A rich gamer. Dirty == Lich King, I can't afford to antagonize them. Future recalling past events, I'm giving the first beta gamers 100 marks. Seems like I'm not the only one who's worried about the resource strain on the game, Lord Sherlock, Bruce said as Sherlock finished reading the replies on the forum. Isn't that good? It's like having 100 free foremen, Sherlock said. I saw that they mentioned a guild. Will they organize a labor guild and make requests and give feedback? For example, better work conditions. No, though they'll organize guilds, they won't make requests and give feedback. The guilds will be more like the existence of a forum within the game. The gamers can freely exchange information, form teams, exchange items, or buy things at a discount, Bruce said. Anyway, the guilds will be like hobby clubs. Most of the guilds will have their own rules and a sense of honor and belonging. The guilds are gaming concepts that add to the gamers' fun. There might be conflicts among the guilds. Lord Sherlock will have to mediate the conflicts. After Sherlock considered Bruce's words, he asked, Brew, can we earn reputation points from them when they create guilds? That will make them work harder. It's not hard to do that. The guild system has always been a source of game contention. Lord Sherlock, we have to discuss this in greater details, Brew said. While waiting for Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom in the dark, the gamers could access the official website or the discussion forum in the gaming capsule. On the discussion forum, many gamers replied to the post-second beta gamer waiting to chat. The content was simple. It's the second beta testing. Everyone will definitely lie down in the gaming capsule to browse the discussion forum. To relieve boredom, come in and chat. The gamers chatted enthusiastically. There is still a minute before the start of service. Wah, we haven't been online for 2 days. Will our characters have died of hunger? It would be very realistic if they died of hunger. It's highly possible. In the previous one-day maintenance, when all the first beta gamers went online, the first thing we did was mass eating. Interesting. Is everyone here a second beta gamer? I am a first beta gamer. Once you're in the game, do not run around. Wait for the first beta gamers to lead us. The service is up. We are entering the game. Make haste, make haste. In the darkness, a hand wearing a CK watch raised and pressed on the game activation button in the gaming capsule. Soon, the pages of the discussion forum and the official website were closed as the gamer's awareness slipped into the gaming world. A black entry interface without any music and only a few words. Please select gender. Male, female. Race, goblin, initial. Affiliated dungeon, Eternal Kingdom. Lord Overseer, Lord Sherlock. Face molding. Confirm to proceed. A white magical teleport portal appeared in front of a crimson dungeon core. A green-skinned goblin walked out from the portal. At his side were rows of countless teleport portals from which goblins walked out. They had the same pants, and the female gender had an old tattered shirt. The goblin who had just walked out from the portal gaped at the 100% realistic world. The sounds of the excited chatting of other goblins filled his ear. This game is so realistic. So many of us? Are we touring a scenic area on Labor Day? It's so crowded. Can't we pass through each other? There's no chatting system? What about an automatic pathfinder? Mission guide? World map? D*MN, there's nothing. Who's that silly dude? Didn't he hear about the hardcore online game dungeon, Eternal Kingdom? How did he obtain his second beta gamer status? I'm so happy. That's the veteran gamer, Raintia. I'm helping you with plant cultivation. Bring me with you. The skeleton standing at a distance, is he the NPC, Brainiac? Can I tap on his bones? Gosh, I've been thinking of doing that. The goblin stood at his location as he examined his fingers and surveyed the surrounding rowdy goblins. Though the goblin had seen pictures on the discussion forum, he was still astonished by the ultra-realistic environment. A notice appeared in front of this goblin. Welcome to the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. Underworld warrior, please confirm your name. The goblin was taken aback by the notice. A green word appeared above his head, Dragonborn. Who took Dragonborn? A nearby goblin shouted just as he confirmed his name. Another goblin shouted, Gosh! Surely. Yes, he's handsome. He has half of my real looks. This modeling of the NPC is superb. Though I've seen the pictures, I'm still astonished looking at the real character. Ah! Lord Sherlock! My husband! Dragonborn turned his head to look at the sudden booming screams of a group of gamers. A tall devil stood in front of the new gamers as his black eyes gazed down at them. That pair of eyes was devoid of emotion. My lowly servants, why aren't you pledging your loyalty to the great devil Lord Sherlock? You will obtain my mercy and bountiful rewards. Lord Sherlock said. Chapter 109, Look, a Veteran. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Surely, don't run around. I can't take a screen capture properly. I have to find a good angle. Can you help me take a screen capture? I want to snuggle up with Shirley. What's up after the declaration of loyalty? Gosh, is this the mission for carrying bricks? I want to kill the legendary underground spiders. Where are the spiders? Where's the blacksmith shop? I want the best sword in town. Wah, bro, aren't you afraid of being hacked to death by the first beta gamers? You're bad. A group of 1,000 gamers stood at the plaza outside the dungeon core main hall and chatted enthusiastically. It was fortunate that Sherlock had planned the dungeon with a grand vision in mind. Nevertheless, with thousands of goblins in the central plaza, it looked crowded. The feeling was like, it's like seeing junior high students gathering at a field before doing broadcast exercises. It's nostalgic, Bruce said with fondness, though he quickly said to Sherlock, I feel that only if Lord Sherlock stands here will you be able to control the situation. I didn't summon them to let them take pictures with me. Sherlock stood at the plaza and saw a continuous flow of new gamers coming out from the teleport portals. They followed Bru's instructions to kneel down and swear allegiance. An extremely loyal gamer knelt down on both his legs and kowtowed 3 times as he muttered to himself. Though Bru had assigned them missions to carry bricks and other miscellaneous activities, the gamers who went directly to work were few in number. Most of the second beta gamers were still astonished by the unique experience. The astonishment of the highly realistic game world. The gamers were attracted to the trash carried by the first beta gamers from the ancient ruins. They were even interested in the stone slab on the floor. They would take half a day to examine them in detail. Not to mention the crazy chattering of the goblins after they gathered at the plaza. Even when they received missions from Bru, they weren't in a hurry to complete them. This was not a 2D, nor was it a 3D game with a mission panel and a small figure on the screen. This was not a game that gamers could follow with mission tips, look at the world map, depend on an automatic pathfinder, and close their eyes to complete the missions. Most of the second beta gamers intended to wait for their first beta mentors. In such a hardcore game, without a mentor's guidance, the novices would have to endure unnecessary hardships. Dragonborn looked at the nearby living and breathing goblins who had eyes and noses. Those fantastical creatures who would only appear in games or cinema were now standing in front of him. Of course, their appearances were slightly different from what he had seen. The feeling was like traveling to another world. It was not like playing a game. Just like what the veterans were saying, this is a game. This is not a game. No matter who the gamer was, he would have this feeling the first time he entered Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom. Dragonborn looked dazed at the numerous goblins. He wondered what he should be doing when a system notice appeared in his mind. Novice Tutorial Mission, Carrying Bricks, Daily Mission. Mission Description: the development of Eternal Kingdom requires the participation of every citizen. Do not expect anyone to help you construct beautiful buildings. You are required to carry every brick and rock used for construction. Mission Goal: carry 100 excavated diamond seam to Simba, who is located at the blacksmith shop. Mission Reward: 100 reputation points, 50 bronze coins. No map? No mission route indication? Where was the blacksmith shop? Dragonborn was puzzled. He grabbed someone and asked, "Bro, where is the blacksmith shop?" The goblin with the name Takia Spirit pointed at the bobbing heads in the distance and shouted, "Do you see that wall?" "Yes, that's surely the wall that the devil NPC is standing at has the Eternal Kingdom map drawn by the first beta gamers. The map is also on the discussion forum. Don't go offline to look at the map. With so many gamers walking around, you might be stomped to death." Stomped to death. Dragonborn was shocked, and he quickly asked, "The character's not protected after I go offline?" "I am surprised, bro. Didn't you read the strategy guides on the forum before participating in the second beta testing? The forum members who are yearning for second beta gamer status will smear you to death if they learn about this." Takia Spirit looked sincere as he said, "I abstained from self-pleasure for 3 days. I entered the gaming capsule after taking a shower, wearing my neat western suit and leather shoes, and applying gel to my hair." "You're too insincere. So there's no protection of the character after I go offline?" Dragonborn asked again and ignored Takia Spirit's comments. "Of course not. This is the world's first virtual reality online game using the gaming capsule. Even the pain is 100% simulated. The game would be lousy if you were given protection while offline." Takia Spirit was extremely excited, and he looked like a cult member as he continued to shout, "Bro, you're in luck. You've gotten second beta gamer status without knowing anything. I offered sacrifices to all my anime wives before obtaining second beta gamer status." Then he muttered in a daze, "I didn't expect to be selected out of the 2 million gamers. Have I become someone that I hate?" Dragonborn frowned and wanted to say something, but someone from behind knocked into him and injured his mouth. He could feel the pain. A goblin had knocked into him. The goblin had the word Sealhead Ling Chong above his head. He knocked into Dragonborn and immediately apologized, sorry, the gamers behind pushed me. Takia Spirit, who was at the side, shouted at the top of his lungs, gosh! It's the first beta heavenly group. A goblin, Tarot Trader, smiled and said, what heavenly? They are the veteran gamers from the first beta. Dragonborn tiptoed and looked above the sea of green goblin heads. Not far from him, tens of brightly colored and armored goblins wielded various weapons as they walked over. The new gamers cheered wildly. Chapter 110, Remember, this is Moros. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Most of the 2,000 new gamers had already gathered at the plaza before the Dungeon Core main hall in the less than 10 minutes since Eternal Kingdom started running. A small portion of the new gamers left to do their missions. On the other side, 80 impressive goblins with superior equipment and an aura of killing intent walked over from the living quarters. Compared to the new gamers with their tattered clothing, the 80 goblins were armed to the teeth. They had shiny breastplates, spiked shoulder armor, spiral-patterned vambraces, and belts that bobbed up and down with their movements. Their skin was green and their pointed noses wrinkled. They had a large mouth with yellow teeth, but underneath the Roman helmets were determined faces. The goblins were walking at a slower pace. Clapping sounds, fresh flowers, and rainbow-colored borders seemed to appear at their sides. They shone like stars of the 8 o'clock idol dramas. The novice goblins gaped at what they saw. One of the female goblins, Seafood Shaved Ice, said to herself, I'm so envious of their equipment that I'm salivating. They look so cool. I should have chosen the male gender. The veteran goblins had Elite First Beta Gamer next to their names. That was the title obtained from the First Beta Gamer Rewards Pack. Besides the title, the rewards pack consisted of 3,000 reputation points and 3 silver coins. The silver coins were directly deposited into their virtual bank accounts. The veteran gamers from the first beta. They're the veterans from the first beta. Ah, I'm dying. Is that Arthur? The one with black armor. The rich gamer with millions of renminbi. Idol, awesome. Gosh, he's too suave. Is the equipment from the instance dungeon? Are there any pieces of equipment from the ancient ruins? I didn't know goblins could be that cool. You look better than the photographs. How is a goblin suave? Why can't I see that? My husband, Shirley, is the most handsome. Your husband and Brainiac have an album published on the discussion forum. The 2,000 gamers gave similar compliments at the same time. Dragonborn could only hear the gamers close to him, and the rest were only buzzing sounds. The goblins that walked over were the veterans of the first beta, the gamers who had created sensational news on the discussion forum. The second beta gamers were green with envy when they noticed the noisy full-body armor, huge kite shields, and various weapons. Dragonborn was being pushed towards the first beta gamers by the horde of second beta gamers. The first beta gamers raised up both their hands instinctively in a protective stance, and the crowd stopped moving. The second beta gamers formed a semicircle around the first beta gamers and gazed at them relentlessly. A gamer with Elite First Beta Gamer, not wearing pants above his head, walked to the trash hill at the plaza and stood at the top. He banged his short sword on his kite shield to produce deafening sounds, but the chattering voices of the second beta gamers didn't quieten down. Under the lead of a few first beta gamers, the rest of the first beta gamers banged their swords on their shields with the same rhythm. The noise of 100 gamers banging on their shields was much louder than not wearing pants' voice and suppressed the chattering voices of the second beta gamers. Most of the gamers became silent. Stop talking. The veteran is going to speak. Keep quiet. Listen to what the veteran, not wearing pants, is saying. Are you elementary kids? Can't you stop talking? Stop your racket. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. The second beta gamers helped to silence the other gamers who were still chatting. There were some minor conflicts, but they didn't create many problems as they were stopped by the nearby gamers. When the second beta gamers were almost quiet, Not Wearing Pants took out a simple megaphone made of dire wolf skin and shouted at the large crowd, "Everyone, listen up. We'll only spend a day to mentor you on the game mechanics. For those who would like to learn from us, raise your hands. We'll only mentor gamers who raise their hands, and it's totally free. If you would like to pay us, we'll not reject your gesture." More than 1,000 gamers raised their hands and shouted out, "Teach me. Mentor me. I'm the most obedient. Veteran Arthur, I want to be your disciple. Veterans, mentor me." Dragonborn immediately raised his hand. He was totally clueless about this game. Takia Spirit and Sealhead Ling Chong raised their hands too. The black-armored goblin with the word Arthur above his head walked to Dragonborn and said to him and the nearby gamers, "All of you, follow me." Dragonborn was stunned, but he replied, "Okay." Morose stood at the training ground, and his face looked pale. Didn't Lord Sherlock say he would only recruit a few goblins for Eternal Kingdom? He looked at the nearby wandering goblins and the distant sea of goblins. Is that a few? Take a look. He is the novice skills trainer, Morose. Remember this location, it's called the training ground. There's no way to attack the dungeon NPCs, so don't think about it. They have no health bar, a fully armed goblin said to the tens of goblins behind him. That goblin pointed to the nearby empty space and said, "That's the place for setting up stalls. When you've defeated monsters in the instance dungeon, the loot can be sold here. The first beta gamers also like to form our teams here. Now that there are so many of us, I don't think this place is sufficient to accommodate all of us. I won't be explaining the contents of the novice skills training, as there are detailed strategy guides. Take a look during your free time. I'll take you to the train," the armed goblin said before he left with his group of goblins. What situation is this?" Morose was puzzled. Another armed goblin brought 20 goblins who were wearing tattered clothing over. He pointed at Morose and said, "He's the novice skills trainer, Morose. This place is the training ground. We usually form teams and do our transactions here. Remember that." There was another group of goblins queuing up behind them orderly. They gazed at Morose with anticipation. A goblin was maintaining order at the side, and he shouted, "Follow closely and don't drop out. After this introduction, those who would like to die, I'll bring you to Brainiac to experience death." Chapter 111, What Am I Doing? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the spacious main hall, candle lights that were lit up by mana were hung from the rough walls. Stretched shadows formed on walls that were constructed from rocks. Rowdy chattering voices mixed together to form intelligible noises like a group of flies buzzing around. Mana-simulated candle lights lit up a skeleton with a grey cloak. The shadowed skull was a classic textbook illustration. As the camera edged closer to the eye sockets, one could feel a strange emotion. Is the skeleton crying? A goblin, Tarot Trader, whose height was at the skeleton's thigh, asked a nearby goblin who was wearing armor and wielding a short sword. The goblin, Peasant, looked at Tarot Trader and said, "Novice, your silly behavior has attracted my attention, but there's a long queue behind you. Do you want to die?" The goblins in the queue looked and shouted out loud. "Make haste, make haste. Make haste and die. Don't take your sweet time to die. I'm thinking of taking pictures with Blacksmith Simba." "What pictures?" The veterans said the blacksmith shop wasn't one of the items in the introduction tour. "Don't you intend to improve your equipment in the future?" Tarot Trader quickly said, Die, 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 quick, quick, quick. Adjust your pain threshold to 0, otherwise, don't blame me for the pain." After Peasant finished speaking, he stabbed his sword at Tarot Trader. Tarot Trader didn't struggle. He merely moaned for a few seconds before he fell to the ground dead. "Brainiac, please help to revive him," Peasant said to the skeleton. Brainiac lifted his hand, and mana filled Translator's body. The fatal wound on his back was healed. Within a few seconds, Translator climbed up swiftly. He looked dazed at the pool of blood on the ground. Before he had a chance to speak, the goblins behind shouted some more. Gosh, this revival mechanism is very cool. How did the game pass the censorship screening? I can't see from the back. What's the situation? Don't be impatient. It'll be your turn to die soon. The buzzing sound of the chatting gamers became louder in the room. Brainiac turned his head and looked at his grave. 2 goblins were using their hands to dig at his tomb. A goblin was using all his might to bite his locked chest. A few goblins were examining the rock walls as though they were searching for something. The goblins were wandering around inside the house. Together with a queue of goblins waiting to die, it presented a strange scene. Brainiac, please help to revive him, peasant shouted once again. Brainiac lifted his hand while his listless eye sockets gazed at a faraway place. He took out his journal silently and wrote. 40. All behavioral and mental research and conclusions are invalidated. 41. What am I doing? Get lost. Devils. Little Fairy screamed at the surrounding goblins and spat violently. K-pooey. The saliva flew and landed on Sealhead Ling Chong's head. Am I considered lucky? Takia Spirit stood at the side and glanced at Sealhead Ling Chong. None of the goblins dared to get within 20 meters of Little Fairy. Little Fairy's mouth was like a water gun that could fire up to tens of meters away. Who knew how that petite body could shoot that far? But there was an exception. And that was the veteran gamer, Raintia. She was different from other first beta gamers. Some of them were famous for their combat prowess, some were notable for their detailed strategy guides, some were popular for their ingenious inventions, but Raintia was famous for her plant cultivation. A goblin who could depend on her own capability to cultivate plants and stand intact next to Little Fairy, who was one of the 10 dungeon mysteries. She was a qualified veteran, indeed. Raintia stood at the flower bed and looked at the surrounding gamers who were chatting about her, Little Fairy, and the precious plants in the dungeon. On the discussion forum, Raintia was thought to be the only goblin who could trigger the Hidden Fairy's plot. Little Fairy didn't despise Raintia. Otherwise, she would have been drowned by saliva at that proximity. Ai, it's a pity that I don't have a weapon to slash at Little Fairy, a goblin called Leather Bear said with regret. Even if you had a weapon, these NPCs can't be slashed since they don't have a health bar. Why do you think that Simba, the blacksmith, is still intact? If they had health bars, even Shirley could be slashed, a goblin with a short bow, Sylvanas, shouted firmly. Sister Vanas. A friend of the enemy. Sister N.A. The new novices were familiar with the name Sylvanas since they were active on the discussion forum for the past 2 months. Sylvanas was a rich gamer and had the character setting 00 Beauty Queen. Fragrant breath, so she attracted lots of fanboys. Many people accused her of being a man in disguise. One of them was not wearing pants. If she was truly rich and beautiful, who wouldn't want a rich Lola? A person could work for 100 years less. Sylvanas' appearance relieved Little Fairy's pressure. Many gamers fawned over Sylvanas and asked to take pictures with her. The feeling was similar to doing a mission in an online game, abruptly noticing the rich guild leader of the most power guild, and realizing he was sitting dazed on the only ride in the game. While Sylvanas was interacting happily with the gamers, Raintia was at a loss. There were too many gamers. Arthur was tapping his shield nearby. The sounds of colliding metal made the chatty gamers quiet down. Arthur said to the crowd, go to the kitchen. Chapter 112, The quality is too inferior. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragonborn and the novice gamers followed Arthur and traveled through Eternal Kingdom's trash-filled plaza. In a small house with the sign Carpenter Workshop, struck off, kitchen, a black Chiron dwarf was sweating profusely as he stirred a large cauldron that was boiling with underground water. There were no other materials in the cauldron. At the sides were piles of clay. After Mufasa stirred for a while, he used a ladle to scoop clay and placed it in the boiling water to kill the germs. Then, he placed the clay in an empty space on another side of the cauldron. He scooped a ladle of clay on the right, dipped it into the water, and placed the clay on the left. It was efficient, clean, hygienic, and tasty. There was a small sign on the ground on the left side. It had the words "Today's Special, Fat Otaku's Happy Clay. Sale price, 1 gold coin, struck off, shock price, 50 bronze coin per set" written on it. Dragonborn looked dazed with the other novices. He didn't speak a word for a long time. "Take ya spirit?" asked the emotionless Arthur, "Great veteran, I used to see the gamers discussing the eating of clay on the forum. Is that true? How do you eat it?" Sealhead Ling Chong asked awkwardly as he looked at the clay placed at the side. Arthur walked up to Mufasa and took out a card from his pocket. He said to the novice gamers, "This is a bank card." "Yes, it's what we normally use. It's made of adamantine ore." "Don't ask me about adamantine ore, I'll let you know in the future," Arthur said. "Once you've completed the first mission and obtained the game currency, you can obtain a card from Bruce the Crimson Dungeon Core at the Dungeon Lord Main Hall. The bank card is rented, and there is a 5% tax on deposits. You can purchase a card using 1000 reputation points and a silver coin, which is equivalent to 20 daily missions of carrying bricks." Arthur passed the bank card to Mufasa and said, "Give me a set of Fat Otaku's Happy Clay." Mufasa took Arthur's bank card. Then, he placed his card upon Arthur's card before he returned the bank card to Arthur and gave him a set of clay. Mufasa looked at the 200 to 300 surrounding goblins who were listening to Arthur and the groups of wandering goblins led by a few veterans. He became pale. Lord Sherlock only said a few goblins, so why were there that many goblins? It was terrifying. Like what his cousin had said, Lord Sherlock looked poor, but his background had more to it than it seemed. There were about 2,000 goblins. For the past 2 days, Sherlock only went out during the day and spent his nights in the Dungeon Core main hall. Lord Sherlock didn't do anything special, but he recruited 2,000 goblins. His capability had gone beyond terrifying. Mufasa's adoration of Sherlock had grown by leaps and bounds. Mufasa didn't understand why the new goblins wouldn't eat such tasty clay. He didn't dare to ask either. Socializing had never been his strong point. Arthur took the clay from Mufasa and ate it. After his demonstration, he said, "Eat it while it's hot. It tastes better." The new gamers clapped their hands. Using the Dungeon Core, Sherlock switched through the various surveillance images of the gamers to observe them. Most of the new gamers were maintaining order, but some bloodshed was unavoidable. Even if the goblins weren't gamers but native goblins, with 2,000 of them gathered together, conflicts were unavoidable. Sherlock had no intention to stop such conflicts. After accepting the allegiance of the new gamers, he returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall to observe them. The new gamers who arrived late were in a panic and started running around when they couldn't find Lord Sherlock. They were later given directions by the veteran gamers. Next to the spawning point is the Dungeon Lord main hall. If Lord Sherlock is not outside, then he'll be inside the Dungeon Lord main hall. If he's not in the Dungeon Lord main hall, he has left the dungeon via the teleport portal. The veteran gamers kindly said to the new gamers, "Actually, swearing allegiance is optional. It's just a formality." But some new gamers were adamant and wanted to kowtow to the devil. Sherlock was asked to come out by these obstinate gamers a few times. Soon, nobody called for him. Not all of the new gamers were that orderly and followed the veterans through the tour around Eternal Kingdom. Without restraints, the other world's gamers would do terrible things. In the surveillance images, a novice gamer went to the living quarters of the veteran gamers to steal, but he was caught red-handed. The thief was bound, gagged, and displayed in the plaza as a warning. Sherlock witnessed the event but remained emotionless. A few novice gamers were embroiled in a conflict for an unknown reason. In the bloody fighting, 2 gamers were beaten to death. The veteran gamers arrived just in time to stop the conflict from spreading. Sherlock witnessed the event but remained emotionless. 100 gamers under the lead of a gamer called Tgangren occupied an empty space at the living quarters. There were even a few veteran gamers with them. They said, "We're occupying the space. This will be our guild space. Buy your land at other spots." Sherlock witnessed the event but remained emotionless. A novice stole a handful of clay while Mufasa was busy preparing meals. The other gamers even helped him distract Mufasa by asking lots of questions. The novice second beta gamer quickly stole a few sets of clay and left without being caught. The thief and other novice gamers enjoyed their loot merrily. From the surveillance images, one could feel a sense of camaraderie, friendship, cordiality, cooperation, and positivity. Sherlock slammed the table angrily when he saw the crime. Is there any quality in the other world's gamers? How dare they steal from Eternal Kingdom? With such poor quality and conduct, I'll not let them off. Lord Sherlock, the crime is unpardonable. I'm already prepared and downloaded the relevant law articles onto your computer. I've also completed a comprehensive punishment system. Lord Sherlock, I feel that it's time to update the contents of the second beta test. Bruce said. Chapter 113, The Game Concept of PvP, Player vs. Player. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. With the large number of second beta gamers, there was unavoidable chaos which was within tolerable limits. The main point was that the first beta gamers were self-sacrificing in contributing to the development of the dungeon. The first beta gamers were highly respected on the discussion forum as they contributed strategy guides, maps, and game information. They were like heroes to the second beta gamers. The second beta gamers were meticulously selected by Brew. They were shipped the gaming capsules and given beta tester status within a short period of time. After which, the second beta test took place. As such, there was a subjugation of the new gamers to the veteran gamers on the first day. However, the situation may not last long, Brew said to Sherlock. As the adoration for the heroes diminishes, and with the highly ambitious and rich second beta gamers forming their clans and creating guilds, conflicts with the first beta gamers are unavoidable. There will even be conflict among the 2,000 new gamers. If we don't mediate appropriately and let nature take its course, nobody will carry bricks. The first thing that they will do when they get online is kill one another. There may even be other obnoxious behaviors that are not conducive for an entertaining gaming experience. Some gamers will purposely sabotage the experience of other gamers, and they won't be a minority. I feel that it's necessary to stop them from attacking each other and viewing each other as enemies in order to ensure the continued development of the dungeon. Killing each other is their favorite method of gameplay in the other world. No matter how meticulous we are, we can't avoid that, Bruce said earnestly to Sherlock. For Lord Sherlock, the most important thing is to create a discipline mechanism to prevent the gamers from stealing Lord Sherlock's property and to encourage them to carry bricks diligently. Sherlock was reading a promotional leaflet, and he waited for Brew to finish speaking before he lifted his head and said, "What you've said is logical, but what you've considered is a bit bias, Brew." Lord Sherlock, what do you mean?" Brew was taken aback. "Conflict causes chaos, but it also causes wealth," Sherlock said. "If the gamers carry bricks daily, they'll get sick even if there are new areas for them to explore. Currently, we only have a few areas for their entertainment. There's only one instance dungeon, and Spectre College can only accommodate 65 teams. It's not possible for them to raid the ancient ruins for a lifetime either. If they feel restless and quit the game, then I won't have free labor. Then there's no meaning in me recruiting 2,000 gamers. If they concentrate on killing each other, there'll be no one to carry bricks, and they'll eat up my precious resources. So, I've thought of a plan that doesn't cost money. They'll carry bricks diligently too. They may even help me earn money. It's a new type of gameplay. Brew replied, a new type of gameplay? Aren't we making use of the short amount of time to create a discipline system? Lord Sherlock, you have to have a sense of urgency. If we use violence to punish them and tell them what they should and shouldn't do, they'll lose interest in the game. Sherlock raised the promotional leaflet in his hand. Northern Underground World Gladiator Tournament invites you to participate. Thinking of marrying a rich, beautiful lady? Thinking of reaching the pinnacle of your life? Thinking of becoming the respected Lord Overseer of millions of creatures? Register with us immediately. Don't you think that PvP is a good solution? Sherlock placed the promotional leaflet on the table and tapped the tabletop before saying, previously, I had always thought of sending the gamers to the arena and letting them fight with strong opponents. Then, they would use their weak physiques to overcome the odds and earn large amounts of prize money. After observing their evil and disorderly behavior and predicting future large-scale bloodshed, I discover that my previous thinking was flawed. The more I think about this issue, the more I discover that the gamers have a limit, so Lord Sherlock doesn't treat them as creatures. Brew was shocked. What are you talking about? Why did you ask me such a strange question? Sherlock was puzzled and said, so I intend to let them become gladiators and participate in the gladiator tournament. Lord Sherlock, you are saying, if both sides of the gladiators are my servants, no matter who wins or loses, I'll make money. They won't need to go through long periods of training. They only need to register for the tournament and then participate in the next round of gladiator tournament. I'll just count the magic stones. Sherlock stood up and said, it will be 100 goblins battle or 1,000 goblins battle. That's a good promotional gimmick. There will be more spectators, and I'll earn even more. In this way, they can vent their aggressiveness and increase their fun at the same time. There are no monsters or bosses to fight, and there is limited space in the instance dungeon. Isn't it more fun for them to hack each other? They will need reputation points and coins to exchange for the tournament's application form. If there are two guilds or organizations that have a conflict, they can apply with me for a battle at the gladiator arena. I'll disguise them as gladiators and send them to the arena to kill each other. To have the chance for a savage battle, they'll carry bricks diligently to earn reputation points and coins. Sherlock inhaled deeply and exhaled in comfort. A perfect plan. What do you think of 10 magic stones for each goblin who will be sold to the gladiator arena? Though there haven't been any goblin gladiators before, the rarity will be an eye-catcher. Is 10 magic stones too expensive? No, it's not about the price. Brew hesitated and said ruefully, Lord Sherlock, you're a genius game producer. I was thinking of how to restrain the daily behavior of the gamers, but you've thought of using them to make money. As your assistant, I'm feeling ashamed for not considering things from your viewpoint. A plan that is unable to reap benefits from the gamers is a failed plan. I have one last question, Lord Sherlock. Brew said excitedly, when do we start the PvP functionality? Chapter 114, A Second Life. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A green goblin with polished armor was laying down on a clean stone slab. He closed his eyes in serenity. The word peasant was above his head. A few goblins walked quickly past him. Yesterday was tiring. It was tiresome to mentor the novices. Those silly dudes didn't dare to touch the train after seeing the beat lemon stomp goblins to death. Ha ha ha. We don't need to mentor the novices today. Let's go to the ancestral ruins to carry bricks. Shall we exchange our mission loot for rewards? There are many foreign second beta gamers. If they go in and take our loot away, we'll lose big time. You're right. Let's ask Arthur and Not Wearing Pants and see what they say. I just got online. Let me do my daily mission of carrying bricks. Go ahead, but make haste. The sound of a chatting group faded into the distance. Peasant, who was on the ground, opened his eyes abruptly. Then, he sat up noisily as his armor scraped together. The kite shield at his side was pushed away. Peasant looked at his surroundings. A few goblins were searching the row of huge chests placed along a wall. They had the title Elite First Beta Gamer in their names. There were yelling and the noisy grinding of the rocks outside. The room was 200 square meters of empty space. It was surrounded by a half-built wall, and there was no ceiling. A water jar was placed at a corner. Peasant stood up and walked towards the water jar. The water in the jar was dark and dirty. Peasant didn't mind. He scooped some water out to wash his face. Then, he went out with his dirty face. The spot without any wall was most likely the door. Veteran. Peasant was stopped by the call as he walked out. He saw 3 rather clean goblins with the names Dragonborn, Takia Spirit, and Sealhead Ling Chong. The goblin who called out was Takia Spirit. Peasant braced his chest and asked confidently, "What's up?" Veteran. "Bring us to visit the home of the pioneer." Takia Spirit requested. Home of the pioneer. Peasant was taken aback. Sealhead Ling Chong pointed at the signpost at the construction site and said, "This is the one. It's written on the signpost." The signboard had the words Home of the Pioneer on it. Gosh, who installed this signpost? Hemp rope technology. Peasant cursed and looked at the second beta gamers. They were full of anticipation. "Follow me." The 3 gamers followed Peasant and entered the only building that belonged to the gamers in the entirety of Eternal Kingdom. This is the level 1 main hall. That is the water jar for washing. The underground water well is at the flower bed. If you stay away from Little Fairy, you won't be spat at. That is the storage chest for everyone's use. Once we complete the 3 higher levels and 2 basement levels, we'll allocate single rooms, and each gamer will have a personal storage box. Those beds are stacked to save space. Once there's sufficient space, we'll use the beds. The stacked furniture was found by us. As space is limited, we're not using them now. Peasant completed his introduction. Dragonborn said, "That's awesome." Peasant was feeling very proud. "It's all right. We're now busy with the instance dungeon and have no time for our homes, otherwise, they would look more presentable. Do you know Spectre College? That's the instance dungeon with an ultra-high difficulty. Can we join? I've seen the veteran gamers challenging the instance dungeon on the forum, it's awesome. Are the skeletons getting more and more powerful?" The 3 of them surrounded Peasant and shouted, "Veteran!" Peasant was full of himself as he looked at the 3 gamers and said, "You haven't fought the underground spiders, have you? I intend to raid the ancestral ruins for treasure today." "Forget it, I'll bring you to see the underground spiders." Peasant led the 3 gamers proudly to the train. Hundreds of gamers gathered at the plaza of the training ground. The chattering voices were loud, and nobody could hear clearly within 3 meters. There was no chatting system in Eternal Kingdom. The activities such as socializing, transactions, and forming teams depended on shouting. The novice skills training ground is full. Pleading the veterans to teach the novices how to fight. Paying 50 yuan per hour. Willing to pay first. First beta gamer mentoring novices in beginners combat training. 200 bronze coins or 200 yuan per person. The session lasts until noon. Limited to 10 novices only. Forming teams. Hunting spiders. For first beta gamers only. Not for second beta gamers. Selling beginners standard equipment. There is equipment with and without improvement. Can pay with renminbi or game currency. Rich novice gamers, look for me. Selling bone backpacks. 1000 renminbi for one. First come, first serve. Selling creature parts. Selling creature parts. What? It's you again. The gamers were shouting while doing transactions or forming teams. Dragonborn and his companions followed behind Peasant. In front of Dragonborn were the fully armed Peasant, Burning Chest Hair, and Sylvanas. The training ground plaza was filled with goblins who were wearing underpants. There were about 30 to 40 goblins with armor. A male goblin, Soft Candy Girl, who was wearing underpants and wielding a rock in his hand, shouted in his firm male voice, "If the veterans don't mentor us, we novices will form our own team. Those who are not fearful of death, bring your rocks." Behind him stood an excited Leather Bear and Fat Hades Tiger, who were both wielding rocks. They were obviously a team. Surrounding them were a few second beta gamers who were watching them intensely. Dragonborn and his companions followed Peasant's group and walked over. Burning Chest Hair said softly, "Gosh, they don't have any equipment. Are they on a suicide mission? Fighting the spiders with rocks? If they bring along the equipment, won't it be lost as well?" Peasant smiled and said, "I can't stand it, ha ha ha. I remember the mass suicide that we had 2 months back." The 3 veterans chatted merrily while the 3 novices whispered to each other. "That's pretty strong. Isn't that the short bow from the merchant band? Only 10 in the game." Takia Spirit said with envy, "They are the leader's helmet and Kramer's dagger. Both of them are purple legendary equipment. They are very rich." Sealhead Ling Chong said, "The wealthiest is veteran Arthur. He obtained 3 purple pieces of equipment by paying 1 million yuan. That's super cool." Dragonborn listened to both his companions and nodded as he followed their shoutings of "Veterans, veterans." The word he uttered most in the morning was veterans. The 6 of them walked through the training ground plaza and arrived at the main entrance of Eternal Kingdom. This was the only tunnel out of Eternal Kingdom. There were fewer gamers at the main entrance since most of the second beta gamers were either carrying bricks or, if they were rich, buying equipment with purchased game currency and learning combat skills at the training ground. Or they would be at the training ground plaza negotiating a good bargain for the equipment. For a good price, the first beta gamers were willing to sell their stockpiled equipment. The main entrance was the way to the spider's lair, which looked dark and terrifying. Eternal Kingdom looked better since Brew provided lighting at many places. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the simulated sunlight of Winterfell. But, when compared to the Underworld tunnels, Eternal Kingdom was much brighter. Dragonborn gazed at the huge and dark tunnel. Takia Spirit shivered and looked at Peasant as he said, "Gosh, you veterans are awesome. During the first beta test, when there was no train, did you walk along the tunnel? That's very brave." Peasant puffed up his chest and said proudly, "It's all right. We're just a tad bit braver." Burning Chest Hair smiled and said, "This is child's play. You haven't been to Spectre College and the Spider's Lair. You'll find the tunnels too mild. Let's stop chatting." "The train's here," Sylvanas said, and Dragonborn gazed into the dark tunnel. A huge beet lemon was charging towards them. There were many green creatures sitting on the top shell of the beet lemon. Occasionally, a few goblins would fall off and vanish in the grey mist kicked up by the running beet lemon. Within a few seconds, the rumbling sound of the beet lemon running towards them was heard. Though it was the second time he saw the beet lemon, Dragonborn's hand started trembling with excitement. The tall and suave Devil Lord, the NPC skeleton who could revive goblins, the Black Chiron dwarves who served as blacksmith and chef, the gnome skills trainer, little fairy who despised them, the large and strange beet lemon, the mystical dungeon, and the gigantic unknown underworld. Only now could Dragonborn fully understand what the first beta gamers were saying on the discussion forum. This is a game, but this is not a game. Welcome to Eternal Kingdom. Your second life starts now. Chapter 115, Version 0.16 Update Log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The veteran gamers were leading the novice gamers while they charged around in the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. The Spider's Lair didn't escape the fate of being one of the famous tourist attractions. "This is the location where we battled the leader of the Houndhead Men. He was called Kramer. Awesome, awesome. Cool, cool. Where are the underground spiders? The invisible Sherlock stood by the entrance of the spider's lair as he watched the novice gamers who were wearing underpants and climbing down the beet lemon one by one. Sherlock chose to ignore the sticky stuff underneath the legs of the beet lemon. Two veteran gamers with armor stood at the spider's lair entrance and shouted at the novice gamers, "It's free to watch at the entrance, 50 bronze coins to enter the spider's lair. I'll guarantee a full intact corpse if you die. You won't lose any reputation points." Why didn't I think of such money-making schemes? Sherlock pinched his chin and pondered. "Brew, can you arrange for them to pay 100 bronze coins per day for staying in Eternal Kingdom?" "Lord Sherlock, you can't do that. There will be dire consequences on the official website," Brew said. The ecosystem of the spider's lair was badly damaged by the gamers. "There aren't any spiders at the entrance. When I last visited the entrance, there were a few spiders," Sherlock said. He had walked around inside. Besides the Spider Queen's territory deep inside the spider's lair, there were few spiders left, and the Houndhead men were extinct after their lair was destroyed. The novice gamers will probably provide the spiders with some fresh meat, but that won't last long. "Isn't it time for Lord Sherlock to find other suitable areas?" Brew asked. "Of course. I'll wait for them to empty the ancient ruins before opening up that sector. However, if the spider's lair is cleared, it would be a pity. In the future, I'll purchase some spider queens to inhabit the area. Now, I'll set up the new areas. It's still necessary to make some preparations." Behind Sherlock, tens of novice gamers were following a few veterans as they advanced towards the spider's lair. "Let's go back. I'll publish the announcement for the new game content." A fully armed orc rode on a beet lemon as it ran in the underworld tunnel. A few magical lights were spinning randomly, and they gave off dazzling colors. The magical lights came from a huge Roman Colosseum-like building. Even from the location of the orc, one could faintly hear the rowdiness in the building ahead. There were cages bound on top of the beet lemon. The cages emitted sounds of metal colliding as they swayed during the beetleman's movements. Fully armed gnomes and orcs were sitting by the sides of the cages guarding. Inside the cages were various underworld creatures. Orcs, gnomes, goblins, cockroach men, lizard men, sludge monsters, and even 3 hamsters. "Bro, could you slow down the beet lemon? I can't take the swaying. I'm vomiting." A sludge monster composed of soft mud leaned on the metal grills and slipped out. Then, he walked unsteadily to the guards and complained. "Do you think you're on holiday? You're serving your sentence. You vile prisoner. You can count your blessings that you're not being executed immediately. Have some gratitude to society. Scum." A fully armored orc yelled at the sludge monster, "Get lost. You scum." "That's too much," the 3 hamsters shouted simultaneously. Then, a hamster leaned on the metal bar and shouted, "He's only an innocent sludge monster." "That's right. Can you spare me a sip of mucus?" A gnome who was lacking front teeth banged on the metal bars in front of the 3 hamsters with a mace and shouted, "What's the holler about? You incorrigible arsonist, if you make another noise, I'll let you work the hamster wheel." The 3 hamsters became pale. The sludge monster looked gratefully at the 3 hamsters and slowly slid back with an aggrieved face. He left a trail of sticky stuff on the ground as he went into the cage and cried pitifully. "Oh oh oh, oh oh oh, it was unintentional when I swallowed the giant." "What? Sit tight. We're arriving," the orc driver shouted as he controlled the beet lemon. The beet lemon ran rumbling through the main gate of the Colosseum. It contained the words, "The Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena welcomes you." Noises of the rowdy creatures became clearer. Shouts, roars, and the bellows of wild beasts. The 3 hamsters hugged each other, their eyes opened wide as they swallowed hard. The gnome who was lacking one of his front teeth edged closer to the 3 hamsters and gave a scary smile. "Welcome to the Gladiator Arena." An orc who was locked in a cage abruptly shouted, "No. Let me go. I'm innocent." The gnome banged the orc's cage with his mace and said viciously, "What are you yelling about? I'll send you to bar 404 as a male prostitute if you make another sound. I have bail money. Stop the beat lemon." The gnome hailed the beat lemon and took the magic stone card from the orc. Then he opened the cage and urged the orc to come out. "You may leave." Sherlock sat in front of the computer and typed furiously on the keyboard. Then he checked the screen carefully. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Update Log version 0.16. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.16 Official Update. Added a new area. The ancient ruins will be opened up after gamers have cleared the ruins of treasure. Added new beta functionality, punishment system. An online game requires law. Attacking others, stealing, and other actions that affect other gamers negatively are strictly prohibited within Eternal Kingdom. For details, please refer to the book World Compendium of Criminal Law. Gamers who flout the rules in Eternal Kingdom will have their account immediately frozen for a minimum of a day. Do not steal merchandise from the shops in Eternal Kingdom, especially Lord Sherlock's property. If the rule is flouted, the beta test account will be terminated. Added new beta functionality, Guild. Lord Sherlock has generously allowed his servants to create their own organizations. Gamers can pay 100 silver coins to register their guild at the dungeon core. The guild must have at least 10 members to be created. The details regarding guilds will be uploaded soon. Added new beta functionality, Guild Location. Lord Sherlock feels that the dungeon is too noisy. He decided to lease out scarce land for the guild locations in order to alleviate overcrowding. The guild locations have 3 categories. Level 1 Guild Location. The space provided is 100 square meters. It requires a one-time payment of 20,000 reputation points and 200 silver coins. Monthly rental is 10 silver coins. Meant for 10 to 100 members. Level 2 Guild Location. The space provided is 200 square meters. It requires a one-time payment of 50,000 reputation points and 500 silver coins. Monthly rental is 25 silver coins. Meant for 101 to 200 members. Level 3 Guild Location. The space provided is 300 square meters. It requires a one-time payment of 80,000 reputation points and 800 silver coins. Monthly rental is 40 silver coins. Meant for more than 201 members. Currently, there are only level 3 guild locations. After applying for a guild location, a monthly rental has to be paid. Guild locations will be revoked if the rental is not paid. Guild locations can be upgraded or downgraded by a level. Guild location areas are not developed. Gamers have to excavate at designated locations. They have to clean, construct, and maintain the guild locations themselves. The same goes for relocating the guild. The building materials for the guild locations will not be free like in the case of the living quarters. Gamers have to pay for building materials. The rules for building at the guild locations are the same as the living quarters. Blueprints for building at the guild locations must be submitted. Gamers can decide on the building style and size within the perimeter of the guild location. Lord Sherlock will provide free services for taking pictures with him at the guild locations. The services for an opening ceremony and speech will be charged accordingly. The game producers do not accept complaints. Just do the requirements, and it is done. Advanced notice of new beta gameplay, Gladiator Arena. The Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena is the most famous arena in the north and is popular with the Underworld citizens. There is a slight problem with the legality though. Lord Sherlock decided to give the gamers a chance to prove themselves. He is currently negotiating with the tournament organizers. Once the negotiation is completed, the gameplay will be officially online. Added new bug, Beat Lemon Train Accident Bug. When gamers take the train, they may fall off the beat lemon, causing death and maiming. If gamers encounter such a bug, do not panic as it is of no use. The above mentioned are the new updates. The game development team wishes the gamers an enjoyable experience. How's that? Will the announcement of version 0.16 be popular? Sherlock asked, looking pleased with his completed announcement. Indeed, it is so, Lord Sherlock, Bruce said earnestly. Sherlock nodded. After checking it over, he published it. Chapter 116, The Calling of the Gladiator Arena. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sunny_light, your chest's gone. Your sword's gone. Your account's gone. Fix box go, not amending bugs but adding more. The coder monkey has perished. Companion reading bookworm, finally, the game has PvP? I can feel the coming bloodshed. Unoccupied Denuan, this is the game where gamers have to construct the buildings one brick at a time. Do they expect us to excavate for the land too? Crimson Feather, I am relieved to see both the first and second beta gamers being exploited. Stir-fried vegetable rice, Dragon Raja is recruiting members. Join our chat group after registration. There is a subsidy every month. Taking jujube pills, don't say any more. I am the man who is going to be the legendary gladiator. Most of the comments were on the PvP and the guild system. There was minimal discussion on the newly opened areas. While Sherlock was browsing the replies, a group of gamers entered the Dungeon Lord main hall noisily. They were there to find Brew. They wanted to set up a guild. The leader was the veteran gamer not wearing pants. Behind him were more than 20 first beta gamers. Setting up a guild required 100 silver coins. To a first beta gamer, it was difficult to come up with the money. However, with the collaboration of many gamers, it wasn't an issue. The procedure for creating a guild wasn't complicated. After accumulating 100 silver coins at Not Wearing Pants side, they registered with 90 members. The name of the guild was. A pickaxe landed on the tough diamond seam and emitted a clanking sound. At the half-developed commerce area, a group of gamers in underpants were chatting and excavating using their pickaxes. My god, the first beta gamers are rich. They're paying us 200 bronze coins an hour to help them excavate the guild location. That's very cool. Don't you know that the veteran gamers are all rich? The tens of gamers chatted while they excavated. Behind them, a veteran gamer was leading 100 gamers as he shouted, "Good! That batch of gamers, come down! We're changing the batch! Wait! Veteran! Let me excavate for an hour! I can still work!" The group of excavating gamers begged, but the veteran gamer said, "You've worked for an hour. Your strength and speed have diminished. If you want to work, go and rest. You may come back later." He urged them to come down and leave the pickaxes, which were rented by the veteran gamers. The batch of excavating gamers was switched. Sherlock sat in the dungeon core main hall and looked at the hundreds of novice gamers in the crystal ball. They were working in a few directions and helping the veteran gamers excavate their first guild location. Though there were many gamers developing the dungeon diligently, Sherlock felt strange seeing a few hundred gamers excavating the unimportant guild location. Why are these gamers always exploiting loopholes? Or, are they thinking of ways to oppose me? Is it that difficult to work honestly for me? Sherlock asked Brew. Lord Sherlock, the rich gamers are using the power of money to employ other gamers to solve their problems. This is a common occurrence as money is used to do such things, Brew said honestly. The dungeon core burst into flames, and 2 letters were thrown onto Sherlock's table. Sherlock picked up one letter, which was from the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena. He picked up another letter from Spectre College. Sherlock opened up the letter sent by Professor Bacon. Respectable Lord Sherlock. My apologies for imposing on you. It has been 5 to 6 days since there were combatants coming from Eternal Kingdom. The college is worried that there may be some issues, so I am charged with asking. I hope that Lord Sherlock does not mind. If there are any problems, Lord Sherlock may discuss them with me. I will try my best to help Bacon. Sherlock put down the letter and asked, the gamers haven't challenged the instance dungeon since the start of the second beta test. Nobody has challenged the instance dungeon, Lord Sherlock, Brew quickly replied. As the second beta testing has just started, they have been busy taking care of the new gamers and raiding the ancestral ruins. Most importantly, they have been doing missions carrying bricks. Lord Sherlock, please take a look. The details of a mission appeared before Sherlock. Mission title, The Way of the Gnome. Mission description, intelligent, cunning, agile, and strong. The Underworld gnomes possess these positive traits. Though not every trait is outstanding, the traits are pretty balanced. To become a gnome, it is not sufficient to just carry bricks. Attainment requirement, reputation level 5 and above. Mission objective, weapon level 3, 0/1. Daily completed mission count, 0/60. Successful instance dungeon conquest, 0/5. Paid silver coins, 0/10. Mission reward, attainment of the gnome race. Please look for Lord Sherlock at the Dungeon Lord main hall for the reward. After looking through the mission, Sherlock said, seems like there's no problem. No, Lord Sherlock, there's a problem, Brew said. In the veteran gamers group, besides one gamer, none of them has reputation level 5 or above. The dungeon core showed an image that depicted Raintia working diligently at the flower bed. She was smiling contentedly. It's this veteran gamer. She has attained level 6. For the past 2 months, Raintia didn't perish once and didn't recreate her character. Other gamers have recreated their character at least once. Currently, their reputation levels are at most level 4. If they challenge the instance dungeon now and are killed, they'll have to recreate their characters. Though their reputation points will not be reset to 0, points will be deducted. To achieve reputation level 5 and complete the Way of the Gnome, they are doing safer missions like raiding the ruins. Brew continued explaining, because of this mission, the magical items kept by the veteran gamers are exchanged for rewards. I informed them to place the items at a specific location for storage. I see. Then there's no good solution. Sherlock nodded. He took out a pen and some paper and wrote an address on it before taking out some powder and igniting it. He burnt the letter, which was sent to Bacon. Lord Sherlock? You've written a single address. Brew didn't understand Sherlock's intention. Just a gathering place for poor female students. This is not a problem. Bacon will sort it out. Sherlock didn't say much. He took another letter and opened it. Respectable boss Sherlock. I would like to represent all of the employees of the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena to thank you for your support. We have received your letter. You are a big boss with thousands of goblins, and we value your support. But please understand that our profession is a special one. We are very interested in your proposal of goblins fighting with the giants. However, we require your goblins to go through a selection test. Please bring along 50 goblin gladiators to our arena for a selection test within 10 days. We will arrange a suitable category for your gladiators to fight in the arena. Looking forward to your arrival Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena. It seems like the development of this matter is pretty smooth. I'll bring some gamers to participate in a fight. After the selection test, I'll be able to let the gamers participate in similar gladiator tournaments or performances, Brew said. I thought they would accept my proposal. I could then make 2 groups of gamers fight and make money for me. I didn't expect them to do a selection test. Sherlock hugged his arms and thought for a while. Then he said, with only 50 gladiators, my power will appear diminished. As they are goblins, not many of them are qualified gladiators, Brew said. Lord Sherlock, how do I select the 50 gamers? Select the gamers with the highest weapon levels. I'm confident they'll pass the selection test, Sherlock said. Package it as a hidden PvP preparatory mission. Arrange for the strongest 50 gamers to participate. Give them some reputation points and coins as rewards. We'll set out at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Lord Sherlock, I feel that it's better to delay for a day, Bruce suggested. Why? Sherlock asked. Because the day after tomorrow is Sunday in the other world. They'll have more time. We'll do that. Sherlock nodded. A black-armored goblin sat up in a room filled with goblins who were lying down. The word Arthur was above his head. As he woke, the calling of the gladiator arena, the start of the tournament, appeared in his mind. Chapter 117, The Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena welcomes you. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Gosh! Did you receive the mission? What mission? I received it. The calling of the gladiator arena, the start of the tournament. The mission reward has a title. Why did you get a mission, but I didn't? I guess it's assigned based on looks. Perhaps those with Knight Rider and godly looks will have priority. Arthur looked at the mission in his mind as the gamers at his side conversed. Mission title, The Calling of the Gladiator Arena, the start of the tournament. Mission description, the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena is the famous tournament center in the north, and it has always been a sacred place of gladiators. Many gladiators dream of having the chance to showcase their superb skills in the arena. Mission objective, proceed to the Dungeon Lord main hall to look for Lord Sherlock and follow him to the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena. There will be a selection test at the arena. There is no death penalty for this mission. Mission reward, gamers who completed the mission will obtain the title Gladiator. Mission start time, 1 hour and 30 minutes. At the first beta gamers living quarters, more and more veteran gamers received this special mission. The gamers who didn't receive the mission were feeling sour. The veteran gamers who received the mission gathered together to discuss it. The mission objective was vague and the contents general. What should they do if they lost? The reward was a title. Though Arthur was reticent, he listened to the gamers who voluntarily gathered around him to talk. Since the mission hadn't started, there could be clues to be collected. Though there weren't many NPCs, they could still try asking. After their discussion ended, they ran towards the kitchen. Mufasa. Do you know about the Northern Gladiator Arena? What? You don't want clay? I just deducted the cost of the clay. Can you pass me your magic stone card? Let me give you a refund. Sorry, what did you say just now? Sausage? I don't have such food. No, we're asking you if you know about the Northern Gladiator Arena. What? You want clay now? Didn't you say that you didn't want it? Did I deduct your money? I just took your magic stone card. You aren't buying? Okay, I'll refund you the money. Sorry, what were you saying again? Nothing. Palm. A gamer called Not Doing Not Dying, who was in underpants, fell to the ground. He gradually disintegrated and vanished. The gamers saw a system announcement in their minds. The gamer Not Doing Not Dying flouted the dungeon rules by cheating Lord Sherlock of 10 bronze coins. His account was terminated. The gamers at the side became silent. The first beta gamers arrived at the blacksmith shop. They saw Simba being surrounded by the novice gamers, and the green veins on his temple were about to burst. They went to the training ground and saw Moros conducting training. Make haste. You are the worst trainees that I have ever taught. They didn't obtain any information after they made their rounds. As for Little Fairy, she didn't have any other communication methods aside from spitting saliva and cursing. The mission was about to start. Sherlock looked at the tens of gamers gathered at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall. There were some first beta gamers and many second beta gamers spectating at the sides. The spectating gamers didn't receive the mission. They were just watching. They were discussing this PvP preparatory mission. They only chatted for a while before they couldn't speak. Sherlock walked out from the Dungeon Core main hall and exerted his dominant aura so that the gamers couldn't speak. Are you the chosen warriors? Sherlock looked at the gamers who were standing before him and said, "Very good, you look like worthy warriors. The Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena invited us to participate in their tournament, or rather, performance. This is a good chance to increase the reputation of Eternal Kingdom. You have to buck up." Sherlock finished speaking and walked towards the teleport portal. "Follow me, warriors." The dominant aura of the devil vanished, and the gamers followed behind Sherlock. The gamers without the mission also followed. What if they managed to slip in? "Come close to me, warriors." Sherlock stood at the teleport portal and ordered as the gamers edged closer. Dragonborn was being squeezed in the group. Takia Spirit, who was at the side, said excitedly, "Gosh, let's squeeze over to Shirley's side. What if we are teleported too?" Takia Spirit was still a distance from Shirley. Dragonborn was even further away. Sherlock's mana engulfed the 50 gamers. After a flash of brilliance, Sherlock and the 50 gamers vanished. They had left Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portal. Takia Spirit was disappointed and sighed with dissatisfaction like the rest of the gamers. Then he said, "Aya, I thought there would be a loophole. I didn't expect the teleport portal to be that precise. Then, creatures will not be able to." Dragonborn. Takia Spirit discovered something was amiss because Dragonborn was not at his side. "Who are you? Where's Dragonborn?" "I'm Sealhead Ling Chong." "He was teleported, you silly dude." Sherlock and the 50 goblins appeared at the Winterfell VIP teleport portal main hall. Of the 50 goblins, 49 of them had been there before, though it was only for a few seconds. But it was the first time for one of the goblins. A second beta gamer in underpants with the word Dragonborn above his head. Dragonborn looked awkwardly at the surrounding veteran gamers. He was the only goblin in underpants in the group of fully armed veterans. It was very embarrassing. "Little bro, what's the situation? Do you have the mission, or did you slip in? Is the selection for the mission based on looks?" "Impossible, the rest are all first beta gamers. He's the only novice gamer." The group of gamers talked noisily. They felt there was a problem, but Sherlock didn't think that there was an issue. The NPCs didn't care about this. That was what everyone thought. Everyone believed that Dragonborn didn't receive the mission and that he slipped in accidentally due to a bug. The atmosphere became more relaxed. The group of gamers started talking in front of Dragonborn. But Dragonborn quickly explained, "No, I received the mission." The veteran gamers were stunned, but they quickly accepted the fact since there was no rule that excluded the novice gamers. Sherlock didn't say anything. He led the gamers out of the VIP teleport portal main hall and walked to the Winterfell Beat Lemon rental center. There were a few gamers who would wander around exploring, but if they left Sherlock's side by more than 10 meters, a notice would appear in their heads. "You are deviating from the mission location. The mission is going to fail." 5, 4, 3. The other gamers immediately grabbed the lost sheep and followed closely behind Sherlock. Brew had a reason for selecting Dragonborn. This gamer received professional wrestling training and is a wrestling lover. His weapon level is exactly at the 50th position. Moreover, his name is pretty good, and he is suitable as a model gladiator. A huge beet lemon darted rapidly in the tunnel and emitted pa-ta, pa-ta sounds. Occasionally, other beet lemons overtook it and vice versa. A group of 50 goblins sat on the seats that were on top of the beet lemon. They were fastened with safety belts. In front of the seats was the emotionless Sherlock. The 50 goblins were chatting by his ears. "What? You're a mathematician? IT is a promising career. Graduation is a failure. According to my seniors in the same career path, there aren't many doing this after graduation. It's the same for my career path too. What's your career?" "Finance. The career prospects are dim. Are you graduates? Am I the only weak gal with nothing? I don't believe your crap." I almost believed you. Vanna's bro, stop talking. Nobody believes you. Arthur bro, look at them. They're bullying me. The group of gamers chatted while Dragonborn sat at the side obediently. Nobody knew him, and nobody chatted with him. The veteran gamers didn't know him and didn't speak to him. Arthur and Sherlock didn't speak a word either. Arthur had been reticent. As for Sherlock, he was tired, emotionally tired. Look at Arthur, he hasn't said a word. If only every gamer was like him, that would be wonderful. Sherlock couldn't help thinking about it. The good thing was that they had arrived at their destination. The Beat Lemon ran towards a Roman Colosseum-like building with a huge sign that said, "The Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena welcomes you." Chapter 118, Cruelty of Gladiator Fights. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Like I said before, goblin gladiators have never been explored. I know that your gladiator arena is famous in the Northern Underworld and bravery is your innovative theme, so I believe that you are willing to accept fresh ideas. In a smoke-filled room, a dark, beautifully crafted table was placed in the center. A devil sat on a dark sofa with his back to the door. He supported his head with a hand and appeared relaxed. Lord Sherlock, you're an evil devil. A poison toadman, who was wearing a checkered western suit, a coffee-colored waistcoat, and a tie and had 3 layers of fatty chin, was slumped in a huge executive chair as he faced the devil. Actually, he was sitting in the chair. Because he had lots of flesh, he looked like he was slumping. The poison toadman inhaled from a white, heated metal stick and puffed out a mushroom cloud. Then he took out white metal sticks from the round table and said to the young devil in front of him, "Don't you want to have a smoke? The taste is pretty good." "No, thank you." Sherlock waved his hand and said, "The bloody chrysanthemum tea is sufficient. What do you think of my proposal? Like I've said, I'm interested in your idea. For gladiators, it's not sufficient to be creative. The audience has to like it. Actual capability is an important factor. Otherwise, I could pull it off with some weak-looking goblins." The poison toadman took another smoke. Due to his movement during his speech, his tight jacket buttons looked as though they were about to pop off. "I understand what you're saying. I brought along 50 goblin gladiators for them to prove themselves." Sherlock spread out his hands and said with ease. "Reserve fighters." The poison toadman straightened his back, and his flesh quivered. He extended his hand, which had 4 sticky fingers, and said emphatically, "Your goblin warriors cannot be called gladiators because they're not fully registered. If they have the courage to challenge a giant like what Lord Sherlock has said, I won't hesitate to recruit them as gladiators." The poison toadman took another puff and made sucking sounds. Then he exhaled a mushroom cloud before saying, "There will be a small-scale performance. As it's not a popular time slot and the itinerary isn't new, the spectators are few. I hope that your goblins are as outstanding as you've claimed." The poison toadman smiled. Black insects crawled on the damp bricks of a wall. The chains dragging along the ground made shrill scraping sounds. On a door was a sign that had the words "Resting Room 09." The sounds of heavy panting pervaded the room. With the reflection of light from the lamps, the oily green skin accentuated the thick, strong muscles underneath. An arm that was as thick as a goblin. A tall orc whose hands were holding metal chains sat on a horizontal bench. He looked fiercely at the few goblins in front of him. The strange green words above their heads were incomprehensible. "You've been a gladiator for 10 years? Oh my god, that's awesome. Our skills trainer was a gladiator too. Do you know the gnome, Moros?" one of the goblins asked. "Moros? I knew a lot of Moros. There is a Moros Undertaker in the Money in the Bank briefcase tournament, a Moros Fire player in the Hades Inferno tournament, and a Moros Final Rider in Buried Alive. I haven't heard of a Moros in Gnome. What is Gnome? Is it a tournament?" The orc rubbed his knees and laughed as he replied. "No, it's a race, the gnome. He said he was a legendary gladiator, another goblin quickly said. Legendary gladiator? The real legendary gladiator is me. The orc stood up excitedly, his flesh quivering as though it was alive. Then it became firm like stone slabs. Big Rock Johnson. The orc stood in front of the light, and his shadow engulfed the goblins. He had an imposing aura, and the goblins looked small in comparison. Johnson. In the next script, you have to. A shout was heard outside. An elderly gnome wearing a white cloak, sporting an unkempt beard, and holding a script was taken aback when he saw the goblins in the room. He asked, "Who are these goblins? Did you let them in? Why aren't they cleaning and watching over the stage? What are they doing here?" "No, they say they're participating in the gladiator fight," the orc, Johnson, pointed at the green goblins and replied. "Gladiators?" The elderly gnome widened his eyes as he gazed at the goblins who were fully armored and wielding weapons and shields. If their goblin race was disregarded, they looked like gladiators. What did boss smoke this time? Goblins? Is our business that bad? The gnome waved his hand and said to Big Rock Johnson, "Forget it, don't worry about this. You have to be knocked down to the ground at the 10th minute. Your opponent will use his elbow to hit your thigh and then carry you for a back slam. Then you'll be KO'd. Do you understand?" "Wait, is my opponent a gnome? He's only as tall as my belly, how could he do a back slam?" Big Rock Johnson asked. "Are you an idiot? When he lifts you up for a slam, you'll raise yourself up. Will that suffice? After being a gladiator for 10 years, do I have to teach you?" Johnson rubbed his bald head awkwardly. "You can lift your scalp," peasant, who was sitting opposite him, said. "Whatever it is, prepare for your appearance. Is the soap applied on your body? When the light is directed at you, you have to appear shiny," the elderly gnome said to Johnson. "It's applied." Johnson took out some soap and showcased his shiny skin. "Okay, let's go." The elderly gnome took Johnson out. There were only 5 goblins left in the room. Arthur, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, burning chest hair, and peasant. "What do we do?" Not wearing pants asked in the silent room. "Ah? What shall we do?" Peasant looked confused. "For the next gladiator fight, do we go out? What shall we do?" Not wearing pants replied, "Shall we discuss our tactics? Though the mission description didn't mention mass fighting, won't the group that wins receive greater rewards? I feel we should execute a precision range strike." Sylvanas took out her short bow and caressed it lovingly. "A precision strike on our teammates," Burning Chest Hair said. Sylvanas jumped up and strangled Burning Chest Hair's throat with the ends of her bow. She pulled her bow and said viciously, "If you belittle me again, I'll give you a precision death. I'm dying. Gosh, I'm dying. Release him. The fight hasn't begun, and we'll be down by a gamer." Not wearing pants and peasant hurried to save their teammate. Only Arthur was silent as he sharpened his short sword with a whetstone. Noises were heard outside as the 4 goblins were scuffling. "Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to today's Northern Underground World Professional Wrestling Tournament. I'm the host, let me welcome Big Rock Johnson." "What? He's using a prohibited weapon the moment he appeared." "No. Guards. Guards, oh my god. The situation is out of control. My god, this is the most bloody professional wrestling competition that I've ever seen. This competition shouldn't be called outlawed. This is totally inhumane. What? My words are censored." The 4 goblins continued scuffling. "My god. Johnson's equipment was taken away, brutally stolen. Take a look. The equipment was swallowed by Metal Devourer. Seems like Metal Devourer is winning. I look forward to the mass fight between Metal Devourer and 50 goblins. Can Metal Devourer swallow the goblins and their equipment? The 4 scuffling goblins stopped and sat in their seats. Not Wearing Pants looked at Sylvanas and asked, "We'll stand behind you. Can you execute your precision strike? Make haste. You fat lazy hamster prisoner." "Pa, pa, pa." A gnome with a missing tooth cracked his whip in front of 3 spinning hamster wheels. 3 hamsters sporting O-faces ran on the hamster wheels continuously in front of the gnome. An orc peered in and said, "The special blood effects above are done. We don't need the hamster wheels anymore. Let the hamsters do some cleaning up." The gnome nodded and yelled, "Sinful ones, you can stop now. Go and clean the resting rooms." Chapter 119, 3 Hamsters. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Voila! Voila! A tiny crawling insect was sprawled on the wall of a corridor. As the sound of chains dragging was heard, the insect's feelers quivered twice, and 3 furry hamsters carried their hand chains and walked to a room door. Resting Room 09. The words were written on the door. "I want to go home. My fruit." The eyes of the middle hamster were full of aggrieved tears. "Aren't they going to give us our meals?" The hamster at the back was full of grievances. "Don't give up. We can escape this prison," the hamster at the forefront said firmly. They heard voices coming from within the resting room. "You can climb on his head and use the weapon to stab his eyes. What if our equipment is swallowed?" "No problem. I'll distract him. If I die, use the opportunity to kill him. I'll stab his heart." "Kulu." The foremost hamster swallowed hard. The hamsters behind were trembling in fright. The foremost hamster raised his paw and knocked on the door. "Is it our turn? Open the door. I wonder when the mission ends." Voices were heard from within, and someone came to open the door. 2 goblins stood at the doorway, and 3 goblins sat on the horizontal benches meant for the competitors. As the goblins were short, their feet were unable to touch the ground when they sat on the benches. The scene should have comical. However, seeing the goblins wearing shiny armor, wielding sharp swords, and looking at them with razor-sharp gazes, and after hearing the discussion just now, it was a different story. The 3 hamsters trembled once again. "Zi! Zi! Zi!" the 3 hamsters said to the goblins consecutively. The goblins were taken aback by the words of the 3 hamsters. Not Wearing Pants was the first to recover as he had a sharper acuity. "This is a mission. I said that holding us in this room for tens of minutes with all the drawers locked wasn't normal." Burning Chest Hair said confidently. "What do you mean?" Peasant looked puzzled. "You're dumb." Sylvanas pointed at the 3 hamsters and said, "Take a look at the 3 hamsters. They're not taking small roles. They're the crux to the plot." "And what about this?" Sylvanas raised the paws of a hamster and pointed to the metal handcuffs as she said, "They say Winterfell death row inmates. In games, death row inmates usually have missions. They're mostly NPCs with missions." Palm. As the paws of the hamster were too small, the handcuffs that were placed on them fell to the ground when Sylvanas lifted the paws. The hamster immediately picked up the cuffs and placed them on his paws. He shook his head and emitted panicked noises. "Zi! This kind of sound." Arthur nodded and said, "I agree. How do we communicate with them?" The 3 hamsters looked at the 5 goblins talking. Though they understood their words, they couldn't understand what they meant. "Do you have missions for us?" Not Wearing Pants stood out and said to the hamsters, but they only emitted anxious sounds. "Zi! This kind of sound? That isn't right." Sylvanas stood up and said, "You asked for missions the moment you met an NPC? And you're a professional game broadcaster? You have to pay attention to the sense of immersion. Didn't games let you kowtow and do odd jobs? Isn't that a sense of immersion? Let me try." Sylvanas pushed Not Wearing Pants away and looked at the wide-eyed hamsters as she said, "We're warriors from Eternal Kingdom. We're the heroes who rescued the Underworld from Kramer and vanguards who resisted the Void Legion. How can we help you? Zi. The three hamsters only made the same sounds. Forget it, they're just ordinary hamsters. Burning Chest Hair didn't harbor any hope. Why isn't Shirley here yet? We've waited so long. Do we have to wait for a day? I'm going out at night for a movie date, Peasant complained. Are the daily missions too easy, or is Lord Sherlock too generous to allow you the free time to fall in love? Burning Chest Hair had just finished teasing when the three hamsters immediately spoke. Lord Sherlock. Is that Superior Devil Sherlock? Zi. The hamster sitting at the front raised his paw and knocked on the head of the last hamster as he shouted, "Why are you chirping? Can't you see the situation clearly? If we find Lord Sherlock, we'll be saved. And we get to eat." The hammered hamster quickly asked, "Where's the food?" The eyes of all the goblins, including Arthur's, lit up. "So you were sent here to find Lord Sherlock, and you can't divulge the identity of the creature who sent you." The three hamsters sat their fat buttocks on the benches. In front of them were 5 fully armed goblins who were surrounding them. Not wearing pants was posing a question to them. "Yes, that's correct. We can't tell you. If we tell, we won't get any more food. Perhaps, you can tell us your names?" Sylvanas asked. "Big Boss. Second Boss. Fat Otaku." The three hamsters replied with their names readily. "We'll help you," Burning Chest Hair said frankly. The three hamsters were surprised. They looked at the 5 goblins as though they were their benefactors. "Thank you." As they gazed at each other, Peasant said, "We'll help you to escape and look for Lord Sherlock." The 3 hamsters were moved to tears. "Thank you." They were quiet for a few seconds. "We've accepted this mission, Sylvanas repeated the words twice. The 3 hamsters looked at each other and bowed deeply to the 5 goblins. "Thank you." Peasant wanted to say something but was stopped by Not Wearing Pants. He grabbed the other gamers and led them to a corner for a discussion. "What's up? Pants, aren't you experienced? Think about it. Why isn't there a mission notice and mission rewards? Vanna's bro, you wanted me to stay away, and now you're asking me? Don't ask. I don't know. Stop bickering. According to the peasants' gaming experience, this must be a strange encounter system." "Strange encounter? What's that? Tell us more." "Chest Hair bro, didn't you play something with a strange encounter system before? It's in the online games where you obtain an item without any mission notification. During the discovery of the mission, the rewards are either bountiful, or there's nothing at all. You're saying that this is a strange encounter?" "Yes. Arthur bro, this is most likely a strange encounter. I think Peasant is right." "I agree. Let's help them first. I hope it's not a mission by the producers to taunt us." While the gamers were talking, the 3 hamsters were also chatting amongst themselves. They're very curious. Why are they repeating themselves? They look insane. Do we believe them? They look insane. Do we believe them? The 2 hamsters slapped Fat Otaku. They heard the voices of the gamers coming from behind. "Big Boss, Second Boss, Fat Otaku, don't worry. We'll help you. We accept this mission." Not Wearing Pants stood akimbo and stuck out his thumb. With his armor and the sword at his waist, he looked like the protagonist of a popular comic. "Gosh, that looks cool. I've always wanted to have such feelings." Not Wearing Pants turned his head and said to his companions. "That Big Boss Hamster asked courteously, how do you intend to help us escape?" The 5 goblins looked at each other. Then, they gazed at the 3 hamsters. "Squeeze a bit, should be able to squeeze in," Arthur said as he went into deep thought. "The goblins are ready." A gnome carrying a script walked to resting room 09 and shouted at the metal-canned goblins, you're up next. Perk up and perform your best. Fight your best. The spectators were listless the entire day, so shout with more passion. Do you understand? The goblins stood up quickly. 3 of the goblins were walking awkwardly and looked uncomfortable. As the 5 goblins followed the gnome out of the resting room, there were 3 goblins in the resting room that had the following words above their heads: peasant, Sylvanas, and burning chest hair. Why did I use rock and rock paper scissors? Sylvanas shouted in frustration. Forget it, Vanas bro. Aren't we cheating in broad daylight? Arthur and Not Wearing Pants said they'll share the rewards with us. Burning Chest Hair knelt down in anguish as he hugged his head and sighed. I wanted to fight in the arena so much. Chapter 120, The Tournament Starts. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dark and damp room, only 2 horizontal benches were placed at the walls. The walls, which were made of bricks, were crawling with strange vines and a layer of green lichen. A rusted metal door was at the room entrance, and outside the room was a tunnel that shimmered with some lights. There was faint shouting and clapping coming from outside the tunnel. It's the 5 of you. Are all of you present? The gnome holding a script looked at the goblins, who didn't respond. He said impatiently, Okay, I know you're not so smart. I'll say it once, so listen up. When you go out and see Metal Devourer, don't be afraid. Attack for a while before fleeing. Of course, it's best if you don't flee. The gnome said, if you can last until the end without fleeing, once it ends, each of you gets a clay chicken. Wait, can I have a clay chicken now? A fully armored and helmed goblin raised his hand and asked. This goblin looked strange. From the gap in the helmet, black and white fur peeped out. It looked like a furball was stuffed into the helmet. Who would do such a thing? Another goblin pulled his hand down and said firmly, No, you can't. The gnome glared at the goblins and said, You're here for a gladiator fight, not crosstalk. The gnome muttered softly, How can I do my job? Goblins are being used as gladiators. The crowd started roaring as though someone was cheering. The host started speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, the next wrestling match is the most anticipated event. After Metal Devourer defeated Big Rock Johnson, he has to face more challengers without time for rest and healing. He doesn't even get the chance to go to the toilet. He will be fighting continuously against 50. What? It's not continuous. Let me see. Oh, it's like this. The rowdiness outside erupted again. The host quickly said, He'll battle 50 goblins at once. For Metal Devourer and the goblins, whoever defeats 10 contestants will receive a sizable prize. A high-end, custom-made, and rare piece of equipment. Gladiators. Fight hard. The gnome unlocked the chains and said to the 5 goblins, Good. It's your turn. Fight courageously. With more violence. The spectators love that. The gnome opened the metal door. 2 goblins unsheathed their short swords and advanced as the other 3 goblins trembled in fear. They walked out of the dark tunnel, and the lights became brighter as the noise became louder. It was the cheering of the crowd. Arthur instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword tightly, and Not Wearing Pants inhaled deeply. I didn't expect the game's PvP to be so realistic. My blood's boiling. Don't forget our strange encounter mission, Arthur said to Not Wearing Pants. Don't worry, don't worry. When the others see the 3 NPCs without names, they won't attack us. Arthur shook his head and said, That might not be the case. The 3 wobbling goblins behind Arthur and Not Wearing Pants were 3 hamsters stuffed forcibly into armor. The hamsters walked slower and slower. Kulu. The 3 hamsters swallowed hard. When they arrived at the end of the tunnel, they were met with bright lights. The 5 of them squinted their eyes at the eye-piercing brilliance, and they were unable to see the spectators. The cheering by the side of their ears indicated what the arena was like. Where was their opponent? Not Wearing Pants became used to the bright lights. He blinked. In front of him was a circular Roman gladiator arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of creatures. In the spectator stands were tens of creatures dispersed all around. The spectators looked so tiny, like the floating bubbles of the ocean. But the cheering was very clear and distinct. "Hey, why are you standing there like fools? Fight, we're getting tired." In the corner of the spectator stand was a skeleton wearing a shirt. He was shouting at the dazed goblins. In front of the skeleton was an object similar to a crystal ball. Not Wearing Pants was sure he had seen that before in the ancient ruins, but the actual details were different. Those noises seemed to emanate from the crystal ball. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Not Wearing Pants heard the strange sounds. The particles of clay fell in front of them. He lifted his head and gazed at the nearby spectator stand. A fat gnome was sitting in a nearby spectator stand. He was holding a bucket of clay and was eating and making ka-cha sounds. In the 2 seats beside him were various tidbits. There was a small gnome to the side. On his head was a handmade green cap, which was made of beast skin. He was wearing bell-bottomed pants and holding an unknown red beverage. "Dad, why are there goblins?" "Ah, perhaps they have cash flow problems since the gladiator arena hasn't been popular for the past few years. However, the arena has its charm," the fat gnome said listlessly. "Father, I don't want to watch. It's not exciting. It's fake. Can we play with other stuff? It's not easy for you to have a holiday with me." "Dad, I want to play the Sky Dragon." The little gnome made a racket. "AI? But Dad likes wrestling." "Okay, okay. Let's go and play Sky Dragon." The fat gnome wanted to watch the gladiator fight, but the little gnome insisted, so he stood up reluctantly and started putting away his food. There were 2 less spectators. Not Wearing Pants lowered his head, and the shouting and cheering of the crowd rang in his ears. They were created using mana since there were only tens of spectators. All of this made Not Wearing Pants confused. The more he thought, the more terrified he felt. The more he thought, the more he felt anger. He discovered a truth of this realistic game. Are the game producers toying with us? Creating such a scene and making a lich play music in front of us? Are they taunting us as silly goblins? You're such weak creatures and want to have millions of spectators? Go and fly kites. It must be like that. D*MN. I don't know, Arthur looked dumbfounded. In the arena, the gamers continuously shouted. Lousy game producers. D*MNU. D*MNU. My blood's boiling. Is it meaningful to create such a scene to taunt us? Be humane. Lousy game producers. I'm going to the discussion forum to smear you to death, you silly dude. And other similar curses. The 3 hamsters heard the shouts that were filled with killing intent. They squirmed their necks in their helmets. They were unable to squirm any further. Though the gamers were unhappy to see the dismal spectators, the gladiator mission was still ongoing, so they were unable to go offline and post on the discussion forum. Who knew if the mission would be ongoing if they went offline? It was a mission with a title reward. Only 50 of them were selected from the 2,100 gamers. According to the presenter, if they defeated 10 opponents, they could obtain a special and custom-made piece of equipment. Custom-made equipment? Could it be purple legendary equipment? The gamers were unhappy with the scene production. If it wasn't the only virtual reality online game, they would rage quit. Lousy game producers. At least, that was how they felt. However, they yearned for purple legendary equipment. Everyone was preparing for a bitter battle. At that instant, a wyvern flew by, and his screeching reverberated in the entire arena. Dio! The wyvern bellowed and swooped down rapidly. A strong and fully armed gnome jumped down from the back of the wyvern. Palm! The gnome landed using the most effective method with knees on the ground. I'm Metal Devourer. Nobody can defeat me. Ayo! If his knees weren't on the ground, it would be a very imposing entrance. The cheering of the crowd became louder. The fat gnome who was putting away his food laughed a few times before sighing. I've seen this show for tens of years, yet I feel it's interesting. The youngsters nowadays like violence, bloodshed, and excitement. It's dead. Let's go. I want to play Sky Dragon. The little gnome urged his father. Then, the fat gnome left the arena with his son. Ladies, gentlemen, the most anticipated moment has arrived. Will the goblins have the final victory? Or will our metal devourer wipe them clean? Let's wait and see. Make haste and fight. Make haste. I want to see bloodshed. Bloodshed. Fight. Don't waste our tickets. With only 4 shouts from the spectator stands, the other spectators seemed rather civilized. A few gamers started shifting. There were 3 teams, and they shifted towards Arthur. Be careful. They're going to get rid of us. Arthur grasped his short sword and said to Not Wearing Pants. Zi. The 3 hamsters let out nervous cries. Chapter 121, Learn Blacksmithing from Me. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Spectators. We can see how the short goblins in full armor appear comical. They charge at each other and don't dare to antagonize Metal Devourer, who is standing in the middle like a victor. Nobody dares to get close to him as he swings his wooden club. Oh! The goblins are fighting. They use their swords. To stab each other. A male lizard man presenter, who was standing on a high stage, overlooked the goblins killing each other. The arena became a grotesque massacre ground. Random voices came from the spectator stands. Bro! Impressive! That's more like it. The orc and gnome battle was trash. The orc lifted his own scalp and flew up. It was too fake. Where did they find such goblins? Interesting. The lizard man was stunned. Being a professional, he suppressed his fear and continued speaking. We're seeing a goblin hack another's arm and biting the goblin's ear. Oh my god, is that a head? It's flying up? Metal Devourer is leaving the arena. He's walking towards the resting area. He spoke to the referee and left with him. I have to report this to security. The situation is out of control. The tens of spectators were excited by the bloodshed. The fighting in the arena wasn't that bloody, at least not spiritually speaking. The 3 teams charged towards Arthur and Not Wearing Pants. They had only run halfway when they noticed that 3 goblins didn't have green names. That meant they were NPCs. Not Wearing Pants charged out and shouted to the other gamers, please stop. We've received a hidden mission. The 3 of them are Winterfell's death row inmates. They're thinking of escaping the prison and finding Shirley. The gamers responded excitedly after hearing Not Wearing Pants' words. Why are you so lucky? Where did you receive this mission? What are the rewards? Call me daddy, otherwise, I'll kill both of you and your mission will be gone. Wah! That's vicious. I like it. Let me see if I can hit your mission NPC. A gamer hacked at a hamster with his weapon. Zi. The hamster was shocked. He wobbled in the loose armor and ran behind Arthur for protection. 20-odd goblins chatted while the other gamers were still performing a massacre and providing entertainment to the spectators. Soon, a team of fully armed orcs rushed into the arena and subdued the fighting gamers. Don't move. Kneel down and hug your heads. Stand there. Did you hear me? Stand right there. Don't resist. Lord Sherlock, the fat boss of the arena, the poison toadman, looked at the grotesque corpses being carried out of the arena. He was dumbfounded as he looked at Sherlock and said, "What's this about? Like I've said, my goblins are excellent gladiators. They'll bring sizable profits to your arena." Sherlock smiled as though he didn't see his servants' grotesque corpses. "No, it's not about the profits. If someone investigates, the Underworld Labor Union. The arena boss looked worried. Sherlock took a uranium stick from the boss' chest pocket. He used mana to light up the stick and then put it into the boss' mouth. The Underworld was such a wonderful place once. Chaotic and without order. Innovative art erupted everywhere. The rowdy gladiator arena was a symbol of unlimited wealth. But now, look at the pathetic gladiator line. Frankly speaking, I'm a passionate lover of gladiator fights. I'm in the dungeon daily, thinking of new and innovative gimmicks for the arena. Sherlock pointed at the grotesque corpses of the goblins and said, but they're different. They're the new age darlings and the hopes of the gladiator world. Think about it. The goblins, which are like rapidly multiplying ants, can provide new stimulation to the senses. The spectators will like it. How's that? My price is fair, 10 magic stones for each goblin. Nobody will lodge complaints and sob over deaths. Nobody will sit on the beetleman's head and harass you. The boss took a few puffs of the uranium stick and spat out a mushroom cloud. But the death compensation. Don't worry, I know your difficulties. Don't worry about death compensation. But the goblin's equipment, Sherlock lifted up a piece of damaged armor at the side. Understand, I fully understand. We'll take care of the equipment. How can we let Lord Sherlock pay for the equipment? The arena boss was full of respect for Sherlock and gave his promise. Sherlock and the arena boss had another round of intimate discussion. They decided to create their terms and choose a date for a formal contract. The proceedings went smoothly, just as Sherlock had expected. I didn't expect the gladiator arena to be in such a pathetic state. During my time, gladiatorial combat was a very popular sport, Bruce said nostalgically. It was out of my expectations too. I haven't visited a gladiator arena for more than 100 years. The times are different, Sherlock sighed and saw the gamer not wearing pants walking to his side. Shirley. Not wearing pants said secretively to Sherlock, we've received a hidden mission. Please take a look. Sherlock gazed at the secretive not wearing pants and followed him. Sherlock saw Arthur, 3 goblins without green names, and 3 unclothed gamers standing in a corner. Though they were wearing goblin armor, black and white fur was peeping out from the helmets. The eyes were different from that of goblins as well. They were hamsters. The 3 hamsters spoke in voices that suggested inhalation of helium. Lord Sherlock. We're pitiful. Are there things to eat? Arthur stood out and said to the hamsters, we've completed your request. This is Lord Sherlock of Eternal Kingdom. Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Lord Sherlock has a dungeon. Where's the food? The 3 hamsters spoke at the same time. Pom, pom, pom. A slim goblin named Raintia sat on a pile of soil at the flower bed. Little Fairy sat on her bed and looked at the sad goblin who was sitting in front of a wilted flower and wiping her tears. This goblin would always cry silently every time the flowers wilted. The other gamers observed from a distance. They wanted to console Raintia, but they were wary of Little Fairy spitting at them. Little Fairy stood up and walked towards the wilted flower. The gamers retreated when Little Fairy advanced. She squatted down and used her white fingers to touch the wilted flower, which came back to life after that. Raintia looked dumbstruck at Little Fairy, who rose up, shut her eyes, hugged her arms, and looked proud. Humph! It's not because you're sad. I saved the flowers because I pitied them. Don't be mistaken. Little Fairy waited for a while, but Raintia didn't respond. She said, what a rude goblin. You're indeed an evil underworld creature. Sorry. No, thank you. Raintia said as she returned to her senses. Humph. I don't intend to keep you as my disciple. You look like someone when you cultivate the plants. Cultivation is not done like that. Fool. The surrounding gamers shouted in anger, why are you scolding her? She's my Raintia goddess. Little Fairy spat saliva. K pui. The furnace was lit with fire in the blacksmith shop as Simba worked on the diamond seam. Standard equipment was created like a water flow from the magic furnace. There was a long queue outside. They were the novice gamers waiting to buy equipment. Simba had dark eye rings as he hadn't rested for 3 days. He hadn't even smoked for 3 days. He didn't have time. Since the novice gamers arrived, the stockpiled equipment was all sold. The goblin worked like crazy excavating and carrying bricks. Once they received bronze coins, they came to him to buy equipment. They were thin with hunger and looked as though a breeze would blow them away. Why did they not buy food? Why were they suffering from hunger? They should buy food to eat and a bed to rest. What was the use of buying equipment? Were they able to be gladiators? Palm. He hammered extremely hard as he felt angrier the more he thought about it. Why did he have to work harder than the goblins with a pittance? He looked at the goblin, Sealhead Ling Chong, in front of him. He was taken aback. Yes. The crazy workaholic goblins. Hey! Ah! Sealhead Ling Chong was stunned as he gazed at Simba, who hailed him. You look pretty. Why don't you learn blacksmithing from me? Simba asked. Ah! The group of goblins behind rushed forward. Teach me. I want to learn blacksmithing. Chapter 122, Dragon of Helling Empire. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock brought his goblins back to Eternal Kingdom. The gamers who weren't brought back were disintegrated using mana. Because they couldn't wait for their corpses to revive, they recreated their characters. There was no penalty for death in a special mission. When Sherlock returned to the dungeon, he discovered a strange thing. Little Fairy was squatting with Raintia and discussing something. The veteran and novice gamers surrounded them at a distance of 20 meters and listened to their conversation intently. The strangest thing was at the blacksmith shop. The novice gamers and tens of veteran gamers knelt down around the blacksmith shop to beg. Blacksmith. I want to learn blacksmithing. Let me be a blacksmith. I can be 996. A novice gamer called Magical Beastman with 4 Carp Kings shouted the loudest, Blacksmith. I know what Eternal Kingdom looks like at 4 AM. Let me learn blacksmithing. This fellow is watching the scenery at 4 AM. He doesn't look diligent. Choose me. I'm carrying bricks at 4 AM. Simba threw his hammer out of the blacksmith shop. Whoever shouts again, I'll teach him a good lesson. The area outside the blacksmith shop became deathly quiet. The blacksmith shop was filled with tens of good-looking goblins. Sherlock thought for a while before he returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall and browsed the forum. He found a popular post by a novice gamer, Water Orchid, whether you can learn blacksmithing with your looks. Studying the aesthetic values of the NPCs. The post was about Simba recruiting good-looking goblins as his apprentices. Raintia was also good-looking. There was a criterion for learning life skills, which was that the goblin must be good-looking. The conclusion was, that whether the molded face was good-looking affected the chances of learning life skills. Sherlock rubbed his face and asked Brew, what's going on? Let me check the data. 20 minutes later. So that's how it is. Sherlock sipped his cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and thought for a while before saying, where did they obtain their mana? Training one's magical power is not an easy feat. Without mana, there's no way to harvest the plants quickly or activate the magic furnace. Do they expect to plant for a few months or create equipment for tens of days like in the other world? With regards to these issues, Lord Sherlock, please take a look, Brew said as an image appeared above the dungeon core. Under the guidance of Little Fairy, Raintia extended both her hands, which were accumulating white mana. The gamer was fondling a sprout, and she smiled contentedly. She didn't look tired from using mana. Sherlock narrowed his eyes and said, that's my mana? The goblins that I summoned can use my mana. Yes, they can, Lord Sherlock. Brew explained, they were created using your mana. Using the explanation of the surface world, you used mana to create them, so you're their god. They worship you, love you, and are loyal to you. They are closely related to you and can use your power. According to what I know, if the believer is devout enough, he can obtain the Holy Lord's power after worshipping him. The more devout the believer, the greater the power. That was the power of the sacred light. Mana requires long periods of training for manifestation, but this occurrence is like a mutated mana and is similar to the power of sacred light. Their powers are not trained but obtained from you. As for the quantity of mana, it depends on their races. Every race's magical tolerance varies. I feel that this is an important research topic that can be studied by Brainiac. Sherlock tried to organize his thoughts. Simply said, I'm their stored mana pool. When they feel like using mana, they'll learn to feel mana before opening the tap. And it'll be an accessible flow once it's opened. Sherlock massaged his face as he inhaled deeply and asked, how long can I live? Lord Sherlock. Brew was shocked. Though 2,100 gamers aren't considered many, what if all of them learn to feel mana and use it like tap water every second and every minute? Even if I'm a superior devil, do you think I can survive the month? Sherlock looked haggard and muttered to himself, there are many computer games that I'll like to play. Lord Sherlock, this joke isn't funny. Brew was a bit tongue-tied. Then he said, Lord Sherlock cut off the mana pool from all the gamers with the exception of Raintia just now. In consideration for my safety, I have to close my tap permanently. Sherlock looked as though he was going to die just now, but he laughed heartily. This is a pleasant surprise. Every devil is able to create life using mana. I don't think anyone will want to use normal creatures. But Lord Sherlock, it's not a good solution to disable the gamer's mana channel permanently. Most of the gamers would like to learn mana. Aren't you going to let them experience it? Of course, I'll let them have a taste. This is a very good way to make them do hard labor. Sherlock waved his hand as though he was drawing a blueprint. New system, mana. A goblin can use 100 units of mana daily until it's exhausted. On the second day, they can use reputation points to buy a small blue potion to recover 10 units of mana. How's that? I can think of ways to make them work diligently. Lord Sherlock, you're an excellent strategist. Brew said excitedly. For the detailed plan, I have to see the posts on the forum. Frankly speaking, I'm still not sure of the gamers' preferences. Let me create a post to ask. Sherlock accessed his computer and created a post on the forum. Post for soliciting feedback on magical-related profession. Hello, gamers and friends. The second beta test was warmly received by gamers. The development team has decided to release a new system, mana. Hence, we are soliciting feedback from gamers. I will explain the current settings used by the development team. Sherlock sat in front of the computer and tapped furiously on the keyboard. Sherlock was planning to make the gamers work harder and create new gameplay. At Ancient Ruins number 85, which was the ancestral ruins to the gamers, tens of goblins were scavenging the ruins using their bare hands. There were the words Leather Bear, Tkangren, taking jujube pills, and Pele Wong above the heads of the goblins. Load them onto the small pushcart and push it back to exchange everything for rewards. Chairman Tkangren said that a bronze coin is equivalent to 2 renminbi. That's twice the price of the market. Taking jujube pills shouted to the working gamers. Thank you, boss. Thank you, chairman. We'll work hard to make the chairman poor. Are there YY activities tonight? Is Leather Bear Gal singing? What singing? I sang the song Hate Beyond Death last night. I almost died, so I'm not singing. The few gamers chatted merrily as they cleared the rubble in the ruins. In the ancestral ruins, there was a lot of debris and hidden stuff which could be exchanged for reputation points and game currency at the dungeon core. Currently, the most important things in the game were reputation points and game currency, as they were used for almost everything. The gamers could obtain both by searching for treasures in the ancestral ruins. With the appearance of 2,000 novice gamers, the search for the treasures in the ancient ruins accelerated. The gamers went deep into the ruins to search for treasures. What about the floor and furniture? Those that could be carried were all transported out. The items couldn't be disposed of as they liked. Items that were labeled as trash, such as rocks, metal scraps, and heavily damaged furniture, were thrown at the garbage center at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall. Items like candle holders, good furniture, nice floor tiles, and wall bricks were kept by the gamers. Those with organizations placed the items in an empty cave at the living quarters to indicate their occupation. Those without caves would find a convenient location to store the items. Nobody would steal the items in Eternal Kingdom. Previously, a gamer was caught stealing from an NPC, and his account was terminated. Nobody tried stealing other gamers' equipment since it would be disastrous if their account was terminated. To be able to play Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom was a blessing from a previous life. As the gamers were searching for treasures, someone found something amiss and shouted, "Wait, there's a huge basement door." Everybody gathered to take a look. Indeed, there was a huge basement door. It was dark, and nothing could be seen. Someone charged inside and shouted, "Waa!" His voice reverberated inside. After that, there was a sound. Roar! A loud bellow came from the basement. A huge claw bashed through the floor and captured a few gamers. The pupils of a huge beast peered through the bashed hole, and the area surrounding the eyeballs was full of scales. "Who dares to awaken the Helling Dragon?" the creature with the large eyeballs said. Chapter 123, I Am Still a Child. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock was still planning a comprehensive mana system to make the gamers work diligently when the forum exploded with activity. A novice gamer, Leather Bear, created a post. Sensational news! The dragon and dungeon are standard configurations. A dragon was found while excavating the ruins. As for the other posts, the lousy game producers make updates secretly. Calling the post creator. Veteran Raintia discovered a new profession. Calling the post creator. Detailed methods on how to fawn on the blacksmith. Calling the post creator. Sherlock was going to read these posts later since he was curious what the silly gamers would write. He was surprised that a dragon had appeared in the dungeon. Due to the appearance of the dragon, he didn't receive many replies. Everyone's attention was focused on the dragon. The content of Leather Bear's post was simple, it was just a blurred picture of the dragon. Leather Bear said that a few of the gamers were captured in the dark, black house and then thrown out soon after. They were puzzled as to what had happened. Some gamers stayed back to stand guard, while others went to get more gamers to observe. Sherlock closed the pages of the forum and made use of the dungeon core to observe the gamers. In the surveillance images, a group of goblins were inside the dark ancestral ruins. They organized themselves into 5 orderly queues that passed through the entire ancestral ruins. They walked consecutively towards the room. Veteran gamers were maintaining order at the sides of the queues. Those at the back, catch up. Go in 5 at a time. Don't let too many go in at the same time. The floor's not stable. If it collapses, it'll be disastrous. Open your eyes widely once you're inside. Whoever sees it will shout, a fully armored goblin with the words Elite First Beta Gamer above his head said to the queuing goblins. Inside the queues, there were gamers who shouted out. Make haste, make haste. Why does it take so long just to see a dragon? What the heck? Are we still playing the game? I've waited in the queue for half an hour. My kid's finishing school. I have to go offline. Can I jump the queue? What does the dragon look like? Is it a 5-clawed dragon or one with 2 wings? That's so cool. Fancy discovering a dragon. How many things did the lousy game producers update secretly in the game? That's hilarious. The announcement for version 0.17 is coming out soon. I'll bet 100 bronze coins. Just take a glance and get a screen capture. Once you're offline, take your time to examine the picture. Oh my god! Selling equipment. Selling equipment. Is anyone employing coolies? I'm selling my labor. I can excavate, carry bricks, and do all daily missions. Dragon Raja Online Gaming is recruiting members. Waya. D*MN. It's you again. Stop yelling. The gamers were very excited. Sherlock adjusted the surveillance images to follow the gamer's queue. He arrived quickly at the end of the queue. In the room, there was a gaping hole that would allow 6 to 7 goblins to jump in. There were small holes by the sides, and the room looked wobbly. 5 gamers from the queues would jump into the gaping hole. After 10 seconds, they would be thrown out. The gamers continuously queued up and jumped inside just to have a glance at this fantastical creature. Have you seen the dragon? Did you see it? When gamers were tossed back, the gamers at the side would question them. No. It's dark. I was grabbed after a few seconds inside and then thrown back. Is this a bug? Should be a boss or NPC that wasn't installed properly. Possible. This might be an air wall. You'll get repulsed after 10 seconds. Gosh, this lousy game has an air wall. This is a dungeon. Expect the unexpected. Sherlock adjusted his view and went through the bashed hole into the dark basement. A few gamers were thrown out, but they didn't affect Sherlock's surveillance. Sherlock's view advanced through the darkness until a claw appeared in his view and disrupted his surveillance. It's really a dragon. Lord Sherlock, by his looks, the dragon isn't old. Though it was pitch black, Bruce seemed to be able to see everything. Indeed. I feel a need to have a conversation with the dragon. Sherlock stood up and made himself invisible. He arrived at the ancient ruins via the rune mana formation. He went through the main hall that was stacked with magical items. They were found by the gamers and submitted to Brew. Sherlock would take the items away when there weren't many gamers around. The anti-mana cloth used during this period could be wrapped around the dungeon core 10 times. He went through the labyrinth and arrived deep in the ancient ruins. He bypassed the gamers who were queuing up restlessly and gazed into the dark hole. The gamers couldn't feel it, but Sherlock could feel the aura of the dragon. Despite the overwhelming aura of the dragon, the gamers looked like it was normal. Normal underworld creatures and even high-level undead creatures like vampires would tremble at the aura. Seems like the creature that was troubling Lord Sherlock is actually a dragon. Did Lord Sherlock discover that it was a dragon? You were reluctant to enter and let the gamers enter instead. Bruce smiled as he asked. I didn't know it was a dragon. When the dragon came out, only then did I know. The aura of a dragon is hard to detect unless it's in close proximity. Sherlock shook his head as he jumped into the hole. At the same time, he exerted his dominant aura to prevent the gamers from leaping down. Then, he cast a simple silence and concealment spell to cover the entire hole. The gamers outside gathered since they couldn't understand why they weren't able to get close to the hole. They guessed that perhaps the sexy coder monkey was hot fixing the bug. Sherlock disregarded what the gamers were saying. He merely gazed into the dark space. A devil? Ha 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 ha. A loud, hoarse voice rang like drums in Sherlock's ears. Sherlock covered his ears and said, Dragon speech mana isn't used like this. Sherlock stepped forward, and a ring appeared where his leather shoes were. It was like a pebble dropping into a pool of water and creating ripples. He took a second step and new ripples formed at his feet. With Sherlock stepping, the ripples emanated. The loud drum-like voice rang beside his ears. I didn't expect to meet a devil, especially a superior devil. Are you stealing the treasures of Helling Dragon? You've overestimated your capability. The voice wasn't a problem. As Sherlock's mana ripples emanated, the loud drum-like sounds became softer and more childlike. I am named the Dark Flaming Mana Lord, dark scorch hot-tempered dragon, guardian of Helling, dragon of eternal seal, master of darkness and harbinger of hell. Leave my territory, naive devil. You'll be swallowed by my dark flames. If the voice wasn't childlike, the words would be rather imposing. But with the young voice, the feeling was different. Is the young underworld dragon that immature? Or rather, times have changed. Is his behavior caused by the education received while he was young? Brew asked as he tried to restrain his smile. No, at least the few dragons that I have encountered were normal. Sherlock shook his head and stopped walking. The ripples also faded. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Darkness faded from his location, and the original scene of the cave appeared. Before him was a dragon. Grey brick walls surrounded the empty room. The floor was removed, and a pit was excavated. The pit was full of items that shimmered, and a black dragon sat upon the shiny items. Sherlock wasn't afraid. He walked in front of the dragon and felt the dragon aura at close proximity. The lizard skull was lifted high up. Dark scales overlapped and protected the body of the black dragon. Even the weakest part, the eyelids, were covered with thick scales. The spikes on his back formed along his spine, and his long tail curled at his front. The 1.5-meter-long black dragon had sharp teeth and was full of vigor. The dragon lifted his head with difficulty to see the face of the tall Lord Sherlock. The dragon opened his mouth at Sherlock and revealed his 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. Then, he let out a childlike roar. Ayo! Sherlock searched his clothes for a while and took out some credentials. It was his archaeology credentials from Winterfell. He squatted down, held the credentials in front of the dragon's eye, and said, "I'm an employed archaeologist from the Winterfell Merchant Alliance, Sherlock. These are my credentials. This is Ancient Ruins number 85. You have trespassed into these ruins without approval and flouted the Underworld Ancient Ruins Universal Law. Who are your parents? I have to inform them. Apologies, it's my bad, Mr. Sherlock. Please don't do that." The black dragon lowered his head like a kid who had done something wrong. "What's the meaning of Helling Dragon? Are you a descendant of the ancient empire of Helling?" Sherlock asked as he put away his credentials. "No, the legend sounds cool, so I hope to be like them." The black dragon lifted his head and showed his innocent face. "Can you let me go? I'm only a kid." "No, you're under arrest," the superior devil said. Chapter 124, Someone is taking the hits. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dungeon core main hall, a young black dragon sat in the chair with his folded wings and his 2 claws placed on the table. His rear legs tried to touch the ground, but they were too short. He tried a few times discreetly but failed and gave up. Sherlock took a pen and some paper. In front of him was a magical table lamp that was aimed at the black dragon. Name: Dark Flaming Monolord, Dark Scorch Hot-Tempered Dragon, Guardian of Helling. Gender: The Dark Flaming Monolord has no gender, the young black dragon said with a childish voice. Age: I am the immortal, all-knowing, powerful dragon. If you don't cooperate, I'll call your parents. I understand. Sherlock concentrated on his writing for a while. Then, he took out his personal seal and read the contents of the paper out loud. According to the Underworld Ancient Ruins Universal Law, the punishment for trespassing in an ancient ruins is death. Please sign to confirm. Sherlock passed the paper to the young black dragon, who was full of astonishment. He looked at the paper, dazed. Underworld Supreme Court Verdict. Defendant, Eggface. Age, 180 years old, considered an adult. Will be subjected to full criminal responsibility. Gender, androgyny. Crime, trespassing in private ancient ruins. Verdict, death sentence with immediate effect. Executor, Sherlock. Seal, Lord Sherlock. Wait for a moment. I'm not 180 years old, I'm only 2 years old. Why do I have to be subjected to criminal responsibility? Who's Egg Face, the young black dragon, Egg Face, shouted in panic. Sherlock took out an adamantine rock and infused it with mana. Soon, images and voices appeared from the rock. Age. I am the immortal, all-knowing, powerful dragon. Sherlock slammed down on the table and said, "Good. Your crimes have been fully recorded. Next is the execution of your sentence." Wait a moment. I want to find my mom and dad, the young black dragon shouted nervously, but Sherlock didn't give him a chance to explain. The young black dragon wanted to escape, but a pair of hands had grasped his wings, like gripping a 1.5-meter chick in one's hand. The young black dragon emitted an anguished wail for rescue. If there was a huge dragon nearby, he would be able to hear it in an instant and would come for this pitiful 2-year-old black dragon. Unfortunately, within the vicinity of Eternal Kingdom, there was no chance a huge dragon was around. Sherlock used his leg to kick a wooden pail over. Then, he held the young black dragon above the pail and took out a knife. Get ready for the death sentence. Wait a moment. The young dragon continued to struggle and opened his mouth to breathe out flames. As he was too young and not fully matured, he was unable to breathe out any flames. There's nothing to wait for, you evil black dragon. There's only one way if you don't want to die. Sherlock held the dragon's wings with one hand while he took out a contract, the Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Interns Contract, Universal Version. Come, drink some tea, Egg Face. Sherlock passed a cup of crimson bloody chrysanthemum tea warmly to the young black dragon who was sitting in a chair. This time he was more down to earth. He lowered his head, and his 2 claws were rubbing against each other. He looked aggrieved. His eyes glanced at the document in a briefcase at the side. The revealed corner of the document had the words Egg Face Start of Internship. I'm not Egg Face. I'm Dark Flaming Monolord, Dark Scorch Hot-Tempered, the black dragon said feebly. I know, Egg Face, Sherlock said as he patted Egg Face's shoulders. What's the meaning of Egg Face? Are you insulting me? The black dragon opened his eyes wide as he looked resentfully at Sherlock. How can that be? I don't insult others. This is a compliment. In dragon terms, it means all-knowing and powerful dragon, Sherlock said casually. Impossible, I know how to say that using the dragon language. I've learned dragon speech and passed it. Next year, I can go to school. This is a dialect, my Egg Face. Sherlock sat down and smiled at the black dragon. Yes, Egg Face, let me explain your job. We require your help in mutating the Houndhead men. Yes, can you stand up? Yes, go to the dungeon core. Don't be afraid. I'm going to bring you into play for a while, Sherlock said to Egg Face as he brought the small dragon to brew. Egg Face was full of terror. After standing for a few seconds, Sherlock said nicely to him, Good Egg Face, come, I'm going to ask you some important questions. Sherlock looked at Egg Face. Why did you trespass in the ancient ruins? I teleported in. Egg Face replied without hesitation. The discussion forum was rife with the recent game events, and it exploded with posts and comments. Especially the posts about the contents that the game producers had secretly updated. Of course, not wearing pants post was one of them. Let us discuss the secret contents that were updated in the game these past few days. Hello everyone, I am not wearing pants. Recently, many important events occurred in the game. Let us go through them one by one. 1. Firstly, it's the PvP mission The Calling of the Gladiator Arena, the start of the tournament. I don't have to elaborate more. My previous post has more details. As a reminder, if you encounter the 3 hamsters, talk to them and mention Lord Sherlock, the dungeon lord who set up a dungeon. In this case, you will trigger their plot. It is considered an obvious strange encounter mission by the game producers. The rewards for this strange encounter mission are generous. There are equipment, reputation points, and coins. The following are the pictures of the hamsters. Big Boss, picture. Second Boss, picture. Fat Otaku, picture. Yes, they are the 3 hamsters. 2 professions are available. I am honored to interview our first beta gamer goddess, veteran Raintia. Let us welcome her with a round of applause. The following are my interview recordings. Not wearing pants, greetings, veteran Raintia. I am your fanboy. Raintia, W. Not wearing pants, good, let's go to the questions. How did you trigger Little Fairy's cultivation mission? Raintia, I didn't do anything. Not wearing pants, but only you are able to get close to Little Fairy, are you not? Raintia, I was only cultivating the flowers near Little Fairy so that the flowers would have a better chance of survival. If the flowers are far away, the plants will wilt faster. This is the rule that I discovered when cultivating the plants. Not wearing pants, I see. I am writing this down. Why did Little Fairy not spit saliva at you? Raintia, actually, she spat saliva at me too, but later she didn't. Perhaps, I didn't talk to her. Every time you talk to her, she will spit saliva. I feel that the design of the NPC is to have us give her more space, instead of harassing her daily. That is what I feel. Not wearing pants, it's highly possible since Simba is also one of the NPCs who doesn't like to be disturbed. Raintia, yes, I agree. This game is like a second life to us. Perhaps the NPCs are actually development team members? I feel that the NPCs aren't coded or simulated. Not wearing pants, is it like the haunted houses that have a real cast? Ha ha ha. It's possible. I feel that it's a way for me to gauge future games. This is the first virtual reality online game. Not wearing pants, good, thank you, Raintia Goddess. Did everyone remember? Don't harass Little Fairy. That was my interview. I feel that Raintia Goddess is correct. As this is a new virtual reality online game, we cannot use our outdated viewpoint to interact with the NPCs. I will do some tests along this line in the future. 3. It's the topic that everyone is concerned about. The dragon. I'm sure everyone is clear about that. I won't say more. I am going to discuss the events that happened after. We have follow-up information about the dragon. The dragon is staying in Eternal Kingdom. He just appeared in a hole. We are guessing that there are definitely plots and a storyline. Here are the pictures of the dragon. Picture. 4. Blacksmith skills. Those who are ugly have no chance. I am showing the face that will make Simba accept you as an apprentice. Try to imitate this face. Picture. As you can see, the game producers secretly updated a great deal of content. We shall wait patiently for the announcements. That will be all for today. Good night everyone. Just as Sherlock finished reading Not Wearing Pants post, Brew asked, Lord Sherlock, I am bothered by what the young black dragon said. He said that he was teleported in 2 days ago, but I'm sure you would be able to detect strange things immediately, right? Brew continued saying, that means that there are other creatures inside the ancient ruins. Sherlock squeezed his chin and said, I'm feeling uneasy. Forget it, the gamers will be the ones to take the hits. Let me update the game contents. Chapter 125, version 0.17 update. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Large scales reflected brilliance. Spikes populated the spine all the way to the tip of the tail. Huge dragon claws were tucked in at the stomach, and large teeth looked like sharp daggers. The commerce area of Eternal Kingdom was fully occupied by a large dragon. Its body length was 150 meters. The goblin's eyes lit up with strange sparks as they surrounded the large dragon. If Sherlock hadn't prohibited them from getting close to the huge dragon, they would have caressed the dragon, used their teeth to bite him, or stabbed him with a short sword. The huge dragon didn't know why the goblins weren't able to get close to him. He thought they were afraid of the dragon aura. "You are such pathetic goblins. Do you want to be my underlings? I'm the eternal guardian of death, dark flaming monolord, dark scorch hot-tempered dragon. This dungeon may be dilapidated, but I like it. I intend to create my Devil King's dragon lair. You goblins are suitable to be my underlings. Me. Choose me. I am 007. I'm the most hard-working. Whatever mission is no problem for me, I'm the brave one. As long as Eggface gives an order, I'll sacrifice everything for you. Can you assign me the mission first? I haven't prepared my meal. Veterans. We can't cross over." The goblins chatted wildly after they heard the black dragon's words. Eggface didn't understand what they meant, but seeing the excited goblins, he lifted his head and wanted to give a bellow and consolidate his prestigious position in Eternal Kingdom. Before Eggface bellowed, he saw a tall figure pushing the goblins aside in the crowd. The tall figure advanced towards him. It was a superior devil. The emotionless Sherlock walked through the crowd, which gave way to him. He walked towards the black dragon. He walked in front of the dragon as the dragon gazed at him maliciously. "Give me some face," the black dragon said in a loud drum-like voice to Sherlock. Sherlock looked at the 150-meter-long huge dragon that occupied more than half of the commercial area that the gamers had painstakingly excavated. Sherlock walked forward. This time, mana wasn't activated. The gamers shouted. "Plot animation. It's serious. Is Shirley fighting with the black dragon? I'm selling dark clay at the front row, fresh dark clay." Sherlock walked into the huge dragon's body. D*MN. It's a bug. Come and take a look. It's hilarious. Shirley is going through the dragon. What the heck? Is this game dungeon, bug? Is there a reward for exposing this bug? There's no submission page. How are you going to submit the bug? Expose this bug on the forum. Perhaps, there will be a reward. As the gamers were bickering, Sherlock arrived at the black dragon's core. The 1.5-meter black dragon sat aggrieved on the ground. Sherlock grabbed the black dragon's wings from behind as though he was gripping a small chick. Sherlock didn't use his mana. To the gamers, the illusion created by Eggface's dragon speech mana was intact, but they couldn't see Sherlock because Sherlock was engulfed by the illusion. "I'm the eternal guardian of death, dark flaming monolord, dark scorch hot-tempered dragon. I'm." In front of Sherlock, the small black dragon lowered his head and spoke with a grievance. "I know, Eggface." Sherlock lifted the small black dragon. With the help of the illusion, he went deep into the commerce area. "But you can't change the game settings as you wish. I'll have problems explaining." "Yes, this will be your temporary home." Sherlock threw Eggface into a small pit that had a goblin's bed. Then he asked, "What else do you need?" "I need servants who will help me conquer the world, the best nail clippers, and a pile of shimmering treasure that I can sit on," Eggface said. Take a rest," Sherlock said gently and left. The dungeon didn't have day or night, but there was time. At 3 a.m., in the dark dungeon core main hall, the diligent Devil Lord Sherlock was busy working so that his adorable citizens could have blissful and carefree lives. Sherlock typed furiously on the keyboard. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.17 update log. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.17 official update. Amended the content that allowed the gamers to enter the hidden room in the ancient ruins. Now, gamers are unable to enter. Added new NPC, Black Dragon Eggface, the reincarnation mission The Way of the Houndhead Man and the related NPC. Please do not get near the dragon as it is highly dangerous. The black dragon that the gamers witnessed in the morning was a bug created by the technical team. I have removed the bug. The actual black dragon NPC will be introduced at a later date. Added new professions, cultivator, blacksmith, and others. Added new mission type, profession mission, follow the mentor's instructions. There is no reward. It will hone the skills of the profession. Added new content, gamers products, the gamers may DIY and be innovative within the limits of the law. Added new content, mana, the underworld is a place filled with mana. After the update, gamers will have the chance to experience the existence of mana. Mana can be used with cultivation and blacksmithing. The amount of mana received varies according to race and reputation level. The same goes for mana recovery. The higher the reputation level, the greater the mana recovery rate. The race determines the upper limit for mana. Added optional content, mana limit increase, the mana limit varies according to race. The mana limit can be increased via enlightenment, meditation, and other training. The difficulty in increasing it is high, so don't have too much hope. This is optional content. Added possible bug, mana loss. If you discover that your mana is dry, don't panic. It is possible that Lord Sherlock used the mana in an emergency. Chapter 126, Crowd-funded chapter name. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock's post attracted many passionate replies from the gamers. IC_Mizuki, this bug is too serious. Green Lantern Bitter Bamboo, lousy game producers, come out to receive a beating. Meeting you at the deep end of my life, DIY? I want the Frostmourne. Piking, the commentator above is a Dota gamer. Nameless, what an update. Degree, what the heck? Zaya Silao, the update logs of other games remove bugs, but you are different. Interesting. Tune, I can foresee that when a gamer is forging a piece of epic level equipment, their mana will be gone. I sealed Luokan, hehe, the resourceful veterans will come up with a method to increase the mana limit. Easterly breeze blows on the poplar by the militia, within the limits of the law. Make a row of homemade mortars, then tie them together. It becomes a homemade 107 rocket launcher. Bulletin is obsessed with you, the previous commentator is 6666. Hemp rope technology, just wait. I will try. Sherlock felt that the gamers were mostly pleased with the new updates, but he had some doubts. Sherlock was puzzled and asked, Brew, why are they still thinking of bombing my dungeon? They aren't going against you. If possible, they'll want to bomb Arad, Stormwind, and Orgrimmar. Brew was helpless, but he quickly said, Lord Sherlock, since you've officially introduced the concept of mana in the update, I feel that there is a need to put mana skills in the schedule. Mana skills? I'm able to provide a mana pool for the gamer's use, but mana skills, Sherlock spread out his hands and said, are you expecting me to spend money to buy a lot of runes and then carve them on their bodies so that they can shoot out fireballs? I've considered the runes, but the cost is too high. Hasn't Lord Sherlock thought about dragon speech mana skills? Brew asked. Sherlock pondered for a while and replied, have you duplicated Eggface's dragon speech mana skills? That small dragon didn't have any spiritual defense. After leaving the protection of huge dragons, it's not difficult to enter his mind and duplicate the dragon speech mana skills. The gamers won't be able to use the dragon speech mana skills directly. Coincidentally, the Mandarin language of the other world is quite similar to the dragon speech, which has mana potential. Of course, we'll have to refine the language and mana. Using the Mandarin language will result in a weaker manifestation of the dragon speech mana skills, but it's a good replacement for the lengthy training of mana skills. Brew said. The gamers only need to come to me for the duplication of the dragon speech mana skills incantation and memorize the corresponding Mandarin incantation. Then the gamers can use Lord Sherlock's mana to execute mana skills. This is a convenient method. Most importantly, the huge dragons won't be able to understand and discover that we've stolen the dragon speech mana skills and come after us. The other world is more powerful than I thought. How many dragon speech mana skills does the little dragon have? He's only 2 years old, so I don't think he knows a lot. Sherlock asked. He doesn't know many, only 100 different dragon speech mana skills, but for the gamers, they will be sufficient. On this basis, we can create a skills diagram, skill titles, and put a description on the forum. We can add damage values and mana usage to help the gamers understand better. This sounds good. Sherlock nodded. I believe that with mana skills as a new skill set, it will propel the dungeon to the next level of construction. Actually, I'm quite satisfied with their construction progress, Sherlock pondered deeply. Then he said, what you've said makes sense. If I can stimulate them to work harder, why not? Just a few seconds ago, I had a concept for them to work even harder. Did Lord Sherlock have another excellent strategy? Brew asked. Sherlock stood up, and one of his hands moved as though he was drawing a diagram. To create the feel of a game, there must be a ritual. Let them work hard and complete the missions to obtain more reputation points that they can use to buy mana skills. You may create a mana skills list with different categories. Put in the reputation level and reputation points requirements. You are indeed very smart, Lord Sherlock. Brew complimented. But there's another problem, Lord Sherlock. What's the problem? Because of the young dragon, once I translate the duplicated dragon speech mana incantations, there's a bit. Brew hesitated for a while, then he gave up and said, I think it's better for Lord Sherlock to take a look. A row of words appeared above the dungeon core. The hidden wind fairy in the air, hark my summoning and come to my side. Fragments of the Nightmare King, liberate the world's prohibition. The black, frozen, and formless blade shall merge with my power and body to destroy the godly spirits. The key of hidden dark powers. Show me your true power. Between our contract, I command you to destroy the seal. Disintegrate, reality. Blossom, synapse. Banish this world. Sherlock was silent for a while. Then he said, these are what the dragon created as dragon speech mana skills. From the incantation style, that is so. The more than 100 dragon speech mana skills have a similar style. Brew sounded helpless. Will the gamers be able to accept this? Sherlock sounded awkward. Considering their preferences, it shouldn't be a big problem. Brew sounded uncertain. Sherlock nodded and said, we try it out on a gamer. Peasant stood in front of the dungeon core. He was excavating in the ancestral ruins and had almost upgraded his reputation level to become a gnome, but a mission notice gave him a shock. Hidden mission, the way of the mana skills. Mission description, you have been awarded mana skills while working hard. Proceed to the dungeon Lord Main Hall and listen to Lord Sherlock's suggestion. Mission reward, you will learn a mana skill. Peasant was full of hope as he stood at the dungeon core main hall. Brew duplicated a dragon speech mana skill in Peasant's mind. The hidden wind fairy in the air, hark my summoning and come to my side. It was Peasant's first time learning a mana skill. He followed Brew's instructions and used his other world's common language to execute the variant dragon speech mana skill. The wind fairy hidden in the air, hearken my summoning and cometh to my side. Chapter 127, The Way of the Gnome. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Peasant opened both his hands. After shouting the incantation, he held his breath. Faint mana wisps appeared from his hands. He couldn't believe his eyes. Though he had adjusted the pain threshold to the lowest setting, he could feel the sensation of mana gathering in his hands. It was like the hand feeling the wind when he was traveling at 60 km per hour. He yearned for this kind of feeling. Peasant's gaze was firm. Though he was only a goblin, he could foresee that he would be the greatest magician in the Eternal Kingdom. He raised both his hands. The magical wind created by mana protected his body. It feels like being blown by 3 electric fans, a gamer said as he extended his hand to sense the magical wind circulating around peasant. Gosh, that's cooling. It feels good. Yes, it is. Once a gamer felt the wind, the rest of the gamers also tried feeling the winds. But the gamers weren't satisfied since the magical wind disappeared after a few minutes. The gamers asked peasant to try again. He started to chant the incantation, and a magical wind appeared once again. The gamers happily felt the wind with their hands. Sherlock stood inside the dungeon core main hall and watched the gamers queuing up to feel the magical wind created by peasant. What are they doing? Sherlock asked. He was bewildered as he observed the excited gamers. They seem to be driving, but I don't have proof, Bruce said with regrets. Is the transformed dragon speech mana skill abnormal? Isn't it a bit weak? Sherlock asked. Brew replied, this may be due to the language. I followed the template of Mandarin as the basis. If he speaks Mandarin, the effect will be better. Then add a few more templates. Use my mana and the dragon speech mana variant. If they can only use such feeble mana skills, it's going to be a waste. Though we're using the dragon speech mana to stimulate their diligence, wasting an opportunity isn't my style. Sherlock wore his windbreaker and made himself invisible. Then, he walked to the rune mana formation. Take good care of the dungeon, Brew. I'm selling a batch of magical items from the ancient ruins. Dark night fell gradually upon the Eternal Kingdom. To know the time, besides looking at the clock, one could observe when the gamers went offline. When almost half the gamers went offline, it was an indication that night had fallen. Even if there were 2,100 goblins working in Eternal Kingdom, not many gamers witnessed what the dungeon looked like at 1 AM. Simba extinguished the fire in the magic furnace and stored his tools properly. He then took a bundle of books and went back to his little house after locking up the blacksmith shop. He met his cousin Mufasa along the way. The exhausted Mufasa greeted Simba and went back to sleep. Simba didn't blame Mufasa because they were working very hard during this period of time. Normally, Simba would want to go back and sleep, but today, the situation was special. Simba didn't sleep the moment he returned to his room. He sat in a chair and put the bundle of books on the table. He lit a magical lamp and pulled it closer. Simba touched the book cover with his rough fingers as he smiled contentedly. He took out a pen, flipped open his journal, and started writing. Blacksmith Beginner's Examination, total score 100 points. Examiner, Simba. Exam Candidate, Sealhead Ling Chong. 1. Write down the second detail of the third step of forging, 10 points. Answer, increase the flame in the magic furnace and control the infusion of mana. Forge and hit at the special location using the mind's thought and the indication on the furnace. Simba marked the examination scripts and thought about his interaction with his students. Though they were goblins, they were adorable in their own ways. To observe the smelting in detail, the goblins put their heads into the furnace. To forge with the fastest speed, the goblins didn't have the chance to grab tongs, so they used their hands to grab the red-hot pieces of metal. To forge the highest quality sword template, the goblins used their fingers to pick out the impurities even though their fingers would add more impurities. Simba recalled fondly and smiled contentedly. Before long, he had finished marking all the examination scripts. Simba looked at all the books that were drawn with 0s. He decided to improve his syllabus 10 times. He wanted to improve their memory skills and do spot checks. Dictation of the blacksmithing process and doing examination scripts were also to be emphasized. Simba went to his bed and closed his eyes serenely. He was thinking of buying the book 3 years of forging and 5 years of simulation for them to do their homework tomorrow. Humph! Little Fairy hugged her arms and turned her head away. She passed a bag to the slender goblin in front of her. I'm not rewarding you because you're a fast learner. Don't be mistaken. Though it was late at night, she was still enthusiastically mentoring the weak-looking goblin Raintia. Choose a seed from the bag. These are my precious seeds. The underworld fools don't understand the power of these seeds. Though I'm a slave. Humph. I don't want to share my experience. I'm going to sleep. Little Fairy said halfway and abruptly left in a huff. Raintia was left with a bag of seeds in her hands. Little Fairy went back to her bed and shouted, "Don't take the whole bag of seeds. Choose one seed and return the bag to me." Raintia looked dazed at the bag in her hands and chose a seed. Then she closed the bag carefully and returned it to Little Fairy before walking to the flower bed. She looked for a good spot to plant this tiny seed. Raintia lifted both her hands and aimed at the seed location. White mana infused into the soil, and the seed received the mana infusion to grow. It gradually quivered in the soil. On the discussion forum, Peasant received a hidden mission all of a sudden and learned a mana skill. As his Mandarin was unintelligible, the power of the mana skill was greatly diminished. Because of Peasant, a post titled Mana Skill notice appeared on the discussion forum. The game development team was testing the stability of the Mana Skills system. They intended to test it for 2 days before making the Mana Skills system official. The game development team also solicited feedback from the forum members. Though Mana Skills weren't officially launched in the game, a strange phenomenon occurred in Eternal Kingdom over the past few days. Gather. Gather. Mandarin classes. Professional Mandarin tutor. Proof of examination certificate with excellent A grade in the forum. 100 bronze coins per gamer for a class duration of 60 minutes. Those who want to become a magician, don't miss the classes. The Mana Skills system is about to be launched, a goblin shouted in the training ground plaza. Simultaneously, a group of goblins carried bricks while they recited, Big Bro carried a basket over a wide drain. As he crossed over the wide drain, he saw a strange dog and knocked over his melon basket. The melons fell out, and Big Bro blamed the dog. The gamers' passion for learning Mandarin reached a new peak. Even those gamers who were battling in the spider's lair practiced their Mandarin while fighting the monsters. As for Spectre College, none of the gamers entered the instance dungeon for 10 days. Because reputation points would be deducted if the team was annihilated. Everyone was trying to accumulate reputation points and change their race to a gnome. In the ancestral ruins, Arthur threw the last magical item into the rune mana formation and exchanged it for reputation points and game currency. His reputation level was finally right behind Raintia's, and he became the second gamer to attain reputation level 5. He immediately received a mission: The Way of the Gnome. Chapter 128, My Comrades. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Those green hands were covered by thick layers of dust due to long periods of carrying bricks. There were 400 to 500 similar goblins. A 1.5-meter-long small black dragon sprawled at his cave entrance. The 2 claws were clasped on the rock walls, and he revealed half his face as he observed the surroundings discreetly. His small tail was swinging excitedly as though he had seen something interesting. As the great eternal guardian of death, Dark Flaming Monolord, the dark scorch hot-tempered dragon was warned by the evil superior devil. Don't use your dragon speech mana to create illusions. Otherwise, I'll forfeit your chance for corrective labor and execute you immediately. The superior devil wasn't joking. Eggface saw that he was serious from his gaze. Eggface couldn't help quivering his rounded body when he thought about the terrible devil. Eggface was prohibited from using his dragon speech mana, so his plan to subjugate the weak goblins as his servants was dashed. But he had an alternative plan, which was to use his dragon aura to attract the goblins. He was going to tell them that there was a terrifying huge dragon at this location. Ayo! Eggface instinctively opened his mouth and made a soundless wail. Then, he extended his dragon aura to engulf the heads of the vulnerable goblins. After carrying these bricks, my reputation level will upgrade to level 2. What? You're leveling up that fast? I worked for half a month. My hair's getting bald, the goblin pointed at his bald green head and shouted. Eggface frowned. This goblin wasn't honest. He didn't have any hair at all. Why did the goblins not kneel down in fear? Eggface tried to boost his dragon aura. 30 minutes later. A small black dragon sat on the ground and leaned on his bed. His rear legs were sprawled on the ground listlessly. He wanted to place his front legs on the rear legs, but they were too short. Even if he curled up his soft white belly, he couldn't do that. He shrugged as tears of grievance welled in his eyes. As a black dragon, he couldn't even intimidate a few hundred goblins. The goblins were chatting jovially even when he was exerting his dragon aura. After excavating the diamond seam, they would pick up fallen clay and eat like nothing had happened. Dragon aura? They didn't even fart. As Eggface was despondent, a figure appeared before him. It was a lich. Eggface lifted his head and watched the lich. Then, he lowered his head and said, I'm eternal guardian of death, dark flaming monolord, dark scorch hot-tempered. Eggface, is that correct? Can I address you like that? The lich asked politely as he looked at Eggface. He was a black dragon and a pretty young one. Only a superior devil could be insolent to a black dragon. Powerful, all-knowing dragon. Eggface finally finished reciting his script. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Brainiac, the Lich of Eternal Kingdom. I'm your colleague. Nice to meet you, Brainiac said politely. I was asked by Lord Sherlock to talk with Lord Eggface in regards to the mutation of the Houndhead Man. The goblin Arthur looked at Brew as he submitted his reincarnation mission. The Way of the Gnome. Mission description: Lord Sherlock intends to recruit some gnomes as his servants. Perhaps you're a good choice? Before that, you have to prove yourself and your loyalty. Mission objective. Paid silver coins, 10/10. Carried bricks 24 hours. Compliment Lord Sherlock on the discussion forum 1/1. Mission reward: become a gnome. Warrior of Eternal Kingdom. After completing this mission, Arthur felt emotionally drained. Thank goodness. Everything was smooth sailing. Arthur inhaled. After the mission submission, a system notice appeared before him. Congratulations on the completion of your mission and on obtaining gnome qualification. You can choose to reincarnate now or in the future. The reincarnation chance will be kept for you. After reincarnation, all equipment will be converted to game currency and returned to the gamer. The soulbound legendary equipment can be reforged at the blacksmith shop. Please note, legendary equipment might have a shorter length after reforging. The missing portion will be refunded in game currency, and that is to be determined officially. Choose whether you are reincarnating. Arthur chose to reincarnate. Then, he walked into the dungeon core. Behind him were a group of gamers who gathered to watch. There weren't many gamers since Arthur chose to reincarnate at 5 AM. That was the time with the least number of gamers. Even with a highly popular game such as Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, there were only 400 to 500 gamers on at 5 AM. Most of them gathered to watch Arthur reincarnate. Okay. I'm prepared to take the screenshots. Not Wearing Pants was standing by the side, and Peasant, who was at the other side, gave an OK hand sign. Not Wearing Pants intended to record the entire process of Arthur's reincarnation and then post it on the forum. Morose, who had woken up early, stood at the steps to the carpenter workshop. He was holding a bowl of hot clay and asked Mufasa, who was firing the clay, what are they doing? Religious ritual. I'm not sure, but they'll come over to eat once they are done. Mufasa sounded hopeless. His eyes were as black as the dark caves. Morose turned his head and asked casually, you can emulate your cousin and mentor disciples. See how relaxed your cousin is? Last night, I saw him coughing blood. Mufasa was taken aback. He thought carefully and said, I'm not good at interacting with the goblins. No problem. They're not goblins, they're mad creatures. Morose laughed heartily. After finishing his clay, he put the bowl back and returned to prepare his training tasks for the day. As usual, there would be a long queue of goblins waiting for training. He didn't manage to put down the bowl, which fell to the ground and made a thud. Mufasa was stunned and looked at Morose. "Look over there!" Morose shouted excitedly at Mufasa. "My comrade! That gnome! Did you see that? The one that's a head higher than the goblins." Morose looked at the gnome and was about to approach him when green words appear above his head. Morose stopped in his tracks. Holy cow! Chapter 129, Novice Dragonborn's Ambition. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A black hammer hit a short sword template. Kuong dang! Sparks flew out, bellows hummed, and goblins shouted in the background. Kuong dang! Another hammer smashed down and broke the sword template. A goblin picked up his broken sword template. He looked stunned. Pele Wong was above his head. Looking at his weak body, he didn't have the imposing aura of his name. Tens of goblins like him were queuing behind. The mana infusion's too much. Aren't you tired using that much mana? Next! Simba shouted and beckoned Pele Wong to go to the back. The next goblin was the excited Takia spirit. He moved forward and took over Pele Wong's hammer. Then, he selected the metal materials before adjusting the magic furnace's temperature. The magic furnace suddenly extinguished. Simba was shocked when he saw the extinguished magic furnace, and he asked, "How much mana did you infuse?" "Ah? No, I haven't started infusing mana yet." Takia spirit was taken aback. Simba thought for a while and said, "The furnace is most likely broken. Let me fix it. All of you, stop queuing." The gamers who queued up to learn forging went away. "No. Coach. Let me have another chance. This time, I'll make it good. Coach. Believe me." Another gamer came up behind Takia spirit, grasped his throat, and covered his mouth. After controlling Takia spirit, he said softly, "Shh, why are you shouting? Don't you want your equipment? Come out quickly, come out quickly." A group of gamers dragged Takia spirit out. Takia spirit made muffled noises, and his eyes were full of tears. 10 minutes later. "That's frustrating. I've bathed and fasted for a day. I even polished my leather shoes like a mirror and offered 10 years of my classmates' lives in my prayers. Then I went into the gaming capsule, thinking I could make it with a hammer strike and become the blacksmith's apprentice. Why is that so difficult? I thought I had succeeded, but the magic furnace had to break down. Why did the lousy furnace have to break down?" At a location near to the blacksmith shop, Takia spirit punched the stone slabs on the ground in frustration. At his side were two goblins, Sealhead Ling Chong, who was wearing underpants, and Dragonborn, who had a breastplate, a small round shield, and a short sword. "Try again next time. Simba will recruit more apprentices in the next few days." Sealhead Ling Chong consoled Takia spirit. Takia spirit was full of regrets as he looked at Sealhead Ling Chong and said, "Shut your seal mouth. You were selected based on your looks. I queued up for a few days before it was my turn. It must be you who caused the magic furnace to break. Tisk, tisk, you're incapable. How can you malign me? I didn't do anything." "I'm puzzled too." Both of them were about to bicker when Dragonborn lifted his hand and said, "Enough, stop quarreling. The two of you have been carrying bricks for 2 days. Do you have money? Why don't you buy some equipment?" Dragonborn showed off his equipment. "Ah! Shut up! You're a lucky dude. Fancy being chosen to participate in a gladiator fight with the veterans. I'm staying away from you." Takia spirit shouted and nibbled his finger. Dragonborn looked embarrassed, and he didn't know how to reply to him. Sealhead Ling Chong grabbed Takia spirit's throat. But Takia spirit managed to free himself of the throat lock, and both of them wrestled with each other. Dragonborn saw that they didn't have weapons, so he didn't bother with them. Give way! Give way! I've succeeded! I've succeeded! The goblin hemp rope technology, whose name had the word pioneer beside it, walked excitedly past Dragonborn and towards the two gnomes in front. That was correct, two gnomes. Dragonborn looked at the nearby gnomes, who had superior equipment. They were not wearing pants and Arthur. They were the elites among the veteran gamers and the first two gamers who converted to gnomes. The first gnome was Arthur, and not wearing pants was the second. Gnomes were much taller than goblins, though they had the same colored skin. Looking at the figure and flesh, gnomes were far superior to goblins. As such, no matter where they went, gamers would gather and take screenshots of them. Dragonborn looked at them from afar and gazed at Sealhead Lingchong and Takia spirit who had stopped fighting. He asked them, "Isn't there a tournament? If we meet Arthur's team during the tournament, do we have a chance to win?" "You must have 5 gamers in a team," Takia spirit said firmly. "Fight Arthur? Stop dreaming. He's a rich gamer with superior equipment. Does the PvP require 5 gamers in a team?" Sealhead Lingchong asked a practical question. "I'm not sure, but when I was doing the arena mission, there were 5 gamers in a team." Dragonborn recalled something and said, "The veteran gamers are powerful. They used a shield and knocked me unsteady. They then stabbed me to death without hesitation. Frankly speaking, it's my first time experiencing such a pathetic defeat." "Nonsense! Didn't you visit the forum? You're not able to understand what the veterans have gone through," Takia spirit said in exaggeration. "Do you know Kramer? He was the most powerful leader of the Houndhead men. And the Void leader who's called Bacon something. I can't recall his name. The veterans fought with him before. I can feel their power by looking at the posts." Dragonborn nodded and remained silent. Let's go, and carry bricks. I'll reach reputation level 2 soon. Then I'll train like mad, kill spiders, improve my equipment, and reach the pinnacle of my life." Sealhead Lingchong said as Takia spirit commented, "Yes, do you intend to learn close combat or mana skills? The lousy game producers put up a notice. Veteran peasant learned mana skills. When will the skills be available to us?" A large group of gamers was searching the ancient ruins for treasures. There weren't many treasures left as many gamers had searched for long periods of time. Only the floor tiles weren't completely dismantled. The gamers were, in fact, diligent, but there were simply too many floor tiles. As the gamers were focused on prying the floor tiles, a gamer suddenly shouted, "I've made a discovery. Take a look." Chapter 130, 818 and Guilds. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A rock wall was severely damaged. Vines crept out from the cracks and intertwined with each other. They propagated along the wall with a stubborn survival instinct. Dong, dong, dong. A series of footsteps reverberated in the room. Some goblins squatted and sprawled on the ground, while others searched along the walls. Wherever the goblins gathered, there would be chatting. "I see. Yes, my sister says she can't marry such a guy. But she's carrying his child, so she intends to meet his parents tomorrow and get married soon. Selling coins, handmade bronze coins. Who posted in love with whose bed? Accusing me of being a thief? Is the gamer brainless? If I stole, how could I still have my Eternal Kingdom account? Buying bronze coins at low prices to complete gnome mission. If you have bronze coins, sell them to me immediately. You can advertise on the forum too. There's a cheat. Take a look at the signboard. Hack him to death if anyone sees him again. He cheated me of 200 yuan. The signboard had the words threesome self-pleasuring sh*t. DMN, I don't recognize any of the words except SHT. Can you stop using those words? My enjoyment of this fantastical game is being spoiled by you. Wah! A golden legend. I can't believe it. Selling clay, selling clay. Anyone interested in buying? A group of goblins chatted noisily while searching in a huge room. The room had been searched before, but due to some reasons, the gamers gathered here and began searching. There were bones, rocks, and pits in the room. The bones were collected by the gamers since they could exchange them for reputation points and could be made into bones backpacks at Mufuse's carpenter workshop. Sometimes, they would see Mufasa throw the bones into the cauldron to cook. The reason the gamers gathered in that particular room was the random discovery of a mission item. It was a book that was underneath a stone slab. The dirty and dusty book was empty, but there were some legible words, Mana Skills Book. Gamers who were familiar with detective work said, according to my many years of detective work, the book was soiled 2 days ago. The words were written 2 days ago. Nobody knew whether detective work was effective in the game, but some took it as a lead. Perhaps some creature had trespassed in the ancestral ruins? The backstory of the ancestral ruins was such that the Void Legion invaded the location and wanted to raid the treasures. As such, the gamers were sent in to protect the treasures. The gamers didn't encounter any of the Void Legion, though, at least not like the skeletons encountered at Spectre College. A gamer said jovially, "I'm not sure whether the Void Legion invaded here, but we've emptied the ancestral ruins." Initially, if the item was taken away discreetly, the matter would have ended. However, the matter was blown out of proportion because of a popular post on the forum. A gamer, Leather Bear, made a post on the forum. 818 One Dragon Raja official announcement, exposing the evil deeds of the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance Guild. I'm a promoter for the Dragon Raja Guild. My game ID and forum ID is Leather Bear. I am publishing this 818 post to expose the guild Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance, which has numerous forum members. The guild has committed evil deeds in the game. Our guild chairman Tgangren bought a mission item called the Mana Skills Book with 10,000 renminbi from a gamer yesterday and accepted the mission. There is a picture below. Picture. Mission title, Source, Lost Mana Skills. Mission description, a long time ago, citizens of Eternal Kingdom forgot how to use mana skills. This precious mana skills book found in the ancestral ruins can help us get back the lost craft of mana skills. Mission objective, hand over the book to Lord Sherlock as soon as possible. Mission reward, the gamer who completes this mission will learn a basic mana skill. After Peasant, this is the first mission that will allow a gamer to learn a mana skill, as well as a possible plot development. Because the game environment has been quite safe, our chairman only brought 5 gamers to submit the mana skills book to the Dungeon Lord. However, a group of gamers came out and robbed the chairman. Chairman Stir-Fried Vegetable Rice of the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance brought his gamers to rob and kill our chairman. Below are the evidential screenshots. Picture, picture, picture. I don't want to say much except that we were taken advantage of. I believe there is divine justice. If you wish to fight, we, the Dragon Raja, will oblige. Today, we declare war. We've applied for registration of our guild. I hope that it will be approved soon. If any gamers have the words Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance below their names and are seen outside the dungeon, they will be killed. Unless they stay in the dungeon forever and carry bricks. Our chairman is feeling chest pain from anger. With such a vindictive post, many gamers replied. White blue sky, melon seeds, mineral water, beer, champagne, cigarettes, and 8 treasure kanji. Hey, stick up your buttocks. Go to Fromafal, what? The only item for learning mana skills is only worth 10,000 renminbi? Does your chairman know mathematics? How would you feel if our chairman bought the item with 10,000 yuan? After cheating our guild member, we only killed you once, we have given you enough face. I am from Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance. If you have the guts, don't let me out of the dungeon safety zone. Seafood shaved ice, I am seated in the front watching the show and eating melon seeds. Only eat orange skin, a deal is done once the money is handed over. Is that a crime? Is there justice when you rob and kill? Ask Void Priest, that is cheating. Your chairman, Tgang Gren, is a big cheat. Bullying other gamers is a crime. Not wearing pants, when will your guild be approved? I applied over 10 days ago, but it hasn't been approved, and there are no responses from the forum administrator. At Lord Sherlock. Red Light District _ Prince, don't bother, veteran. Shirley was asking for suggestions of good games yesterday. It seems like he's sick of Tropico. I recommended SimCity for around half a month, so he won't reply anytime soon. Winter Night Mulberry, I recommended the sunny and lovely Dark Souls series. Sherlock hugged his arms and cracked the melon worm, which was a tasty fried tidbit. The outer shell had to be removed, and the flesh tasted like chicken. I merely installed a mission item in order for the Monaskills plot to develop. Why are they fighting? Sherlock asked as he browsed the forum. It has been a month since the second beta test started. It's normal for the ambitious, rich gamers to create guilds to enjoy the position of power. Like what we discussed previously, the conflicts between guilds are unavoidable. With the PvP system, it can help the game develop in a positive and competitive way. The war of words and minor bickering are not important, Brew replied quickly. As long as they carry bricks diligently. Sherlock nodded his head and shut down the post containing the war of words between the two guilds. Then he created a new post. Is the Dark Souls series good? Chapter 131, Shipping Goods. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The variant Dragon Speech Monaskills suitable for the gamers were completed after Brew worked overtime. The Dragon Speech Monaskills duplicated from Eggface were able to be used by the gamers when they spoke the other world's Mandarin. To facilitate more gamers, more than 100 other worlds' dialect templates were added. If the gamers spoke dialects that corresponded to the 100 dialect templates, the original power of the Dragon Speech Mana would be intact. The following was a summary. Do you want Mana skills? Use reputation points and coins for your desired Mana skills. Mana skills require a corresponding reputation level. The higher the level of the Mana skill, the greater the Mana required. For an explanation of Mana, refer to the previous post. Dragon Speech Mana skills were complex Mana skills. If Sherlock were to go into the details, he wouldn't have the chance to play computer games for an entire day. So Sherlock spent 10 minutes and explained everything in a few hundred easy-to-understand words. He also listed out the various mana skills that the goblins were able to use given their mana limit due to their race. The effects of the mana skills, and details on how to execute them, weren't explained. When Sherlock published the new game settings, the forum gamers and members complimented Sherlock. Sherlock was relieved to see everybody content. He closed the pages of the discussion forum. Dark Souls activated. Sherlock was busy playing Dark Souls to help in the future development of Eternal Kingdom. After the gamers had complimented the implementation of the mana skills, they started racking their brains to research the Dragon Speech mana skills and published many research posts. OTZ, with regards to dialect, I wonder if body language improves the power of the mana skills or effects. Pele Wong, the future of mana skills is assistive mana skills. Taking jujube pills, the magician sewer's profession is like the short bow. There is no future. There were many similar posts on the forum. Whatever they were, they had only just embarked on their mana skills journey. 30 days later. Two liches stood in a daze on the command platform. The goblins hadn't challenged them for 30 days. A lich placed his skeleton hand on the crystal ball and asked, "Teacher, can we come down? It has been 30 days since any goblins turned up. I need to relieve myself." "Are you sure? I'll arrange for the next team to replace you. You'll continue to queue for your graduation." A gentle voice came out from the crystal ball. There's no need. I've held myself back. In the meeting room of the Spectre College. Palm. This matter is serious. If the other party doesn't fulfill their contractual obligation, we should sue them. My students have been standing inside the examination site for 30 days. They aren't able to eat, sleep, relieve themselves properly, or keep themselves warm. Principal, that is too much. An angry lich stood up and complained loudly. At the far end of the table, a lich in a western suit said, "Professor Cabbage, I can understand your frustration. Professor Bacon is responsible for this matter. What has it got to do with me?" Professor Cabbage cast a furious look at Professor Bacon, who was seated opposite to her. Bacon crossed his arms and placed them on the table as he muttered, "I personally believe in Lord Sherlock. He's a rich, just, gentlemanly, and generous superior devil. The tour period of the goblins is a bit long. From their perspective, it's justifiable for them to tour for 180 years. Bacon saw that Professor Cabbage was about to rebuke and he quickly said, "Of course, I can fully understand the concerns of Madam Cabbage. This matter has dragged on for too long. I shall make a personal trip to resolve the issue." Good. Let us applaud Professor Bacon to give him moral support. The principal clapped his hands, and the clapping in the room lasted for a long time. "Is this the last batch of magical items?" Sherlock looked at the small pile of magical items and asked. "It should be the last batch, Lord Sherlock," Bruce said. Brainiac confirmed that there are no more magical items in the ruins. "But, we haven't found the strange creatures." "I understand." Sherlock nodded and took out an antimona cloth and wrapped it around the magical items. Crimson magical lamps illuminated the night sky. A newspaper was placed serenely on the ground. A breeze blew across. The newspaper fluttered in the wind and made flapping sounds. "Hee-haw!" A gnome with permed hair rode on a bird that darted rapidly along the empty streets. He overtook many birds along the way. The bird racing gang always frequented this place at midnight. A devil dragged a huge black chest along the street. The coffee-colored goatskin boots and the wet road surface became a prominent contrast. The dark-plaited western pants were at ankle length and had a black belt lifting them. The alternating black and white houndstooth upper garment appeared low profile but had a rich British style. The white shirt and black jacket, which was made of high-quality suede, exuded a dignified yet classical aura. The hair of this well-dressed devil was neatly combed. Scattered dust floated over to the devil. He lifted his palm, and the dust was blocked by an invisible wall. The dust stopped at a distance of 30 centimeters from him. When he left, the dust dispersed in the air. "Lord Sherlock, I don't understand why you dress this way when you sell those magical items." Bruce's voice was heard by Sherlock's ears. "A destitute devil cannot fetch a high price for his goods. A well-dressed one can turn his trash into treasures." Sherlock dragged his chest to a black alley. When he ensured there were no creatures around, he turned and walked inside. The sounds of the heavy dragging of the chest were heard from the black alley. An orc sitting on the ground was wearing a tattered shirt. His face had patches of black and green, and he had a body odor that reeked of a creature that hadn't bathed for tens of days. The orc lifted his head as Sherlock came over. He was fearful and greedy as he gazed at Sherlock. "A pleasant night." Sherlock stopped in front of the orc. "Did you bring that?" The orc was full of yearning. "Of course. Is this the place for today?" Sherlock surveyed the surroundings. Then he lowered his head to gaze at the orc and said, "Compared to the last time, this environment is terrible. The security is tight. We have a mole within us. The security is able to wean off some information every time." The orc's yearning became more intense, and blood veins appeared in his eyes. "I see." Sherlock took out an adamantine ball from his chest and threw it into the orc's hand. He left without looking back. The orc was like a lost creature dying of thirst in the desert and discovering a spring. Mucus and saliva dripped down as he caught hold of the adamantine ball. He sniffed greedily. Sherlock shook his head and muttered to himself, such a decadent creature. He arrived at the end of the black alley and saw a locked metal door. A grey statue was placed at the side. It was a female gnome statue in a suggestive pose. It looked like it was abandoned. Sherlock walked to the statue and placed the chest in front of it. The statue opened her eyes and scrutinized Sherlock before saying, "Positive remainder, remainders positive, symbols alike. Remainder with remainder, positive and positive, symbols vary." After listening to Sherlock's reply, the statue stood up and climbed down carefully from the rock that she once stood on. Then, she took out a key and opened the metal door. Sherlock nodded at the gnome statue and walked inside. The gnome statue closed the metal door carefully and locked the door. The statue took out a magical welding torch and a welding mask. She put the welding mask on her face and aimed the torch at the door seam. There were bright sparks and sizzling sounds. Afterward, the metal door was welded shut permanently. Chapter 132, Version 0.18 Update Log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In a brightly lit room that was a stark contrast to the dark alley outside. A succubus who had a feather mask and high heels walked with clicking sounds towards Sherlock. She had a faint perfume fragrance about her. She surveyed Sherlock with interest. Then she asked, "Are you new here?" "No, I have an appointment," Sherlock said politely as he backed up to maintain a discreet distance from the succubus. The succubus leaned forwards gently as her red lips opened slightly. "The first time is free, especially for such a handsome superior devil like you. I'll teach you lots of new, ledge." Sherlock lifted his brow and levitated a cane out of nowhere. The handle of the cane restrained the succubus who was getting close. "I shouldn't decline such an invitation from an alluring lady like you. Apologies, I'm not interested in your knowledge. Besides, I'm rather busy," Sherlock said gently and turned his body to give way. Then, he made a gentlemanly gesture for her to leave. The succubus was full of regrets, but she left reluctantly. Sherlock walked through the room and an aisle before arriving at a circular main hall. Graceful music reverberated in the circular main hall. Sherlock looked at the performing band. A classical piano was placed at a corner, and a sludge monster without hands was sitting in front of it. He closed his eyes and indulged in playing. A gnome stood in front of the piano and used his excellent voice to imitate the piano music. The two of them had perfect tacit coordination and displayed superior musical talents. A lizard man in a tuxedo walked over from the other end. He bowed to Sherlock and took out a photograph album that contained the photographs of succubi, orcs, gnomes, lizard men, and even slimes. "Welcome to Knowledge Seeking Hall. We provide all sorts of learning materials and professional home tutors. You may take a look at the home tutors' introductions." Sherlock stopped the lizard man from bringing more introduction photographs. He said, "I've made an appointment. Lord Sherlock. There should be a record." "Okay, please follow me." The lizard man took Sherlock to a door in the circular main hall. There was a long corridor behind the door. On the door were the words "High Class VIP Area. No unauthorized entry." Sherlock followed the lizard man and arrived in front of a white wooden door. The lizard man knocked on the door. "Come in." A hoarse voice came from within the room. The lizard man nodded at Sherlock before leaving. Sherlock pushed open the door and walked in. A hoarse voice came from an executive chair that had its back facing Sherlock. "Lord Sherlock, what good stuff have you brought today?" "Yes, they're good stuff." Sherlock pushed his black chest into the room. "Being the friend of a superior devil is my honor." The executive chair turned around gradually. A snake-like creature who was slender at the top and thick in the bottom sat in the chair. Slime. Sludge monsters were ugly, but slimes were cute. Sherlock passed his goods over to the slime, whose large eyes were extremely cute as they moved around. The slime used his wet hands to receive the chest and place it inside his body. Before long, the black chest dissolved in the slime's body. The magical items in the chest fell out as though they were suspended in a gelatin dessert. They floated within the slime's body. Yes, they are superior quality items. I can feel the strong mana aura. The slime spoke in a hoarse voice that was in contrast to his cute eyes. He said to Sherlock, "The price of the goods." Sherlock muttered, 300,000 magic stones. The slime quickly said, 250,000 magic stones. 350,000 magic stones. Deal. Sherlock took out his magic stone card and passed it to the slime, who also took out his card. They completed the sale. Yes, Lord Sherlock. The slime adjusted his chair slowly and slumped comfortably into it. He said, "The son of the Grand Duke is coming to Winterfell. Don't you want to meet him? I heard you have good relations with him. He is looking for you." That is the information I received. Which Grand Duke's son? Sherlock asked, puzzled. The son of the Grand Duke, Alexandria, the slime said. They are announcing the coming of Alexandria to Winterfell daily. I've read about it in the newspapers. I know him. Actually, I'm not that close to him. Is he looking for me? Is there a reward? Sherlock asked. I don't know about that. You know that my trade is not above board. I don't usually bother with such news, the slime said. That's a pity. Sherlock took out a round adamantine rock from his pocket and passed it to Slime as he said, "This is the transaction fee." The eyes of the slime lit up when he saw the round adamantine rock. He took the rock, and an image appeared inside. Red Ridge examination script for creatures who love learning. There was a bunch of data: Underworld, ancient language, biology, chemistry, and mononuclear study examination questions. The slime inhaled as he looked on with greed. Then he exhaled comfortably and said, "Ah! Learning." Sherlock turned to leave and muttered to himself, "Such a decadent creature." The black tunnel was illuminated by the faint light-emitting vines, which provided visibility of up to 100 meters. Beyond that, nothing was clear as it was too dark. A group of gamers gathered at the exit of Eternal Kingdom. It was a newly opened exit. It wasn't far from the Spider's Lair tunnel, but it had always been out of bounds to the gamers. The gamers could see it, but they were unable to use it. Previously, a second beta gamer passed by this area. He wanted to see if there were any newly released areas or if there was a bug that would allow him to exit. What if the development team had installed the exit? The gamer tried his luck, and he went out of Eternal Kingdom. The news spread like wildfire, and a new announcement appeared on the discussion forum. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Update Log version 0.18. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.18 Official Update. Released new unknown map. Eternal Kingdom was never a safe place. There are various dangerous underworld creatures and terrifying magical beasts. The Spider's Lair is only a basic training ground. The citizens of Eternal Kingdom, the heroes of the underworld, the northern areas of the dungeon are opened up for you. You may explore freely. 1. The new area map will be updated live according to data submitted from the gamers because we don't know what is in the area. Really? 2. The new area map is extremely dangerous. Gamers with lower than weapon level 3 are not encouraged to explore. 3. Please don't venture out too far because the revival system only works within Eternal Kingdom. 4. All of the natural environment can be destroyed and is irreversible. Please don't make things difficult for yourself by destroying the path permanently. 5. Do not expect to encounter any NPCs. We made a trip. There are only underworld creatures and magical beasts that will devour you. 6. If you discover magical beasts, return to the dungeon and report them at the first instance or make a post on the discussion forum. There will be rewards. The same goes for underground forest. 7. I will leave this open. I will add more details when I am ready. Removed the area, Ancestral Ruins. The citizens of Eternal Kingdom have rescued the ancestral ruins, so we removed this game area. Gamers are denied entry. Added a new skill, Mana Skills. I have already published a detailed explanation in the public announcement. Updated a new PvP area, Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena. New gameplay, Gladiator Fight, will be officially opened in 3 days. The details of the gameplay will be displayed on the signboard outside the Dungeon Lord main hall. Please keep a lookout for it. Chapter 133, Added Monsters Secretly. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Lord Sherlock sat in the middle of the dungeon core main hall in front of Brew as he observed the images on the screen. Teams of a few hundred goblins walked in the tunnel. The veteran gamers brought the willing novices out of the new exit to explore the new map. This was only the first wave. There were several waves of gamers behind that consisted of the main bulk of gamers. The waves were made up of guild members. Sherlock prohibited the goblins from taking Brainiac's beet lemon with them. It wasn't easy to obtain the first beet lemon, which could be useful in the future. Moreover, the gamers could be revived, but the beet lemon could not. The main group of goblins followed the widest tunnel. When they encountered a fork, they would send small teams to explore. The underworld was very well connected by many forks that occurred naturally from the tunnels. There were natural areas such as underground streams, caverns, and underground forests. Many of the tunnels were created from the activities of the underworld creatures. For example, the spider's lair was originally a tunnel that connected to the surface world and was later developed by the underground spiders. Sherlock had just purchased the Eternal Kingdom dungeon and developed it for 2 months. He had roughly surveyed the surrounding areas, but he didn't have any impression. To Sherlock, those underworld creatures weren't a threat to him. Killing them was bothersome and a waste of time. Who would want to remember them? Looks like the gamers have initiative. The only question is, Sherlock turned to look outside Eternal Kingdom. There were less than 100 gamers working in the dungeon. Lord Sherlock, most of the gamers like to explore newly opened maps at the first opportunity. This situation won't last long because exploring maps will not garner them reputation points and game currency, Brew said. The daily requirements of the gamers such as food, equipment repair, the learning of mana skills, and the upgrade of reputation level all require reputation points. As such, they will have to come back for daily missions. Without a rapid transit system and the boredom of the 10th Mile Hill Sword God, most of the gamers' activities are restricted within a boundary. Like what Brew had said, those gamers were unable to be free of Brew. At least in Eternal Kingdom, they required reputation points and game currency. Most importantly, they had to be within the premises of Eternal Kingdom for their revivals. If they ventured out too far, they couldn't be revived. Sherlock observed the activities of the gamers. The number of gamers in the main tunnel dwindled. Sherlock wasn't worried. He merely wanted to observe the gamers to see what they would encounter outside. The gamers were astonished by the new area, and it brought them joy. Most of them were feeling exhilaration. Awesome! Oh my god, I wonder which deity created this game. The reality simulation is awesome, and they made it into such a grand scale. A group of goblins was resting in a forked tunnel. The gamer Takia Spirit was the second beta gamer who was speaking. Along the way, many gamers felt the same way. Though the game producers were lousy, the game was extremely fun. That was what the forum members always said. Just the game itself was already part of some arcane technology. Your compliments came too late, Sealhead Ling Chong said as he sat by the side and enjoyed his clay. Dragonborn sat between the two of them and looked on silently as they bantered. Initially, he was worried they would fight. However, after knowing them for some time, he understood that while they might be harsh with their words, escalating to a fight was quite difficult for them. Their team was led by 2 veteran gamers to explore the map. They were the earliest team to break off from the main group to explore a forked tunnel. They ventured in the forked tunnel for close to 10 minutes and saw a cave entrance that was similar to a spider's lair. To ensure mapping efficiency and maintain their combat strength, they decided to rest and regroup. After resting, they would venture into the cave to explore. Dragonborn sat on the ground like the other gamers and rested. The two veteran gamers looked as though it was their first time leading, and they didn't have a strategy for exploring the map. They didn't make arrangements for other gamers to spread out to explore and then return to a designated spot to gather. Dragonborn thought about it. If he was leading the team, he would use the dispersion method to increase the efficiency of exploration. With the discussion forum, even if they encountered danger and were killed, they could post the information on the forum at the first instant. But it was more fun for many of them to gather around and chat while they explored the map. The group of second beta gamers wasn't fully aware of their surroundings while they were chatting noisily about life and complimenting the awesomeness of the game and the producers. Behind a nearby pile of rocks, a figure was observing them silently. Arthur swung his short sword at a huge grey monster that charged at him. He stabbed and killed the monster while using his shield to protect his side from the attack of another strange monster. The brute force of the monster made Arthur back up a few steps. He knocked into his comrade, and that stopped his retreat. The attack came abruptly and fast. More than 10 strange grey monsters that walked on all fours attacked the main group with 200 to 300 gamers. There were 20-odd gamer casualties. Their corpses and their equipment were carried off by the main group. The creatures that suddenly attacked vanished without a trace as though they had never appeared. Only a creature that was randomly killed by Arthur was left behind. It was proof that the terrifying creatures had just attacked. The creature didn't have any fur on its body, and while the size was similar to an underground spider, its movement and power were far superior. Their attack styles weren't like the underground spiders, which used bashing and piercing attacks. They used their razor-sharp claws to inflict damage. Their appearances were similar to Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. The only difference was that they had faces that looked like lizard men. Everyone, including Arthur, was thinking about the same thing. The lousy game producers had secretly added monsters outside the dungeon. Chapter 134, Sneaky Figure. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dim tunnel, there were many strange rocks and about 200 goblin corpses scattered along the path. In the darkness, a hidden figure with a pair of squinting eyes observed the goblin corpses. At a further distance, a vicious battle raged on. The dark figure advanced to the battleground and hid behind a huge rock. He peered out and watched warily. A strange four-legged creature surrounded 20-odd goblins. They were sparsely equipped with a standard short sword and a shield. Some had armor without a helmet, and some had helmets without a breastplate. The battle was chaotic. "I've seen a ghost." A goblin wielding a short sword, a shield, and who was without body armor looked at the unknown four-legged creature before him. The goblin's head was full of sweat, and he was trembling. His eyes were full of anger and fear. He gritted his teeth in anger as he said to his comrade, "I only used my cell phone to browse the forum for strategy guides during class, but my form teacher confiscated it. I had to write a corrective letter and inform my parents to retrieve it. Why is my form teacher so irritating? I don't know what to say." "I haven't encountered such a thing," a goblin said normally, even though one of his arms was broken and he looked grotesque with all manner of wounds. "Stop chatting and focus. We're being annihilated," another goblin said. The goblin dragonborn said, "I'll distract them while you take the chance to escape. Don't know whether we can flee. The monster's too fast." "Why don't we take our chance and fight?" another goblin said. "My slashes are all miss. How can I fight?" The goblins continued chatting, even though they were in a precarious situation. The unknown monster charged forward, followed by a bloody massacre. When the massacre was completed, the unknown creature dragged the goblin corpses and returned to the nearby cave. The mysterious figure hiding behind the huge rock walked out and stood next to the grotesque goblin corpses. He looked around and squatted down as he started searching. He removed all the equipment on the goblins. Thousands of goblins gathered at the plaza outside the dungeon core main hall. Goblins came out from the teleport portals continuously. The goblins were chatting enthusiastically. Gosh! That's too difficult. We were out for less than an hour, and so many of us were killed. Didn't the lousy game producers consider the game difficulty? D*MN, my plate armor from Spectre College. Quick, form a team to retrieve our equipment. That place was full of monsters. How do we retrieve the equipment? Let's try our luck. Anyways, we've nothing to lose. We'll grab our equipment and run back to safety. If not, we'll have to carry bricks for an extra hour. I feel we shouldn't be that reckless. We should have a proper plan. Shall we ask the NPCs? And collect information? Good idea. Some gamers went to talk to the NPCs to collect intelligence. Some went back to carrying bricks as they waited for the veteran gamers to come up with a strategy. Some gamers couldn't bear to lose their equipment and ran back to retrieve it. Some gamers were selling equipment and game currency, while others practiced their Mandarin and carried bricks diligently so that they could buy mana skills and train with Moros. Eternal Kingdom bustled with activity once again. In the carpenter workshop, Mufasa stirred the mixed clay with a large ladle and said, "Strange monsters outside the dungeon? A four-legged creature with a lizard's head? I don't know. I haven't been adventuring. I came to Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portal. It's dangerous outside. The creature you mentioned sounds scary. Stay in the dungeon, it's safer." In the blacksmith shop, Simba was forging with his hammer while more than 10 apprentices observed quietly behind him. In front of him was a queue of gamers waiting to buy new equipment. A few gamers went over in a bid to talk. Simba threw his hammer and showed his finger as he tilted his head and said, "Shut up. If you ask the 122nd time, you're dead." At the training ground plaza. A four-legged creature with a lizard's head? Dire wolf? I don't think so. Why are you asking me all of a sudden? Why don't you bring his head back for me to see? There are many dangerous creatures outside, so how can I recall all of them? What? Suggestion? I suggest you train for 300 years before going out. Why do you want to adventure? Lord Sherlock takes care of your food and lodging. Why don't you work diligently? You are the worst trainee that I have taught. What's there to adventure? In the Lich's burial hall, the noise of chattering filled the room. Brainiac remained silent. The noise of chattering filled the room. At the flower bed. Ha? Monster? Who isn't a monster here besides me? Little Fairy hugged her arms and turned her head away as she said, "Humph. I'm not answering this question because of Raintia." In the dungeon lord main hall, a sign was hung on the entrance. "Don't knock on the door. If you do, your account will be terminated. At entrance number 1 of Eternal Kingdom. Make haste. The train's leaving. Those who are going to the spider's lair to obtain raw materials and upgrade your equipment, make haste. Wait for me. I haven't boarded the train." The beat lemon moved off and made pit-pattering sounds. Arthur, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, burning chest hair, and Peasant walked warily along the tunnel sides, which were filled with scattered rocks. The 5 goblins maintained silence. Even when they interacted, they whispered. Peasant, not wearing pants, whispered to Peasant in front. "If there are monsters, you'll run out to fight them." "Wait, aren't I the magician?" Peasant, who was in plate armor and wielding a short sword and kite shield, asked. The equipment they were using was stored by the elite team of 5. Their previous equipment was lost outside when they explored the map. "Didn't you learn the wind protection mana skill? With such awesome defense, if you don't become the tank, who will?" Burning chest hair said. "I'm using the dagger for lightning critical strikes." SHH. Don't talk. We're arriving at the massacre location. There's movement in front. Arthur reminded them as he frowned and raised his arm. They immediately kept quiet and followed Arthur. Using the scattered rocks as cover, they hid themselves and watched. Tens of figures were busy picking up equipment on the ground. Chapter 135, I have to recruit a secretary. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. While those tens of figures were collecting equipment at the desolate battleground, 2 nearby gnomes and 3 goblins charged at them. When Arthur and his team got too close to them, the figures fled while carrying a handful of equipment, which emitted clanking sounds. A few pieces of equipment dropped to the ground and made pom-pom sounds. The dropped equipment tripped one of the figures, who fell to the ground and made a caw-caw sound. Then he remained motionless. Arthur charged forward and raised his short sword to stab the fallen figure to death. When Arthur saw the face of the figure, he was stunned. It was a pile of scattered skeletons. Gosh, where's our equipment? Takia Spirit looked at the empty space in front of him. Besides the bloodstains that indicated a prior battle, the corpses, armor, and weapons were missing. Were they taken? Stolen? The monsters did it. The game system refreshed the area. The gamers didn't give up. They dispersed and started searching. Takia Spirit, Sealhead Ling Chong, and Dragonborn formed a team and started searching for their equipment. After searching around in vain, the 3 of them sat slumped on the ground. Gone, everything's gone. I'm thinking of A1, Takia Spirit said listlessly. Then please quickly My sister wants to play this game. Please apply to the game producers and transfer the second beta gamer status to her. Please. Sealhead Ling Chong, who was in underpants, grasped his fist and begged Takia Spirit. I've decided. For the sake of your sister, I shall endure huge pain and continue playing, Takia Spirit rebuked. While the 2 of them bickered, Dragonborn stood up and looked at the nearby scattered rocks. A figure flashed by. Dragonborn was about to go forward and check when a creature covered in sludge jumped out from behind the rocks. Only a pair of small squinting eyes were visible in the body of sludge. Gosh! What's that? Takia Spirit, who was bickering with Sealhead Ling Chong, saw the creature who was about the same height as him. He was shocked and stood up. You are looking for that group of goblin warriors? The strange creature asked using inferior underworld common language. The previous group. This is an NPC, Sealhead Ling Chong said to Takia Spirit. Did you come from the dungeon? Is that the newly opened dungeon? The strange sludge creature asked. That's correct. We're the citizens of Eternal Kingdom, the Underworld Warriors. Do you have a mission for us? Takia Spirit braced his chest and said. Please help me, the strange creature shouted at them. Let me get the other gamers. Dragonborn stood up to call the other gamers, but Sealhead Ling Chong stopped him. Dragonborn was puzzled as Takia Spirit gazed at him. Both of them looked devious as their eyes squinted like half-crescents from their crooked smiles. They whispered, SHH, this is what the veteran gamers mentioned, a strange encounter mission. Why did you collect this trash equipment? A small black dragon stood by Brainiac's side as he watched Brainiac using the crystal ball to control the skeleton soldiers. He was collecting the equipment dropped by the gamers. This is Lord Sherlock's order, Brainiac answered as he wrote down his journal entries in his mind. 88. 2 converted gnomes appeared. They are Arthur and not wearing pants. This is an important research objective. 89. Lord Sherlock values the trash equipment, which may be related to the goblin's secret. This is an important research objective. So it's an order from my nemesis. Hee. Eggface nodded and straightened his body before sitting down on a rock in his lair. He crossed his front legs and hugged them. Isn't Lord Sherlock our boss? Brainiac lifted his head and looked bewildered at Eggface. I'm the Dragon of Darkness, King of Sinful Realm, and Resister of Godly Punishments. How can I have a boss? I've only signed a truce agreement with my eternal foe, Eggface said arrogantly. Do you think he's a simple superior devil? No, Lich, you're too young. He's from the primordial era, a devious devil in the annals of history. He's the seven sins originator, karmic fire terminator, judgment tongue, Hades ruler. To fight against me, he had to have these titles. Eggface placed his front claws on his waist indignantly. Brainiac looked emotionlessly at Eggface. Eggface didn't obtain any response from Brainiac. He felt the awkward silence and changed the topic. What does my eternal foe intend to do with the goblin's equipment? I don't know. According to his character, he'll put them up for sale and sell them to the goblins, Brainiac replied without any feelings. Eggface was taken aback. He thought he heard wrongly, but after confirming that it was true, he opened his mouth slowly. Brainiac ignored Eggface and wrote down notes in his mind. 90. I have to investigate the seven sins originator, karmic fire terminator, judgment tongue, and Hades ruler. 91. Lord Sherlock has a delusional disorder. Return the equipment to the gamers who are willing to work for a day. Assign missions to deal with this matter. The commerce area has to continue its development. This location will be the new transaction market for the gamers. Then, I'll develop the industrial area. I'll use my magic stones to install appropriate facilities, Sherlock said to Brew as he drew on the dungeon planning diagram. Such a perfect plan, Lord Sherlock. I thought the exploration frenzy would last for a few days. I didn't expect so many gamers to give up. Facing such a high difficulty level, I feel their current levels are insufficient. They should practice more before venturing out, Brew said. But some gamers contacted outside creatures. Do you want to intervene? There's no need to intervene. If I do that every time, will I have my personal time? I'm recruiting them for the dungeon's development. I'm not their nanny. Sherlock shook his head. As Sherlock was planning for the future development of the dungeon core burst into flames. A newspaper and 2 letters flew out from the flames. Sherlock picked up the letter with the words, "To my friend, Lord Sherlock, Spectre College Academic Department Deputy Director Professor Bacon. My friend Lord Sherlock. Ah, dearest Lord Sherlock, it has been a month since we last met. I am nostalgic of the time we spent together." Didn't he only meet Lord Sherlock a few times? Brew asked, puzzled. Sherlock ignored Brew and continued reading. Because of academic affairs, I have been sent to Winterfell on a business trip. I'll be visiting Lord Sherlock with some inquiries. If possible, please arrange for the goblins to come to our college for the graduation research. Due to the long lull period, a few obstinate professors feel that Lord Sherlock intentionally reneged on the contractual obligations. Of course, these are baseless accusations. Lord Sherlock, I don't think that you will forget about our contract and arrange instead for the goblins to participate in gladiator fights and clear the surrounding areas of the dungeon. I have 100% trust in Lord Sherlock. However, Lord Sherlock has to make haste as the school is receiving intense pressure from complaining parents these days. Does Lord Sherlock have any students that require assistance? Wishing Lord Sherlock good health and goodbye, love from Bacon. Did Lord Sherlock forget? Brew asked after reading the letter and thinking for a long time. Sherlock shrugged his shoulders and picked up another letter with the words, "To my friend, Lord Sherlock, Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena Boss, Poison Skin. My friend Lord Sherlock. Ah, dearest Lord Sherlock, it has been 10 days since we last met. I am nostalgic of the time we spent together. It feels strange. Didn't Lord Sherlock just meet him once?" Brew said. Sherlock did not respond. After our Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena shareholders meeting, we decided to sign the strategic collaborative contract with Lord Sherlock. In regards to your requests, they have approved all of them. To show that we value Lord Sherlock and your warriors, we will be arranging a premiere. We would like to invite Lord Sherlock and your warriors to participate. The detailed specifications of the premiere are as follows. Wishing Lord Sherlock good health and goodbye, regards from Poison Skin. Very whimsical indeed, Brew muttered to himself. Sherlock put down the letter and picked up the newspaper. He said, I feel that I have to recruit a secretary. Chapter 136, What nonsense are you spouting? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What about Missy Succubus? She's the one who sold you the dungeon. I feel that she's pretty good. The gamers will be happy too. The forum members were full of praises for her, Brew said. If we can recruit her to Eternal Kingdom, the forum members will be in high spirits. Just like setting up a company, if there are female workers, the efficiency will be higher. Pretty gals will make everyone work harder. Female workers, Sherlock pondered, but he didn't respond. He picked up the newspaper at the side. Like the previous times, the 4 columns on the cover were useless advertisements. Paternity test hat, worried whether your child is yours? Take care of the child for 40 years, then put the hat on your head. If it turns green, congratulations, the child isn't yours. The sale price is only 999 magic stones. Almost out of stock. Try it out. Winterfell Idol Training Class, 2.5 years of idol training classes are starting. Registration fee is 100,000 magic stones. Confirmed popularity. The monthly Winterfell news was in the small bottom corner. Sensational. Ancient Ruins number 85, which has been worked on for many months, was rated empty. Archaeologists from Eternal Fire were dispatched from Winterfell to the ruins. Various departments have started an investigation. The creature in charge of exploring Ancient Ruins number 85, Philothome Magical Item Shop's gnome shopkeeper, was admitted to the hospital this morning. Currently, he is still in critical condition. We interviewed Winterfell's Fatality Hospital's attending physician. Reporter, greetings doctor, can you tell us the gnome shopkeeper's condition? Doctor, the patient was admitted to our hospital in the morning. His condition is stable. We discovered that the blood circulating device wasn't working. After our emergency surgery, we solved the problem. The patient is able to do without the blood circulating device. Reporter, when is the gnome shopkeeper able to be discharged? Doctor, he is able to be discharged soon. We have contacted the funeral parlor. Reporter, good. Thank you for your responses. Let us wish the gnome shopkeeper good health. Sherlock put down the newspaper. Brew asked, Did the gnome shopkeeper die because of the ancient ruins? No, it's just a way to escape his debts. He sold so many exploration rights, and the buyers will be looking for him, Sherlock said confidently. Don't worry about this cunning gnome. There are many things to be done today. Let's tackle them one by one. Sherlock stood up, put on his windbreaker, and asked, Did you check the identity of the creatures who are retrieving the gamer's equipment? Yes, from the gamer's field of view, they are the marshing spewers. Brew asked, In regard to the lost equipment, we can allow the gamers to work for a day before returning the equipment to them. But the marshing spewers also collect the gamer's equipment. We can't possibly help to retrieve the gamer's equipment every time. If we don't retrieve them, the loss is something we can't sustain. Shall we warn those marshing spewers? No need. Since the gamers encountered the marshing spewers, we will not contact them. The marshing spewers take water grass and not meat. They don't have combat power and won't attack the gamers unnecessarily. They're collecting the gamers' equipment for a reason, Sherlock said. We'll remove the marshing spewers from the list of attack targets. I remember that they are highly skilled in training beasts. Perhaps, they may be of use. I'm leaving. Take care of the dungeon, Brew. I'm a marshing spewer, and my name is Salted Fish. I'm a knowledgeable marshing spewer. My tribe and I were living carefree lives. We ate grass, slept, and ate more grass. We had fulfilling days. One day, the cursed ogres brought their large lizards to our territory. These ogres couldn't accept the reality of peace in the underworld and were unwilling to eat clay and grass. They were yearning for the meat of the intelligent creatures. They felt that eating intelligent creatures would boost their intelligence and strength. Dragonborn, Sealhead Ling Chong, and Takia Spirit listened to an indignant marsh ink spewer, salted fish, who had washed himself clean of sludge. No, the underworld is not peaceful. The Void Legion is surfacing again. They occupied the Spectre College and contaminated the ancestral ruins. Fortunately, we intervened and saved the ancestral ruins from a disastrous raid. Recently, we defeated Kramer, who terrorized the underworld. Takia Spirit said solemnly. Really? Salted Fish's face was full of terror. We'll put these matters to rest. What did the ogres do to you? Sealhead Ling Chong asked. The ogres didn't stay on that barren land for long. They left not long after, Salted Fish recalled and said. But they left behind the large lizards. After thousands of years, they have seriously threatened our survival. They will attack our tribe occasionally. We can't stand their attacks. We want to kill those large lizards. Salted Fish stood up in anger and shouted furiously. How many large lizards are there? Sealhead Ling Chong asked. Currently, there are thousands of large lizards in the surrounding areas. The marsh in front, which used to be our homeland, was infested with the most large lizards. There are thousands and millions of them. The entire marshland was occupied by these large lizards. Salted Fish said. That's serious, Dragonborn nodded and said. Then we have to call for reinforcements. There are too many large lizards for us to deal with, Sealhead Ling Chong said in disappointment. Takia Spirit thought for a while and said to Salted Fish abruptly, D*MNU. The situation was awkward. Salted Fish was looking crazed. He stood up and unsheathed his short sword. Why? I'm scolding him, seeing Salted Fish about to attack him. The vulgar Takia Spirit pointed at the dazed Sealhead Ling Chong and shouted. Then he said softly, Gosh, this game AI conversation mechanism is too sensitive. I see. Salted Fish calmed down and put his short sword back. He sat down and said, This is my story. If you're willing to accept our request and destroy those large lizards, we'll try our best to thank you. Please help us. The marsh ink spewer bowed deeply to the three of them. Of course, we'll help. Those large lizards attacked us, and they're our enemies. We'll help you exterminate them. Takia Spirit said. Thank you very much. We'll provide as much assistance as possible. For example, by returning your equipment. The equipment belongs to your friends and family members. Salted Fish said with gratitude. Apologies, we weren't able to collect all the equipment as there were strange skeleton soldiers who appeared and took the equipment. We only managed to gather this much. Salted Fish clapped his hands, and many marsh ink spewers brought baskets of equipment over. My equipment. Dragonborn saw his breastplate because it had his name on it. All of his equipment was engraved with his name. Takia Spirit charged over, and his hands trembled with excitement as he searched the basket. He muttered to himself, Rich, I'm getting rich. I never expected that my luck that had been bad all the time would change for the better. Veteran gamers, apologies. I'm coming for your equipment. Gosh. An adjudicator's kite shield and superior equipment. I'm rich. While Takia Spirit was searching, Sealhead Ling Chong had found a set of superior equipment. That, Salted Fish. Dragonborn did not steal the equipment belonging to other perished gamers. Instead, he asked, Is there a safe location for me to go offline? Is there a place to rest? We've prepared a resting room for you, Salted Fish said solemnly. We've also prepared 3 darting birds. After your rest, we hope that you can ride the darting birds and hurry back to the dungeon to get your army. Please help us. What bird did you say? The three gamers looked at Salted Fish and asked. Darting birds, Salted Fish said casually. On a street in Winterfell, a cafe with brightly lit magical lamps was open for business late at night. The sign on the door had the words "Pie Transaction." That was the name of the cafe. Most of the working underworld citizens had either returned home or visited the busy night market after a day of work. Few creatures would visit the cafe. There were not many patrons in the cafe at this time. Sherlock walked to the entrance of the cafe. He took out the letter and checked the address, then he entered. Welcome. We only have red tea. Is that good for you? A smiling slime, who was standing by the entrance, said to Sherlock. Chapter 137, The First PvP Guild War. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After midnight, when Bacon finished helping female students, he liked to sit by the window in the cafe. Through the French window, he could stare languidly at the empty streets while listening to the heavy metal band in the cafe. Healing metal music, a cup of piping hot bloody chrysanthemum tea, an old book, and a sofa while waiting for someone. When he saw the familiar figure appear on the street, Bacon gave a subtle smile. He held up his cup and felt the fragrance of the bloody chrysanthemum tea. He lifted his head and drank the tea, which dripped down his vertebrae. Occasionally, some tea would drip on his ribs and make his ribs fragrant. Ding-ling! The doorbell rang. A slime waiter led the tall, handsome devil to Bacon. Bacon placed his tea at the side of the table and stood up. Lord Sherlock, I've finally met you. Apologies for meeting you late at night. No problem. I don't have many things to do at night except researching materials on dungeon development, Sherlock said casually as he sat opposite Bacon. How are you doing, Professor Bacon? AI, not bad. Working daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. with rest on the weekends. The students are naughty and rebellious, colleagues are double-guessing each other, and my best student resigned and left. He's a future promising star in the spiritual world, Professor Bacon said with pity. Is that student Brainiac? The once-in-a-thousand-year genius in Spectre College. Sherlock ordered a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and said to the slime, please add some ice cubes. Don't make the blood taste too thick. Thank you. The slime took the menu and left. Then Professor Bacon replied, did Lord Sherlock hear about Brainiac? I've heard about him a few times. Now, he's working in my dungeon, Sherlock said casually. Ah? Working at Lord Sherlock's place? Professor Bacon looked surprised. He took his bloody chrysanthemum tea and sipped it. The tea flowed down his bones onto the sofa and made dripping sounds. The distant slime cleaner looked on with disdain as he wobbled his body and swallowed the trash on the ground into his body. Ah, I was worried about what he was going to do after resignation. I didn't expect him to work at Lord Sherlock's dungeon. It's good for him to learn more. Lord Sherlock, you have to take care of him, Professor Bacon said earnestly. Brainiac isn't good at handling interpersonal relations, but he is a capable worker. I'm very satisfied with him, and I'm giving him good benefits. Only 3 workers are slightly better than him, but the benefits of the other workers are far inferior to his. He's leading an important department with 2,100 creatures. We can't do without him. Perhaps in the future, many of my departments will depend on him. Don't you worry, Professor Bacon. Professor Bacon was satisfied as he smiled at Sherlock. That is very good. Ah, in regards to the recent examination combatants. Professor Bacon, don't worry. The situation will normalize within a few days. Can I make a request? Sherlock took out a contract with detailed contents and said, there could be a few gnomes or houndhead men combatants, so the contract has to be amended. Don't worry, the price remains unchanged. I'm a man of my words. Is it possible to place a book, Mana Skills Book, on level 4 of some training grounds. Bacon was taken aback. Ah, yes, but why are you doing that? I can understand the situation with the gnome combatants, but the Houndhead men are unpredictable. As you know, their intelligence is low, and they are uncivilized barbarians. I understand your point. As it's slightly tricky, I have to depend on Professor Bacon, Sherlock said as his palm slid a piece of paper across the table. Professor Bacon's eyes lit up. He coughed twice and said, Lord Sherlock has his reasons for this proposal. I'm an understanding person. Without Lord Sherlock, we're unable to solve our graduation problem. Don't worry, Lord Sherlock, I'll deal with this matter. I'm relieved to hear that. Let's discuss the new terms. Dragon Raja warriors, gather. The guild war is about to start. A goblin called Carefree Cutie had the words Dragon Raja underneath his name. Dragon Raja was his guild name. There were close to 100 gamers gathered nearby. Most of them were second beta gamers with standard shields, armor, and short swords. There was another group of gamers nearby. Underneath their names was the guild name Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance. It was the day for the guild war. When the PvP system was released, both guild leaders, Tgengren and Stir-Fried Vegetable Rice, applied for the guild war. According to the public announcement on the official website, PvP could be registered as an organization, a guild, or an individual. As the PvP system was in beta testing, the individual and organization options weren't available. The guild registration was slightly different from the other two options, as the guild registration required 5 silver coins. The money wasn't paid in vain. There were PvP rewards for guild wars. In addition, before the war, there would be a full-service public announcement and another announcement after the war to announce the victor. For example, the first guild war in Eternal Kingdom was between Dragon Raja and the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance. To be fair, each guild was limited to 50 members. The rules of engagement were indicated on the signboard located at the entrance of the Dungeon Core main hall. The rules were simple, 50 members versus 50 members. The battle was without rules. The last surviving guild would be the victor. Though the rules were simple, for the 50 members versus 50 members battle, a gamer's fighting prowess was insignificant, whereas an excellent battle commander was extremely important. Both guilds paid high prices to employ the most experienced veteran gamers to be their temporary commanders. This battle command was different from normal online games, which depended on the reporting of enemy locations, map memorization, taking shortcuts, and the utilizing of latency differences. In the gladiator arena, intelligence was important, but it wasn't the deciding factor. The deciding factor was the quality of equipment, combat prowess, battle formations, and war strategies. This was much more difficult than normal battle command in traditional online games. In Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, the battle command would be similar to the era of passive weapons battlefield command. The effective execution of battle formations and charismatic leadership were two important factors in a battlefield commander. Instead of using the term battlefield commander, it was more accurate to use the term general. However, the 50 members versus 50 members was a small-scale battle. For the first premiere in the gladiator arena, Sherlock made arrangements for the gathered 100 gamers to be directly teleported to the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena. After a series of preparations and the introduction by the presenter, the arena, which could accommodate millions of creatures, had only a paltry 100 or so spectators. However, there were significantly more spectators than the previous time. The arena rang with the sparse applause of the spectators. The reactions of the 100 gamers were the same as the first 50 gamers. Seeing the almost empty spectator seats and the lich who used mana to create the illusion of a fully packed coliseum, they cursed at the lousy game producers. The gamers charged at each other under the cheering of the presenter. The entire arena was filled with grotesque bloodshed. The small number of spectators were excited by the grotesque view of the bloodshed. While the two guilds were slaughtering each other, Sherlock and Poisonskin signed the long contract of strategic collaboration. At the Marsh Ink Spewers tribe north of the Eternal Kingdom. The goblin dragonborn opened his eyes while he was in mud. It wasn't accurate to say mud as there was water that reached his ankle. But according to Salted Fish, this muddy pit was the best room in the whole village. A Marsh Ink Spewer would naturally stay in the muddy pond. Though Dragonborn knew that this was a highly realistic online game, he was dumbstruck when he was led to the muddy pond to rest. In the dungeon, he slept on the ground. There wasn't much difference sleeping in the mud. "Are you online? You're late by 10 minutes. Dragonborn heard the voices while he was getting used to the sensations of being online. Takia Spirit and Sealhead Ling Chong, who were covered with mud, were waiting by his side. Takia Spirit extended his hand and said, "Get up quickly. We're going to see the darting birds." Chapter 138, The Correct Way to Use Mana Skills. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the waiting hall of the training grounds in the dark, eerie Spectre College. A large teleport portal was placed in the middle of the hall. Occasionally, a few goblins would appear and wander around. After seeing nobody around, they would leave. But today, the teleport portal flashed. 2 gnomes and 3 goblins walked out from it. The 5 of them walked along the corridor connecting the waiting hall of the training grounds to the teleport portal at the end. They entered the instance dungeon via the teleport portal. The 5 of them were Arthur's team. The academic department of Spectre College had an emergency meeting. "What's the situation? Gnome? Why are gnomes involved in the graduation examination? What's there to be afraid of? If the candidates are unable to defeat gnomes, they shouldn't graduate. Didn't we recruit gnomes and orcs in the previous years? What's in the contract? Are there any terms that state it's limited to goblins? There are no such terms, so gnomes should be all right." Director Bacon. "Where's Director Bacon?" "He's on a business trip." "Ah. Backpack check, equipment check, shield check, weapons sharpened, food and drinks taken." Arthur, not wearing pants, burning chest hair, Sylvanas and peasants squatted on the ground and performed checks on their equipment for the final preparation before battle. They were very familiar with the preparations as they had played Dungeon for more than 2 months. They were not highly experienced in battles, but after having died tens of times, they were no longer naive to charge recklessly into battle. The gamers discovered that they had higher combat efficiency if they maintained silence during battle. It was the same principle with not typing words when fighting a boss. Using voice chat for command and control had better efficiency. While Arthur and his team were checking their equipment, the 2 examination candidates on the top level were frantically preparing. No matter how they prepared, they could only use basic skeleton soldiers, and they were unable to fend off the advances of the elite team. The 5 of them had strong tacit cooperation. Arthur and Not Wearing Pants had evolved into gnomes, who had greater combat prowess. They had battles along the way, but there were no major obstacles. They only suffered minor injuries when they arrived at level 4. There were no fatalities like previous times in which there was at least a dead team member when they arrived at level 4. After Arthur and Not Wearing Pants had reincarnated into gnomes, their combat prowess improved by leaps and bounds. The 2 Lich candidates were in total panic when they saw the combatants challenging the last elite skeleton soldier on level 4. "Senior. What shall we do? Are we failing? Is that the black-armored goblin?" "That's not a goblin, that's a gnome. My elite giant skeleton soldier is invincible." "Wait. Senior, what's that goblin doing?" A goblin, peasant, stripped himself of all equipment. Then, he followed his companion and took out a few bloated bladders from his backpack. He cut the bladders using his weapon. Peasant was holding flint in his hands as he chanted, "The wind fairy hidden in the air, hearken my summoning and cometh to my side." With Peasant's incantation, the gas near his body formed a visible magical wind protection barrier around him. Peasant brought the magical wind with him and ignited the flint as he charged towards the giant skeleton soldier. "Pa! Two pieces of flint struck against each other. Boom! The Spectre College training ground was filled with a sea of fire. Team number 2. Support the left flank. Commander. Kill the opposing commander. Concentrate firepower on that gnome with the huge hammer. He crushed 3 of our members. D*MN. Why is there a gnome? Chant our war cries. Advance. Advance. Don't retreat. Don't fear death. Lala 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 lala. D*MN, why are you singing? Disintegrate, reality. Blossom, synapse. Banish this world. Boom. Chairman's monoskill is awesome. At the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena, the gamers' battle was exciting. There were one-on-one and team-on-team battles. Some gamers fled, while others pursued their foes closely. Now, even a monoskill was used in the battle. The entire arena was a slaughterhouse. For the spectators, this was what they wanted to see on a grand scale. Whether it was real or not, none of the spectators thought about it as long as it was exciting. From the reaction of the paltry spectators, it was a successful gladiator fight. Sherlock and the 100 gamers completed their premiere in the gladiator arena with wild cheers from the spectators and a signed contract. The contract included improvements to the teleport portal, bringing out more innovative gladiator fights, providing equipment as a reward, and, most importantly, the price of 10 magic stones for each goblin and 20 magic stones for each gnome or houndhead man to be paid to Sherlock. Sherlock was pleased with the price tags as there would be more gamers participating in the gladiator fights. If the price tag was too high, the arena wouldn't be able to afford it. Moreover, the price was already higher than normal performers. Sherlock was capitalizing on small profits with rapid turnover. As for future PvP gameplay, Sherlock decided to do more research by playing more games. He shouldn't concentrate on single-player games. Instead, he could play the other world's online games with PvP elements. Sherlock returned to the dungeon and browsed the forum before publishing a post, requesting suggestions on games with PvP elements. A group of forum members quickly replied. Nightly Clown, is an online game good? Destiny 3 is pretty good. I have not heard the administrator's voice before. The game requires voice chat. If the voice is good, the game will be fun. The teams are mainly gals. Waiting for the administrator to 818. Senbei, it's a must to play World of Warcraft for PvP. For the Alliance. Kill all the orcs. YINYY1994, recommending exciting Battlefield and PUBG Mobile. They are based on the Last Man Standing model. They are very popular recently. Winkle's Wine, preposterous. The lousy game producer is playing new games again. Sherlock noted down the names of the recommended games for Brew to download. Then he would try them out. As for the Dark Souls series, it was too obscure and harmful to his health. Sherlock would store it. After he was well nourished, he would continue playing it. Sherlock browsed through other posts. There was a post which was pinned, and it received continuous replies. Sherlock thought that it was a strategy guide posted by Not Wearing Pants, but it was actually a post by Sealhead Ling Chong. The title was Strange Encounter Mission Request. Reward, Darting Birds. For all my life, I've never spent money on games. But today, to arrive at my company at the earliest time to play Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, I didn't take bus 11, I took a cab to work. Why? Because of a strange encounter mission with the Darting Birds reward. Attached are the solo pictures of the Darting Birds. Picture, picture, picture. I'm not sure if you can feel my happiness. I will talk about the strange encounter mission. According to Not Wearing Pants post, we know that Dungeon has a strange encounter system. It will not have any mission notice, and the mission details will come from the NPC's conversation. After the mission is accomplished, there will be rewards. I and my silly teammates, Dragonborn and Takia Spirit, were fortunate enough to trigger a strange encounter mission, and there was a follow-up plot. Yesterday, most of our gamers were annihilated in exploring the new map. The three of us returned to retrieve our equipment when we encountered a marshing spewer. He brought us to his tribe. I am unable to describe the exact location since the route was complex and I don't know the directions. In the morning, we will bring the marshing spewer to dungeon entrance number 2. If you wish to join in the strange encounter mission, wait for us at entrance number 2. Don't ask me for the time because I don't know. As to whether the reward of darting birds is valid, don't ask me because I don't know. The mission objective is to help the marshing spewers destroy the large lizards that have infested their territory for thousands of years. They were the strange creatures that attacked us. I am attaching the pictures of the tribe and salted fish's photograph. Please take a look. Picture. The above mentioned is all the information we have. We are setting out now. If you want to join in the strange encounter mission, gather at entrance No. 2. Chapter 139, The Way to Welcome Friends. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Distant Fairy Path, the lousy game producers updated the writing system secretly. Night Lantern Bearer, the bird looks ugly. Still a Wolf King, I feel Mr. Seal's happiness, not. Struggle with Pants, why did I not have strange encounters? Curry Club, ah. I am so envious that I'm screaming like a groundhog. Sherlock finished reading the replies of the post and hugged his arms as he pondered and said, the gamers obtained the darting birds from the marshing spewers? The lizards killed the marshing spewers tribe? The miserly marshing spewers are willing to give up their darting birds? It's out of my expectations. No, I feel that the marshing spewers aren't giving the darting birds to the gamers. They were merely loaning them, Bruce smiled and said. But the gamers know about the darting birds. If the marshing spewers are unable to provide the darting birds, they will be exterminated by the gamers instead of the large lizards. This is the first instance of a personal right in the game. It's possible, Sherlock nodded and said. But this is also a chance. If the gamers can obtain the trust of the marshing spewers, it'll be a chance to have new gameplay. I have to take a look. Sherlock stood up. He intended to get his windbreaker, but he hesitated and decided not to. Bruce said, You aren't updating the game version and contents? I feel it's necessary to encourage the gamers to challenge the instance dungeon. I feel that the marshing spewers are more interesting. It's also a chance for the gamers to have leather products and train beasts in the future. The collection of resources requires the help of the natives. The marshing spewer tribe is a friendly and suitable ally, Sherlock said. Moreover, the gamers will need some poetic plots. I can also introduce new NPCs. Sherlock looked at his clothing and said, I'll have to change my clothing. The gamers gathered at entrance number 2 of Eternal Kingdom. They chatted, made transactions, and fought with each other. Within Eternal Kingdom's premises, the gamers were unable to attack each other. After the start of the second beta test, Sherlock prohibited them from fighting inside the dungeon. All their excess energy should be geared towards carrying bricks. However, there were no restrictions outside the dungeon, so the gamers could fight among themselves at the dungeon entrance. Place the flag. Someone, place the flag. Let me do it. A bald goblin, American wild dog, shouted as he stepped out from the crowd. Two goblins started wrestling with each other. They were second beta gamers, so their wrestling wasn't impressive. At a location not far from entrance number 2, Sherlock was disguised as an adventurer. Sherlock was dressed in a classic aristocratic style with a blood-red cloak behind his back. He stood emotionless at entrance number 2. The gamers who wanted to touch him were immobilized once they got too close to him. If not, Sherlock would have been buried by the goblin horde. At his side was the black dragon egg face, whom he had used mana to make invisible. What is placing the flag? Eggface asked Sherlock. Sherlock looked at Eggface and waited for a while as he listened to Bru's explanation. Then he said, "It means duel." "Whoa! The two goblins have a personal feud." Eggface nodded and lifted his head as he asked, "Your lich servant has obtained my saliva, tears, mucus, and fingernails to do Houndhead Man research daily. I feel I have to be compensated. Give me the Book of the Dead. You are such a great devil. You would have many of these legendary items. Have you memorized your script?" Sherlock didn't answer him but asked him another question. "Humph. I'm the Dark Flaming Monolord, Dark Scorch Hot-Tempered Dragon, Guardian of Helling. They are merely large lizard tribes. I'll appear, intimidate them, and they'll flee in terror." "How many large lizards are there?" Eggface asked as he stood akimbo. "After multiplying for thousands of years, there are at least 200,000 to 300,000, Sherlock said with uncertainty. 300,000. Eggface pinched his claws and said after a long time, he. "I'll just need to recite my script, is that right? I haven't memorized the script. Can I improvise? Just get the gist of the script and use your own words. Perhaps, the effect will be better," Sherlock said casually and then continued speaking, "Don't be nervous. Just act like you did when you met the goblins for the first time." The gamers who were gathered at the entrance created a commotion. At the far end of the tunnel, 4 darting birds were running towards them rapidly. The leader was a marsh ink spewer, followed by 3 goblins, Dragonborn, Takia Spirit, and Sealhead Ling Chong. The gamers shouted wildly for a short while. Then, Sherlock exerted his dominant aura and restrained them. "Welcome, guest from afar. I've heard about your predicament from my citizens." Sherlock walked out and welcomed the marsh ink spewer as he said, "As the Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Lord, I'm most willing to aid my neighbors." Salted Fish didn't expect that a superior devil would welcome him at the dungeon entrance. He got down nervously from the darting bird and looked at the 3 goblins behind him. They were chatting jovially just a moment ago, but they were currently motionless on the darting birds. Salted Fish felt it was strange that the bubbly goblins had gone quiet, but he quickly said to Sherlock, "Thank you, Devil Lord. My tribe is threatened by a group of despicable large lizards. Actually, the large lizards are also a threat to you. I have personally witnessed the large lizards killing your citizens 2 days ago. It was a grotesque sight." "That's very grotesque. We're willing to assist you. I feel that you should bring us to your tribe and construct a base for retaliation." Sherlock clenched his fist and said vehemently. "That's great, Devil Lord." Salted Fish mounted his darting bird and rode off excitedly. When he discovered nobody was following him, he came to a halt. He looked puzzled and stopped to wait. Sherlock and the goblins didn't move an inch. Sherlock turned his head and spoke to the gamers, "Citizens of Eternal Kingdom, the marsh ink spewers require our assistance. Follow me and attack the large lizards." Sherlock removed his dominant aura. In the minds of the gamers, a system notice created by Bru appeared. Gamers Dragonborn, Takia Spirit, and Sealhead Ling Chong successfully triggered the area mission Marsh ink spewers request for help. Marsh ink spewers request for help. Mission description: after opening up Eternal Kingdom, we met with trouble. Large numbers of large lizards occupied our newly opened tunnels and threatened the marsh ink spewers. The large lizards will create a calamity beyond imagination. Lord Sherlock decided to help the marsh ink spewers, who may become our allies. Mission objective: help the marsh ink spewers exterminate the large lizards. There was nothing else. There was no mention of rewards, but the gamers knew from the description that it was a newly opened area mission and that there was no mention of it on the official website. The experienced gamers had played many online games. What gimmicks had they not seen? This must be the kind of area mission that required everybody's effort to achieve the objective. The unrestrained gamers howled as they went after the darting birds. Yes, they were going for the darting birds. The few hundred gamers surrounded and gazed at Salted Fish. Salted Fish looked nervous until a gamer shouted, "Gosh! Don't attack! I can't attack either. Seems like he's an ally. It's a pity. I was thinking of stealing his darting bird. Take ya spirit. Dragonborn. Are your darting birds for sale? I'll pay 100,000 renminbi for your bird." The group of gamers chatted loudly. They surrounded gamers with the darting birds and pleaded with them to sell the birds. No gamers attacked the three of them. Though gamers were described as the fourth natural disaster, to NPCs and gamers, destroying another gamer's experience was strictly prohibited. It was stated in the dungeon law in the new version updates. Salted Fish looked on with a daze. He lowered his head and pondered. Perhaps, it was a way for Eternal Kingdom to welcome their friends? Chapter 140, Shirley's Shameful Titles. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dark swampland, a few heads of the marsh ink spewers popped out from pits. Sherlock looked at the marsh ink spewers and the gamers who were searching in the marsh. "Greetings, do you know where the home of the tribe chief is?" A few gamers were asking the marsh ink spewers the same question. The dazed Salted Fish gazed at the unrestrained gamers and gnomes who were running around and searching in the marsh ink spewers' territory. After the goblins and gnomes searched for half a day in vain, they cursed and started collecting the mud from the marsh. A gamer who was standing close to Salted Fish said, "They're very poor. They don't even have a chest for us to ransack." "Forget it, I'll get some mud to see if it's worth anything." The gamers who attempted to communicate with the marsh ink spewers only got wah-ah as replies. The marsh ink spewers who could speak the Underworld common language were too frightened and unwilling to communicate when they saw the gamers rummaging around. Only Salted Fish was able to communicate well. "Aya, your village is beautiful and well decorated. It's suitable for habitation," Sherlock said as he looked at the barren, rocky, and marshy environment. "This place is beautiful, but it's not our homeland. Our homeland is the larger and more beautiful marshland in front. But it's currently occupied by the despicable large lizards." Salted Fish said loudly. "No matter what, we have to defeat the large lizards and chase them away." Don't worry. All members of Eternal Kingdom will help and protect you," Sherlock said as he smiled gently. Sherlock saw a gamer squatting outside a hole entrance and putting his head inside. Then he pulled out his muddy head and shouted, "Quick! Who has tools? There's something in the hole. Fool! Use the shield to dig. See if there are any darting birds." A few gamers gathered and used their shields to dig. Other gamers followed suit and dug up the marsh ink spewers' residential holes. Because of Brew and Sherlock, the gamers were unable to attack the marsh ink spewers directly, but it didn't mean they couldn't change the landscape. The gamers' objective was not to kill the marsh ink spewers but to obtain valuable stuff. After hearing that there was something in the hole, they started to dig. Salted Fish gaped at them, lifted his hands, and opened his mouth. As he was about to speak, Sherlock lifted his hand and said, "Don't be mistaken. They're not digging up and raiding your homes. The members of Eternal Kingdom would never do that. They are checking if your homes are sturdy. Don't worry." The gamers who were digging were taken aback. A gamer threw away his shield and shouted, "What a joke! If we aren't allowed to dig for mud and ransack the marsh ink spewers' homes, are we still heroes of the underworld?" Sherlock looked at Salted Fish and spread out his hands as he said, "See, that is how things will turn out." He exerted his dominant aura to restrain the nearby gamers so that they didn't do strange things. At the same time, he reminded the gamers that a new plot was about to begin. "We'll be building an outpost nearby to strengthen the defenses. We're building walls and trenches to defend against the large lizards." More and more gamers gathered as they heard information about the starting plot. "Wait, Lord Sherlock. Are you planning to build a base in our homeland?" Before Salted Fish could finish speaking, Sherlock nodded and said, "Of course, it's your homeland. Previously and now, this place is your homeland, but it might not be the case in the future. We have no intention to invade your homeland. We are hoping to have a safe resting place here. The large lizards are not easy opponents. We have to prepare for long periods of battle. The underworld is a dangerous place. Who knows what other dangers besides the large lizards are lurking around? I know. Our tribe is willing to provide a resting place for your warriors, but the large lizards do come here occasionally. Though there aren't many of them, we can't guarantee your safety. Salted Fish nodded and said. That's not a problem. To protect the weak, we'll try our best to help you exterminate the large lizards. Sherlock clenched his fist and said righteously. A roar that sounded distant came from above his head. It had a breathtaking aura. That applied only to the marching spewers. The gamers were restrained by Sherlock, and they were all in the plot animation mode. Salted Fish quickly ran to the village entrance. He grasped his sword and looked up. In the underworld, there was no sky, but it had a height of a few hundred meters. A huge figure swept across and above Salted Fish. While Salted Fish was puzzled about the figure, a 150-meter black dragon landed on the ground. The black dragon drooped his head and looked at Salted Fish with disdain. What's this? A group of marching spewers invaded my small swamp, the black dragon said in a low, hoarse voice and bared his razor-sharp teeth at Salted Fish. Salted Fish swallowed hard. Looking at the black dragon, he unsheathed his weapon bravely. His natural fear of dragons made his clenched fists tremble. At this time, a tall figure charged forward and stood in front of Salted Fish. That was Sherlock. The imposing superior devil extended his huge wings and gazed at the black dragon as he shouted, "Leave this place, you evil black dragon!" The black dragon raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Sherlock. "I know you. You're the Seven Sins originator, the Karmic Fire Terminator, the Judgment Tongue, Hades ruler, the Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Lord, and the Great Devil Lord Sherlock. I didn't expect to see you here." The black dragon lowered his head and looked at the inside of his wings for a while before saying, "I'll not give up this swamp. Pathetic marching spewers, don't expect the devil and his goblin army to help you. I'll be back. The next time, I turn this place into a ruin." The black dragon intentionally extended the pronunciation of the last few words. Then, he got up and flapped his wings. He left while the excited gamers and the fearful marching spewers looked on. Sherlock released the gamers from his restraint and shouted at them, "Go, citizens of Eternal Kingdom, chase after the black dragon. Don't let him escape." The gamers charged wildly in the direction that the dragon had left. "Ah! It's a black dragon. The reigns of a black dragon. Gosh, does the dragon look familiar to you?" "Yes, he looked like the black dragon that we saw when the bug appeared." "Isn't he supposed to be an NPC? Why did he become a boss?" "I don't know, but it's awesome. I didn't expect the development team to be so immature. Shirley's titles are shameful. My hubby Shirley is charismatic. The plot created by the development team is too unrefined. The modeling is pretty good, but can the script be improved? Perhaps they can use some help on the forum? Maybe the development team can include more fighting scenes. The plot animation is too lousy." Most gamers started searching after hearing Sherlock's command and the plot's mission. A few hundred gamers remained at the marching spewer village to see if there were other plots, while the rest of the gamers wandered aimlessly around. "It seems like the matter is more complicated than I thought. There's a black dragon roaming around. If I depend on a temporary garrison, it won't let my warriors fight bravely." Sherlock looked regretful. He said to Salted Fish, "If there are no leather products and darting birds as rewards, they won't be able to capture the dragon." Salted Fish, what do you say? Chapter 141, version 0.19 update log. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Palm. Not wearing pants placed a rock on the rock wall. Then he stood behind a wall that was as tall as his waist and shouted at Burning Chest Hair, "How is it? Did you capture it clearly?" "Yes, the screenshots are done." Burning Chest Hair gave an OK gesture and said, "Hemp Rope Technology's new version of the bladder bomb is powerful. Though the power of a single bomb is diminished, he can now mass-produce them. It's time-consuming. The train emits a lot of feces, but only a few bladder bombs can be made. The feces is still inferior to the magical beast's feces from the instance dungeon. The older version was made in 2 days, and the power was impressive. Too bad it's no longer produced." Not Wearing Pants followed Burning Chest Hair to go to other places to take screenshots. He was preparing materials for publishing his strategy guide post. The game had just updated a huge amount of content. Besides the PvP in the Gladiator Arena, only the guild registration was available. The guilds formed by the veteran gamers weren't approved. However, the guilds of the second beta latecomers were approved, and they were engaged in the guild war. Not Wearing Pants searched the entire official website, but he couldn't find any channel for complaints. There were no telephone numbers, mailboxes, or addresses. For PvE, a new area was set up, and it was called Marshing Spewer Town. From the scale, it looked more like a village. Not Wearing Pants and Burning Chest Hair chatted while they took screenshots of other locations. In this area, about 400 to 500 gamers were doing their assigned missions. Most of the missions were assigned by Brew to build a defensive wall around the Marshing Spewer Town, as well as a semi-permanent outpost stronghold. A small portion of the gamers didn't receive the missions. They merely wanted to build their own things. While the gamers were hard at work, a sharp Marshing Spewer, Salted Fish, watched the goblins. Though Marshing Spewers weren't very intelligent, Salted Fish was the exception. As a leader, he had an extremely high intellect, which was about 0.8 times that of a goblin. Hence, he was able to master the Underworld common language. When he encountered the 3 goblins, things appeared normal. But on the second day, when the Devil Lord brought thousands of goblins to his swamp, things became weird. When they arrived, the gamers stuck their heads into his home. Then they shouted that there were things underneath and started digging the holes with their shields. Though they stopped their actions and the kind Devil Lord also explained, a huge black dragon appeared, and the goblins chased after him. Wait, why did the goblins dare to chase after the dragon? When Salted Fish was pondering over this question, the Devil Lord had brought along his signed strategic collaborative contract, which stated that Eternal Kingdom would provide the Marshing Spewers with protection. In addition, Eternal Kingdom would trade items that the Marshing Spewers required and needed and the killed large lizards in exchange for skinned products and their darting birds. Salted Fish agreed to the agreement quickly because of the Black Dragon's threat. If the Devil Lord hadn't provided protection, his tribe would have been wiped out by the dragon. Besides, the Devil Lord's terms weren't draconian. In fact, Salted Fish thought they had benefited. The large swamp was almost entirely occupied by the numerous large lizards, while his tribe was struggling to survive in the small swamp. If Eternal Kingdom was able to provide their required resources, Salted Fish was more than happy to trade skinned products and darting birds. After sealing the contract, the devil left, but not before giving a speech. Salted Fish summarized the speech into 3 words: work extremely hard. The goblins started to work immediately. They looked for available materials nearby and started building the defensive wall for the town. Initially, they stuck to the perimeter of the town to build the wall. At the halfway point, a group of goblins called for a meeting. After their meeting, they used rocks to plan a second outer wall, which was 4 to 5 times the size of the town. And now, someone started using rocks to outline the third outer wall. Salted Fish couldn't understand the goblins' behavior. Were they using the rocks to indicate their sphere of power? What was the use of such a large boundary? Occasionally, some goblins would intrude into the living space of the Marshing Spewers without any warning. Under the alarmed gazes of other Marshing Spewers, the goblins would stand at the hole entrance in a daze before shouting, "Gosh, I can't dig. D*MN. Why did they have to deduct reputation points for intruding into their homes?" Salted Fish observed the goblins' behavior and thought hard. What were they doing? When were they going to destroy the large lizards? What about the black dragon? What about the 3 darting birds that I loaned to the 3 goblins? Pa-ta, pa-ta, pa-ta. Sherlock sat in front of the computer as he focused on the screen and typed furiously on the keyboard. His typing speed was now 60 words per minute. This was the result of his daily practice. At his side, there was a 1.5 meter small black dragon who was carrying a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea over. Thin tea. A little hot. Let it cool first, Sherlock said without turning his head. He took a sip and passed the tea back. Eggface extended his claws and took the tea, placing it on the table. He wobbled his rounded body and sat in a chair opposite Sherlock. Eggface gazed intently at Sherlock and looked dazed. He felt bored as the dungeon core main hall was filled with pa-ta sounds. He asked, "What am I doing here?" "You're working. You're now my secretary." Sherlock continued typing and said, "And, call me Lord Sherlock or Dungeon Lord. I can call you Seven Sins Originator, Karmic Fire Terminator, Judgment Tongue, Hades." Sherlock interrupted Eggface before he could finish speaking. "No. Hades Ruler, okay," Eggface said in a soft voice. There were a few seconds of silence before Eggface said, "Wait, I remember. Aren't you called Sherlock?" "That's my name for a different job." Sherlock crossed his arms and looked seriously at Eggface as he said, "Why don't you keep quiet for a few hours? It's time for you to practice discipline. You don't wish to finish your sentence here and become a lawless brat who will be beaten to death by your parents, do you? Discipline? Hey! I'm the ultimate dark dragon, the chaos song of praise, disorderly." Before Eggface finished speaking, Sherlock said to Brew, "Let the goblins call Brainiac over. I'll hand over the black dragon to him." 10 minutes later. "We're going to do research again? What about the strange Houndhead Man potion?" Brainiac looked at the excited Eggface and bowed to Sherlock. He made Eggface invisible and brought Eggface silently out of the dungeon core main hall. Sherlock looked at the quiet dungeon core main hall and remained silent for 2 seconds. He then focused his attention on the screen and checked the contents of his work. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom Update Log version 0.19. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.19 Official Update. Added new PvP gameplay, Guild War, already added Guild War gameplay. The guild registration fee is 5 silver coins. More PvP gameplay, such as individual and organization, will be implemented later. Added new weekly missions, for Lord Sherlock, once a gamer logs in, a new weekly mission, for Lord Sherlock, will be available automatically based on the reputation level and weapon level. 1. Carried bricks for 24 hours. 2. Completed 3/3 daily missions. 3. Submitted 5/5 materials. 4. Complimented Lord Sherlock 1/1. 5. Completed the instance dungeon, Spectre College, Training Grounds 1/1. 6. To be added later. If the weapon level isn't at the required level, item 6 will be cancelled. Amended the instance dungeon, Spectre College, Training Grounds related gameplay. 1. Death incurred in the instance dungeon will not have a reputation points penalty. Application to gain entry into the instance dungeon will incur reputation points to prevent abuse of the instance dungeon and prevent wastage of server resources. 2. Added a new difficulty mode. If the team has less than 4 goblins, the instance dungeons mode will be set to difficult. You will encounter double the number of bosses. 3. To offset the price inflation in Eternal Kingdom, the reputation points and coins rewarded for the instance dungeon will be increased. Added new stronghold, Marshing Spewer Town. A Marshing Spewer tribe was located in a small swamp outside the dungeon. We have obtained permission to build an outpost. The gamers will be constructing the stronghold. Added new series mission, assist marsh ink spewers. These marsh ink spewers are weak and needed our help. Gamers will receive various missions to help them. Added new reputation, marsh ink spewers. The marsh ink spewers have many good things. Gamers may obtain materials and hunt large lizards to exchange for the goods. All hostile actions towards the marsh ink spewers will prohibit the gamer from exchanging for any of the marsh ink spewers' goods. The following is the list of items. 1. Swamp Frog Backpack. Sturdy and durable, though it will occasionally bloat. Attributes vary according to actual product. 2. Darting Bird Stirrups and Reins. 3. Large Lizard Skin Shoes. Waterproof and stylish. 4. Necklace made from marsh ink spewer's teeth. Calculus. The necklace provides a mana bonus to the user. 5. Dried salted fish. Not sure whether you can eat it. 6. Ride, darting birds, precious item, hard to obtain. Added new bug, prohibited from entry and digging. Gamers are no longer able to dig or enter the holes of the marsh ink spewers. Don't try your luck. A wild card. I will add if I think of a bug or new content. Chapter 142, Developing the Dungeon. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Peril, I only fell into a daze in front of a marsh ink spewer's home, and my reputation points were negative. Liunbambu, I have prepared a set of decorations for my darting bird, such as a guild war flag, specialized metal helmet, breast ram, and even a ball gag and eye patch. Rock candy fruit, from deducting reputation points after failing to deducting reputation points regardless of whether one has failed. Soft candy gal, I intended to look for the gnome gamers to bring me into the instance dungeon, and now you are increasing the difficulty? Why do I feel that you are trying to drive us to our graves? Despicable. Second brush tip, dragon? Where is the huge black dragon? Sherlock finished reading most of the comments and browsed other topics like American Wild Dog's passive weapon strategy guide and Struggle with Pants post on his ambition to set up a food shop in Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock stood up and went outside. Lord Sherlock. Brew was puzzled. I'm making a trip. Shopping, Sherlock replied simply. Da. A Hades carriage wobbled as it moved off behind Sherlock. It left a trail of sparks. The tall devil had long riding boots, light grey riding pants, a deep blue tuxedo with golden seams, a classic black and white complementary shirt and waistcoat, and a deep blue bow tie. That was Sherlock's typical dressing style. Sherlock lifted his tall hat and grasped an aged wooden cane whose handle was highly polished. He walked into the shop in front of him. In the don't have the most expensive stuff blacksmith shop. Welcome, welcome. Our shop has the latest imitation, customer, have we met before? A stone golem was hitting something with his hammer. Then, he lifted his head and wanted to promote his items, but he squinted his eyes at Sherlock. We've done several transactions. I'd like to thank you for recommending me to the Merchant Alliance so that I had the chance to attend the Dungeon Lord Conference. I didn't buy any stuff, though. The stone golem thought for a while and said, Ah. Lord Sherlock of Eternal Kingdom? With your outfit. I almost couldn't recognize you. The stone golem felt he was impolite and quickly said, I mean, you were dressed differently last time. Previously, you looked like an adventurer? Lord Sherlock, what do you need? I have a blueprint of a large furnace. I hope you can help me build it. Please take a look at the blueprint. Sherlock took out a blueprint of a huge furnace with different openings and outlets for materials. It could support thousands of gamers who were forging at the same time. It was separated into 3 portions, top, middle, and bottom. The height was a few hundred meters. It had a material inlet, mana inlet, bypass, and cooling sections. It was a very large project. It's impressive. The stone golem took the diagram and looked at it with astonishment. He asked, "Did you draw this diagram, Lord Sherlock?" "No, I am not versed in this area. I got a friend from the forum to do that. It's rather detailed." The stone golem nodded and said, "This will cost a good bit of magic stones. From the diagram, the creator is highly professional. I didn't spend any magic stones, I only gave him some benefits." "How much will it cost to produce?" Sherlock asked. The diagram looks okay. I'll amend the constants a bit. The professional doesn't understand the magic furnace very well, but it's pretty close. I'll have to calculate the cost. For such a large project, the construction will take more than a month. The price will be more than 500,000 magic stones, the stone golem said. It's not a problem if it can be solved with magic stones. After the calculation, contact me directly. The stone golem said, "Lord Sherlock, I have a suggestion. A few high-class dungeons also constructed large furnaces, but they are more than a few hundred years old. Lord Sherlock's dungeon has just started developing. If the creature count is at the thousands, I suggest using distributed furnaces and employing 5 blacksmiths. They'll be able to satisfy the requirement." "No, it's not equipment requirement." Sherlock organized his thoughts and said, "Many creatures of my dungeon are interested in blacksmithing. A few distributed furnaces may not be sufficient. Moreover, my objective is not limited to the thousands of creatures in the dungeon. After considering future needs, I feel that a large furnace is more suitable." Sherlock walked out and said, "I'll impose on you to do the calculations. Help me contact the best construction team. After a month, once my excavated industrial area is completed, the construction team may start the project. Don't worry, Lord Sherlock. I'll make the necessary arrangements and inform you when it's time to sign the contract." Sherlock left the blacksmith shop and went to the materials market to make purchases. As the gamers were about to begin fighting the large lizards, if they only depended on close combat, the 2,000 gamers wouldn't be able to defeat the large lizards. The difference in body anatomy wasn't easily overcome by training. Though short bow gamers didn't receive favorable comments, Sherlock intended to develop the long-range combat capability of the gamers. This was a rather important matter to Sherlock. The most suitable weapon was the crossbow. Considering their technical ability and gaming experience, Sherlock decided to equip the dungeon with crossbows. Of course, the gamers had to pay for them. Though it was extravagant, for the diligent and cute goblins, it was worthwhile to spend the money. Sherlock smiled gently at the thought. "Boss, how much does it cost for the materials to produce 4,000 crossbows?" "Let me calculate. About 100,000 magic stones. We'll give you 10,000 bolts as a gift." "How much does it cost for the materials to produce 4,000 longbows?" "About 30,000 magic stones. We'll give you 10,000 arrows as a gift." "What about short bows?" "You may like our promotional bundle of 2,000 short bows and 2,000 long bows. The sale price for the materials is 10,000 magic stones. We'll give you 5,000 arrows as a gift, and we'll give you materials for 5,000 arrows." "Deal. Please send the goods to this teleport portal address. Please send the goods as soon as possible." It was a pity that he didn't purchase the crossbow. With the combination of short bows and long bows, and with proper practice, Sherlock believed that the gamers could overcome their deficiency. The long-range weapons weren't a necessity compared to the large furnace. Sherlock decided to put this matter aside and buy other stuff. The commerce area had been excavated, but there were many areas of the dungeon that required development. After purchasing the required goods and making the necessary orders, Sherlock returned to the Winterfell VIP teleport main hall. He met a familiar figure at the entrance of a cafe. A succubus dressed in a cleaner's uniform stood aggrieved inside the cafe. A boss slime stood akimbo as he scolded the cleaner while a group of spectators gathered to watch. Sherlock knew that succubus. She was Evelyn. It seems like the labor market is going from bad to worse. Such a young succubus like Evelyn lost her job in a large organization, and she's working as a cleaner. Lord Sherlock, I feel we should use this chance to recruit her at a bargain. How about 80 magic stones per month? Brew suggested. Sherlock didn't respond to Brew. He glanced at her a few times before turning his head to leave. Eternal Kingdom developed at an orderly pace. The gamers were like the Underworld's model workers. They worked diligently to excavate new areas in the commerce area and construct the new stronghold at the Marshing Spewer town. When the passers-by were attacked by the large lizards, they contributed to the natural food chain of the Underworld. The veteran gamers, who were elite fighters, started reincarnating as gnomes. They began hunting the large lizards. They also used traps and the scarce bladder bombs against the large lizards. The two large guilds continued their war. The areas outside the dungeon had become their battleground. They also registered for new guild wars. The Veteran Gamers Guild was finally approved. Other gamers also gathered their guild members and accumulated enough silver coins before submitting their guild registration. After a month of training, the second beta gamers had attained the requirement for challenging the instance dungeon. They formed teams and started their first battles in the instance dungeon. They experienced what was deemed as cruelty. As for the candidates of Spectre College, they had a golden period with high graduation rates. The candidates in this period were undoubtedly extremely lucky. Only for a short period of time. In the tunnel outside Winterfell, colorful flags were everywhere. Kindergarten students led by teachers with large golden chains, tattoos, permed punk hairstyles, and smoking metal sticks were standing by the sides to welcome a guest. A large armored beat lemon entered Winterfell as everybody cheered. Alexandria. You're too cunning. You're hateful. Cunning and scheming. Praising the greedy Alexandria. The son of the Grand Duke, Alexandria, paid a visit to Winterfell. Chapter 143, It's Not Safe Anywhere. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A skeleton ran quickly in the corridor. He was wearing a long robe with the number 56254 on it and carrying a large piece of paper that was his examination notes. Behind him was a lich with the number 62521. Both liches entered the teleport portal consecutively. They arrived at the control platform on level 4 and started preparing for their examination. 5 goblins appeared within the crystal ball. After entering the training grounds, they put down their backpacks and started checking their equipment. The 2 liches stared intently at the images in the crystal ball. Lich 56254 lifted his paper to check his written notes. They don't have kite shields. They don't have flails. They don't have helmets. They don't have bladder bombs. Great, Senior. Lich 62521 shouted excitedly at 56256, they are low difficulty goblins. We're going to win. D*MN. Lich 56254 knocked 62521 on his skull and said, the graduation strategy guide said not to mention winning. If we say we're winning, we'll fail 80% to 90% of the time. Make haste. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Lich 62521 pooed and spat saliva. A battle that was important to both sides was about to begin. Ah, too difficult, this instance dungeon. We fought until midnight to complete it. Takia Spirit sat on the ground. He wasn't feeling tired, his leg was broken. When he defeated the boss, the orc skeleton fell to the ground, and his weapon crushed Takia Spirit's leg. Dragonborn, you're strong. What technique did you use, tiger kill with sliding hack? Sealhead Ling Chong complimented. Dragonborn smiled with embarrassment and said, no, I've practiced full armor fighting before. I slipped carelessly and hacked the boss leg accidentally. It wasn't a technique. I don't care. It's cool anyway. I'm feeling your strength, and you have good equipment. Perhaps you have a chance to beat Arthur. People are praising Arthur too much, Takia Spirit said indignantly. Perhaps Arthur is indeed strong, and he's rich. He has the best equipment, and he killed an underground spider single-handedly. That's powerful. Now that he's a gnome, are you butting your head against him? Sealhead Ling Chong was in favor of Arthur. Do you feel that there are less and less underground spiders? Compared to the legendary veteran gamer Arthur, Dragonborn was more concerned about the spider's lair. He was worried because equipment improvement required materials from the spiders, but only the deep end of the spider's lair had underground spiders. Though the discussion forum had the spider's lair map and the cave walls had symbols drawn by their seniors, some crazy gamers drew misleading diagrams that caused them to be lost. There were gamers who enjoyed sabotaging the experience of other gamers. Besides the instance dungeon, the refresh rate of the game monsters is slow. If we kill too many monsters, their numbers will diminish, Sealhead Ling Chong said. On the discussion forum, they mentioned locking down the spider's lair for a period of time to allow the spiders to multiply. I heard that underground spiders were found near entrance number 2, but they haven't found the lair, Takia Spirit said. While they were chatting, they picked up their loot and 2 corpses of their comrades. Their bodies were laden with equipment that made clanking noises as they dragged their casualties back to Eternal Kingdom. They were heading towards the Lich's burial hall to revive their comrades when they encountered Mufasa, who was dragging a pile of clay. When Mufasa saw the 3 of them and the grotesque corpses, he lowered his pale face and ran off. The realistic NPC reaction is awesome. They complimented the game and went into the Lich's burial hall. Takia Spirit, Dragonborn, Sealhead Ling Chong, Soft Candy Gal, and Nightly Clown shared the loot equally. They used the roll method to resolve any disputes. Soft Candy Gal asked, "Can't I touch the darting bird?" Takia Spirit raised his hand and said, "No, the gamers have been touching the darting bird until it's almost bald. I feel like my darting bird is depressed. It's not lifting its head and looks listless." Pooh! Soft Candy Gal spat saliva at Takia Spirit and left. Sealhead Ling Chong and Nightly Clown teased Takia Spirit before Nightly Clown left with his loot. Dragonborn and his 2 companions proceeded to appraise their equipment. Dragonborn took out a single-handed axe and appraised it after spending some bronze coins and reputation points. Spectre single-handed axe, green excellent equipment. Damage, 0.20. Weight, 25. Durability, 10. Equipment location, Spectre College, Training Grounds. Required reputation, Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom reputation level 2. The equipment specially prepared by the Liches belongs to you. Dragonborn felt that his luck was pretty good since it was a piece of green excellent equipment. He could sell it for 100 to 200 renminbi. Takia Spirit shouted in despair, "Wah! Why did I pick up a piece of grey trash equipment? The defense rating is so low. Why am I so unlucky?" Sealhead Ling Chong hesitated as Takia Spirit looked on, but he said, "Superior short sword, damage 0-25. D*MN. Takia Spirit had just finished cursing when a stone golem carrying all sorts of goods appeared from the teleport portal hall. Dragonborn was surprised. He thought that there might be new plots. Lord Sherlock walked out from the Dungeon Lord main hall. The gamers gathered to watch, and they were restrained by Sherlock's dominant aura. They could neither move nor speak. Sherlock talked to the small stone golem and brought him to the warehouse. Before long, numerous small stone golems carried wood, bowstrings, and other materials out from the portal. After transporting the goods for an hour, a stone golem talked to Lord Sherlock before he bowed and all the stone golems left via the teleport portal. The gamers were guessing about the new plot. What was the wood for? Dragonborn was curious too. He saw Shirley walk to the plaza in front of the Dungeon Core main hall and write on the signboard. Then, Lord Sherlock went back into his Dungeon Lord main hall. In the next instant, the door opened, and a sign was hung outside. Don't knock on the door. If you do, your account will be terminated. After that, the Dungeon Lord main hall door was shut. The gamers immediately ran to the signboard and saw Citizens of Eternal Kingdom. To help everyone in clearing the large lizards around Eternal Kingdom, I've purchased some materials for longbows and short bows. To obtain the longbows and short bows, continue to work diligently and obtain reputation points. You can only purchase longbows or short bows if you attain reputation level 3 and above. Please help to disseminate the information. Everyone was taken aback. Burning Chest Hair looked hopeless as he muttered to himself, "We're done for. It's not safe anywhere." Chapter 144, I'm Innocent. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. On the busy streets, neatly dressed orcs, gnomes, werewolves, other creatures, and Winterfell citizens were waiting at the public Beat Lemon stop for the late public Beat Lemon. Behind the Beat Lemon stop was a magic stone bank, never return money. At the bank entrance, a fully armored orc guard was chatting happily with a female orc bank employee. The female orc looked disinterested. "The sludge monster said to me, 'It's not intentional that I ate your table.'" "Ha ha ha. He ate my table." "Ha ha ha, ha," the orc guard laughed, but the female orc was emotionless. The orc guard stopped laughing and asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Yes," the female orc replied quickly. "Good, wait for a moment, those three." The orc guard frowned as his hand reached for the sword at his waist. The female orc took a glance and ran off immediately. Three hamsters with a mix of black and white fur wore shades as their claws grasped a large black bag. They stood at the side of the public Beat Lemon stop, facing the bank. Their location had the most creatures passing through. A fat hamster gestured to his two companions to get ready. Behind him was a rounded hamster who raised up his claws abruptly. "Big boss, can we eat after this heist?" "Fat otaku, you have other options besides eating. You should stand out and do something that you'll not do for an entire life." The big boss hamster turned his head and placed his claw on Fat Otaku's shoulder. The hamster on the right surveyed the surroundings and said, "Big boss, there are more creatures now. Shall we?" "Okay." Big Boss nodded and placed the black bag on the ground. He squatted down and used his meaty paw to take out an item from the bag, a black magical loudspeaker. The two hamsters behind him took out a guitar and piano from the bags. Big Boss bent down and placed a big bowl in front. Deng, deng, deng deng, deng, deng. Fat Otaku plucked the strings of the guitar, which produced notes belonging to the musical style of Western cowboys. Dong, 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 dong. Second Boss played the piano, which emitted deep moody music. The two instruments repeated and complemented each other. Big Boss inhaled, and his chest was puffed up. Then, he sang in a helium voice, "Don't ask me where I came from, my homeland is **T. It sounds terrible. **MN. I'm going to vomit my dinner from last night. Shall I give you money not to sing? Stop singing." Before long, the bowl in front of Big Boss was filled with rocks, soil, and worm skins. Fat Otaku threw his guitar to the side and started eating the edible food on the ground. A compassionate succubus with canvas shoes and a slanted backpack walked over and placed a magic stone into the bowl. "Though life's difficult, you have to buck up." The three hamsters gathered together. They opened their eyes widely as tears welled up. "That's the group. Catch them. Don't run." While the three hamsters were moved by the succubus gesture, a team of Winterfell garrison guards charged over. "Run!" The three hamsters grabbed the succubus, who gave a shrill scream. Then they fled together. Wait! Why am I running? I'm going to work," the succubus shouted in panic. She wanted to be rid of the hamsters, but they had an unknown strength that she couldn't throw off. She was being pulled along. The three hamsters and the succubus ran into a blind alley as the Winterfell garrison guards charged over. Wait. We're innocent. We just sang a song on the streets. Is that wrong? Shut up. You're a wanted arsonist. You have another jailbreak crime. Big boss. When did you become an arsonist? And a jailbreak too. I've finished playing the guitar. Can we eat? Shut up. Both of you. Both of you are guilty of arson and jailbreak too. Wait, I'm just a succubus passerby. I'm not related to them. I have to work. Shut up. Do you think we'll believe you without bail? Board the beat lemon. Bring them back. At the Winterfell Garrison Guard Station. A lamp was pulled over, and the blinding magic light made succubus Evelyn squint her eyes. A gnome garrison guard sat opposite Evelyn. He slapped down a form on the table and said, "Female bathroom attendant of Winterfell Special Talent Center, door guard of Beyond Expensive Estate Sale Department, and Merchant Alliance Office intern. The people whom you claimed know you didn't vouch for your innocence. What do you say?" I don't know the three hamsters." Evelyn's eyes were filled with tears as she looked on with grievances. "Evelyn! How dare you say you don't know them?" The gnome slammed on the table and said, "You've called them three hamsters. But I was really rushing to work. I saw them busker on the streets and felt that they were cute and pitiful, so I gave them a magic stone to encourage them. I really didn't know they were wanted criminals." As Evelyn was about to continue to speak, she was interrupted by another slam on the table. The gnome shouted, "Do you think that the Winterfell Garrison Guard will believe your nonsense?" The gnome continued yelling, "Is there anyone who can prove your innocence? Or bail you out? If there isn't, I'll pronounce you guilty. We've prepared the verdict." "Wait, I haven't gone through a trial." Evelyn was trying to defend herself when the gnome slammed on the table and shouted, "What a joke! Contempt of the garrison guard, you'll get a heavier sentence." Wait a moment. Let me think." Evelyn was about to cry as she pondered. Then she quickly said, "Lord Sherlock. Yes, Lord Sherlock still owes me 5 magic stones. He can prove my innocence. No, he can bail me out." Sherlock sat in front of the computer as he controlled the undead on the screen to execute an ultimate roll to evade the fatal blow of a devil boss. Because he was focusing on the computer, he didn't notice a letter on the table. Until he made a wrong maneuver and was crushed to death by the boss. Shucks! Sherlock lifted his head, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and inhaled through the openings between his teeth. "Lord Sherlock, take a rest before continuing your research. You have a letter that just arrived," Brew said. Sherlock pushed the computer aside and looked at the letter that contained the words "Mr. Sherlock, Winterfell Garrison Guards." "Since when did I have dealings with the Winterfell Garrison Guards?" Sherlock frowned. He was sure he didn't know them. "I don't know. Did you empty the ancient ruins? I mean, were the gamers discovered when they emptied the ancient ruins?" Brew asked speculatively. Sherlock shook his head and remained silent. He picked up the letter and started reading. "Mr. Sherlock, Miss Evelyn indicated you as her bail guarantor. After receiving this letter, please proceed to the Winterfell Garrison Guard Station to apply for her bail. Remember to bring enough money for the bail. Winterfell Garrison Guard Station." Chapter 145, I Am Leaving with Her. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Though I don't know what happened, the succubus encountered trouble. If she hadn't sold this dungeon to Lord Sherlock, we wouldn't have the chance to meet. Brew was full of feelings as he said, "So we pay Evelyn the 5 magic stones that we owe her and break all relationships with her, Lord Sherlock. Your suggestion is constructive, but since when did I owe Evelyn 5 magic stones?" Sherlock put down the letter and asked. "The last time you investigated Brainiac's resume, Evelyn helped to check the background records. That was the handling fee, Lord Sherlock." Sherlock recalled the incident. The word owed didn't exist in his mind. What was the spelling for the word? Let's put aside the 5 magic stones. It's interesting that she indicated Lord Sherlock as her bail guarantor. Prue smiled and said, according to my years of experience watching idol dramas, Evelyn likes Lord Sherlock. Prue, do I appear a repulsive devil who likes to kill? Sherlock asked calmly. No, Lord Sherlock is the most orderly devil that I have ever met. As for appearances, it's not important to superior devils, Prue said honestly. Then why do you always think that I'm popular with the underworld female creatures? Sherlock spread out his hands and asked. I can't think of anything to rebuke. Perhaps she was in a bad state and couldn't find anyone else to help her except Lord Sherlock. Prue recalled something and quickly said, wait, did she use Lord Sherlock as a spare tire? Wah, I'm feeling disgust for her. Those who are in contempt of Lord Sherlock have to be punished. Though your expression of loyalty is unrefined, I'm still happy. You have finally believed that Evelyn doesn't like me. Sherlock stood up and started changing clothes. With her character, she wouldn't look for a spare tire. If she had such capability, she wouldn't have to change to progressively worse jobs. What does Lord Sherlock intend to do? Do we burn this letter and blacklist the mailing address? No. Sherlock changed into his formal clothes with his original black windbreaker. Though we're not close, since she requested my help, she's probably at her wit's end. My conscience tells me I should help her. Tisk, my kindness is the greatest shame of a devil. What you've said is convincing. What does Lord Sherlock intend to do? Do you intend to give her a big gift? A contract for selling her soul? Prue asked jovially. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Sherlock put on his tall hat and took out his cane. I'll get her out first. Sherlock opened the dungeon Lord Mainhall's door and walked out. Gosh! Shirley secretly changed his style. Why is he so suave? Ah, I'm dying of love sickness. My eyes, my eyes. Why is the NPC so handsome while the gamers are ugly goblins? Lord Sherlock's my hubby. Wait, I'll mold my goblin to look like Shirley. I don't believe I can't do it. Yaa. D*mn. It's you again. Why are you shouting? As usual, it was a busy day in the Winterfell Garrison Guard Station. I want all the information on this case now, this instant, immediately. Be honest. Are you the one who's selling learning materials to students? You're learning to commit crimes at such a young age. Call the parents. I'm telling you formally. If you divulge where you obtained the knowledge natural biology and surface world chemistry contained within this round adamantine rock, I'll consider reducing your sentence of 100 years by a year. Captain, my kid can't possibly be at a mass learning. He's obedient and listens to the teacher to perm his bald hair and tattoo himself. He even gets the uranium stick for the principal and kowtows to evil forces. How can he attend mass learning? It must be a mistake. Evelyn grasped her fists as she supported them on her closed knees. She pursed her lips as she sat in a chair and looked around nervously. The simulated sky outside had dimmed, and the red-hot sun was setting. It was a stark contrast to the chaotic situation in the Garrison Guard Station. She was sitting in the Garrison Guard Station for half a day. The 3 hamsters that got her into trouble weren't sent here. They were immediately sent out of Winterfell by the beat lemon. Evelyn saw that and asked the Garrison Guard worriedly, who replied, arson and jailbreak and, most importantly, being buskers on the streets without a license. They were sent for execution immediately. AI, they should have helped us save some arrows. Evelyn didn't dare to probe further. She didn't expect the cute hamsters to do such terrible things. Looks could be deceiving. Evelyn thought that after recording down her statement, she could leave. Perhaps she could even arrive at work on time without a penalty to her diligence reward. But her hopes were dashed. When she was sent to the Garrison Guard Station, a gnome in a loose waistcoat asked her related questions and recorded her statement. After an hour of questioning, she was pronounced guilty. Then, she tried to find all her contacts who could help her post bail. From friends, classmates, and colleagues to neighbors since young. Nobody was willing to post bail or be her guarantor. All her relationships with them were in vain. In reality, these relationships were useless in most situations. After sitting in the garrison guard station for a day, Evelyn was losing hope. "It seems like nobody's posting bail for you," the gnome said to Evelyn and stood up. "Follow me. Prepare to stay in prison for a long time." Wait a moment, I'm really innocent." Evelyn struggled for the last time. "Everyone says that." The gnome looked like he was used to such stuff. He took out the chains and handcuffs, intending to restrain Evelyn with them. Evelyn lowered her head. She could almost envision her prison life. She had just graduated and was without a stable job. And now she met with such misfortune. Perhaps she might encounter the 3 despicable hamsters. At this thought, she had the urge to bawl. "Who is coming? Who is coming, to help me?" Evelyn shed a tear of agony. "Who is coming to bail me out? Apologies, I hope I'm not too late." Just when Evelyn's wrists were feeling the coldness of the handcuffs, a tall figure with a pair of folded wings and a black windbreaker appeared before her. His black leather shoes were perfectly clean, and his long pants were without creases. His hands, which were covered by white velvet gloves, were crossed as they held onto a grey wooden cane. The white shirt was all buttoned up. He had a striped tie, and its end was tucked into the waistcoat. The devil was stylishly dressed. Sherlock held his cane as he removed his tall black hat. His hair was messy, but he appeared suave. His black pupils reflected the image of Evelyn, who was about to bawl. Sherlock placed his tall hat on his arm and smiled gently. "I'm leaving with her, garrison guard." Chapter 146, The limit is free food and lodging. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. "You're her bail guarantor." The gnome looked at Sherlock and gave him a form. "Fill in the form and post bail over there." "Lord Sherlock," Evelyn looked tearfully at Sherlock. "Shh, don't be afraid," Sherlock said firmly as he raised his finger. Then he extended his hand to pull Evelyn up. Sherlock placed Evelyn's handcuffs neatly on the table. The gnome was stunned by Sherlock's behavior. He immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Where are you bringing the criminal? Pay the bail. Pay the bail over there." "I didn't bring the bail money. I've said I'm leaving with her." Sherlock frowned and said, "Didn't I make myself clear? What are you treating the Winterfell garrison guard station as? Do you think you can do what you want as a superior devil?" Before the gnome finished talking, he was given a slap. The gnome flew out and crashed into the 3rd table from his location. He landed with a loud palm. The garrison guard station became silent as everyone turned to look at the commotion. The orc garrison guard looked stunned at his own hands. The slapped gnome got up with difficulty and yelled at the orc, "D***mn. Why did you slap me for no reason? It wasn't me. I just walked by," the orc garrison guard shouted. Then everyone looked at Sherlock, who was standing casually. That was Mana. The garrison guards wielded weapons as they gathered forward. "I'm leaving with her. Let's see who can stop me," Sherlock said calmly. A group of garrison guards looked at each other. None of them dared to attack the superior devil first. 2 orc garrison guards carried a handheld magical cannon and hurried over. They aimed it at Sherlock and Evelyn. "Wait a moment." As both sides were about to fight, a capable and experienced werewolf walked out from the garrison guard chief's office with a cup of freshly brewed bloody chrysanthemum tea. The werewolf chief walked over to Sherlock and put the bloody chrysanthemum tea down politely on the table in front. He said, "I didn't know you were visiting our garrison guard station. If my subordinates were rude to you, don't let them off. As long as you're happy." "Wait, Chief. Even if he's a superior devil, he can't create trouble in the Winterfell garrison guard station." "Chief, you've always taught us never to let them off. Why are you relenting? The gnome, whose face was swollen, didn't have the chance to finish speaking. The werewolf chief raised his hand, and put a dismissal letter into the gnome's hands. He said, I won't hit you since you could file a complaint. Take the dismissal letter and leave. The gnome looked at the letter in his hand and bawled. The two orcs who were carrying the magic cannon put it down and shouted, let's warmly send the lord out. Thank you, and see you again, the group of garrison guards shouted as they bowed to Sherlock. The succubus was astonished and didn't know what happened. She was pulled out by Sherlock as he made his way towards the exit. The gathered garrison guards made way for Sherlock after the werewolf chief nodded at them. Chief, what's going on? An orc with heavy makeup asked as she looked strangely at the chief. As the superior devil entered our station, I received 2 letters. The werewolf chief wiped the sweat on his face as he said fearfully, one of the letters was from Director Senior Beast from the Winterfell business unit asking me to release them. The other letter was from the son of the Grand Duke, Alexandria. Night had fallen upon Winterfell during the commotion. Sherlock pulled Evelyn along and stopped at a public beat lemon stop that was full of creatures. How did you get arrested at the garrison guard station? Is life so difficult that you resorted to stealing? Sherlock stood beside Evelyn, who was only as tall as his shoulders. No, I wouldn't resort to stealing. In fact, I donated to 3 hamsters who were buskers. I was mistaken as an accomplice and was arrested together with the 3 hamsters, Evelyn said softly. Buskers without a license? Tisk, it's a tricky crime. What about the 3 hamsters? They were captured. They were given the death sentence. With immediate execution, Evelyn said with pity. I see. Sherlock nodded and turned his face away so that Evelyn couldn't see his expression. Pa-ta, pa-ta, pa-ta. At this time, a beat lemon with 4 rows of long benches arrived. The armored shell was covered like a metal can, and at the sides of the seats were circular windows. The beat lemon slowed down at the beat lemon stop before coming to a halt. Board the beat lemon. Sherlock got up together with the crowd. Evelyn followed behind. She noticed that Sherlock didn't pay with his magic stone card before sitting down at the rear. Evelyn was stunned. She reluctantly took out her magic stone card from her slanted bag and waved it at the magic fare deducting device. D. Low card balance. The magic fare deducting device emitted a warning tone. Evelyn waited for a while before trying again. D. Out of money. Poor creature. Why did you deduct twice? The gnome driver looked at Evelyn as though she was a fool. Evelyn turned her head to look at the emotionless Sherlock, who was at the rear. Then she looked at the gnome driver again. Ayo, even if you deduct twice, I won't give you a refund. Hurry to the back. Don't block the way. Evelyn went to the back reluctantly and sat beside Sherlock. The beat lemon started running. Lord Sherlock, are you an invisible spirit? Evelyn asked warily as she sat prim and proper beside Sherlock. Did you pass mana classes when you were in school? Sherlock turned his head to look at Evelyn and asked. I didn't pass, Evelyn lowered her head. As a succubus, aren't you naturally inclined to mana? What about other subjects? Sherlock asked again. I didn't pass, Evelyn's head dipped lower. I see. Sherlock kept quiet after asking. They remained silent throughout the rest of the journey. This is my home. Thank you, Lord Sherlock, for helping me. The 5 magic stones that you owed me is waived. Take it as my thank you gift. Evelyn stood at a dilapidated 2-story condominium. She bowed to Sherlock to express her gratitude. There was a faint stench of trash from the surroundings. Sherlock remained silent. Evelyn pondered and said, Don't worry, Sherlock. I don't mean to thank you with only 5 magic stones. Because I'm not paid until tomorrow, I don't have much money with me. Not necessary. I'm very satisfied with the dungeon that you sold me. Take that as my return gift to you. Sherlock removed his hat and said, "I shall take my leave. Wishing you a happy life." Evelyn looked at the back view of Sherlock and muttered to herself, "Lord Sherlock's a good devil." Evelyn took out her magic stone card. She felt remorseful that she had paid twice for the bus fare. "If only I knew, I would have learned mana skills. Then I could make myself invisible and not pay a fare." The pitiful, sad, and helpless Missy Succubus turned and walked back into the condominium. Sherlock didn't leave. He watched Missy Succubus open her door and walk inside silently. "She's a useless succubus, Lord Sherlock. I take back my suggestion. We shouldn't recruit her. Though cute and useless are attributes that the other world's gamers like, our dungeon has just developed, it's not a good idea to have a burden," Bruce said seriously. "Let's publish a recruitment notice. We'll look for a pretty, capable, self-aware, and a streetwise Missy Succubus. Though the salary is going to be higher, at least she'll be productive." "What do you think Evelyn will want for her salary?" Sherlock turned around and asked as he walked on. "Evelyn? The upper limit is free food and lodging," Bruce said solemnly. "I see." Sherlock's figure blended into the darkness. "You're fired." "Evelyn." A wobbly slime was in the cafe yelling at a messy-haired and panting succubus whose face was covered with sweat. "You missed work yesterday, and you were late today. Arrested by the garrison guard? No money in your magic stone card? I pay you a transportation subsidy punctually every month. This morning, you would have had enough money to take the public beat lemon to work." "No, boss, I really ran all the way." "Enough. You're fired, Evelyn." "Salary? There's no salary for a fired worker. In the busy city." The succubus carried her slanted bag and walked along the busy streets. She stood at the public beat lemon stop and remembered that she had no money. She found a corner, squatted down, and hugged her knees. After recalling her work experiences, she cried in silence. Another sad creature. A tall figure stood in front of her. Sherlock gazed down at her. Chapter 147, The Dark Shadow of the Ancient Ruins. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I'm a succubus who just graduated 3 months ago. Within 3 months, I have lost 5 jobs. Yesterday, I was arrested and taken to the garrison guard station. A kind superior devil saved me. Thank you, Lord Sherlock. I am without income, so I have to leave my rented condominium and live on the streets. But Lord Sherlock gave me a place to stay. He brought me to his dungeon, which I had sold to him for a commission." Evelyn wrote in her diary and lifted her head to look at a group of goblins. They had cryptic green words above their heads. They surrounded the dungeon core main hall and placed their faces on the door so that they could look in through the door window. Because the door was closed, Evelyn couldn't hear the goblins chatting, but she recalled the goblins shouting when she walked past. Preposterous. Shirley brought a succubus back. That's hilarious. The development team's putting sexual content online. Make haste, make haste. Why does the succubus in the game have this conservative dressing style? Are you neglecting male gamers like us? I feel it's okay. Wah! I'm crying. Shirley brought a succubus back. The discussion forum will definitely have a Shirley and Succubus album. All the female gamers will feel jilted. Evelyn felt that she should avoid interacting with these goblins. Evelyn took out her diary and continued writing. Day 1 of a new beginning. I plan to send out my resumes and find a new job so that I won't impose on Lord Sherlock. I'll pay rent. Day 2. Today, some goblins died. They brought the corpses to find Lord Lich. They were chatting jovially, and I was surprised. Lord Lich was the famous brainiac, the once-in-a-thousand-year genius. I didn't expect Lord Sherlock to recruit such a powerful Lich. His benefits must be very good. Day 4. Lord Sherlock gave me a newspaper to read. It seems like I have become a wanted criminal in Winterfell. My resumes didn't get any replies. I was dumbstruck, but Lord Sherlock told me not to worry and to stay in Eternal Kingdom. He told me he wouldn't accept my rent payment. I feel I have to contribute to the dungeon within my means. The goblins had too many questions. I ignored them. Many goblins perished tonight. Day 6. I would like to be Lord Sherlock's secretary, but he has a secretary already, a small black dragon called Eggface. Why does he have such a name? Eggface wanted to give me titles, but Lord Sherlock stopped him. Lord Sherlock wants me to be the manager of the commerce area. What am I supposed to do? Sherlock has a black dragon as a servant. That's awesome. Day 8. I'm familiar with my job now. I only need to sit in a small stone house in the commerce area. They deposit their items for consignment sale, and I just smile and forget to keep records. Why am I not allowed to record what items they deposit? Soon, other creatures will retrieve the consignment sale items. The goblins called me an auction manager. Thank goodness. Due to Lord Sherlock's mana, they are unable to touch me. Otherwise, they might climb on top of me. The goblins are scary. Day 10. There are many gnomes appearing. My daily job is getting busier. The gnomes and goblins started to set up stalls at my place. The dungeon started to assemble short bows and long bows, but the other goblins are hostile to the goblins who carry bows. Lord Sherlock asked me to collect tax from them. That is to use a strange card to collect bronze coins and silver coins. Day 15. The more I interact with the gnomes and goblins, the stranger they feel. They brought a lot of large lizard skins to sale. The smell was unbearable. Why were they discussing the reincarnation of the Houndhead Man? And Eggface too. Wait, did they not see Eggface before? He was always in the dungeon core main hall with Lord Sherlock. Why am I wanted in Winterfell? Was I not on bail? I feel like working to support myself. I don't want to impose on Lord Sherlock. Day 20. Capricious gnomes and goblins. Stupid Lord Sherlock. On a crimson hill that was burning with flames, a green mana-simulated Hades inferno reached for the skies. A fat young 1.5-meter black dragon with a hood stood on the hilltop. A cauldron with green, bubbling, and sticky liquid was placed by his side. The goblin peasant stood in front of the black dragon. Behind him was a group of goblins and gnomes who were watching. Eggface grasped his old and broken cup and filled it with the green liquid. Then he passed it to peasant, who was holding his two-handed axe with a single hand. Drink, citizens of Eternal Kingdom, this is your destiny. You'll become hounds. Eggface's words were extremely tempting, and his voice was hoarse and mysterious. Little Eggface, peasant received the green liquid and said, "What's the price?" Eggface extended his chubby claws, and his voice floated to a faraway distance. All of these. Peasant looked determined as he drank all the green liquid. His body emitted green sparks. Peasant grasped his throat and moaned in agony. Ah, ah. The goblins behind him started shouting. You can't feel the pain. Stop pretending. Make haste, we're going to challenge the instance dungeon. We're going to kill all the large lizards. We're going to accumulate the reputation points from the marsh ink spewers. Get lost after drinking. The next in line, drink quickly. I'm reincarnating as a Houndhead Man. Wah. Don't worry. The goblin who shouted was hammered to death. Peasant, who was reincarnated as a Houndhead Man in the green flames, waved in embarrassment as he picked up his armor and weapon. The armor had to be reforged to fit his new size, but the weapon could still be used. Arthur, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, and burning chest hair had become gnomes. They went forward to welcome the Houndhead Man. Peasant. Veteran gamers, where shall we go? Let's go for the marsh ink spewers reputation points. I haven't gotten a darting bird. Wah, the reputation points requirement for the darting bird is too high. I'm thinking of challenging Spectre College. Let's go for the Marshing Spewers mission. The large lizards are full of valuable materials, and the skin can be used for making armor that is incredibly beneficial for a sudden critical strike warrior like me. I'm going for the Marshing Spewers. Marshing Spewers. The 5 of them turned their backs on the non-existent green Hades flames and walked towards the nearby Eternal Kingdom. Eternal Kingdom was bustling with activity. The gamers worked diligently at the construction sites at the designated locations to achieve their dreams. It was a scene of serenity, calm, and prosperity. At the abandoned and desolate ancient ruins number 85 excavation site, a goblin wearing a yellow safety helmet dozed off in a chair. The rune entrance in the deep pit shimmered with white brilliance. The blinding light woke up the goblin guard. He rubbed his eyes and walked to the deep pit to check. He saw visible fissures appearing in the deep pit, which was a few hundred meters deep. What the heck? The goblin gaped in astonishment as the fissures became larger and larger. In the next instant, the rune entrance cracked open. Boom! A black figure broke out from the ground. The ground and huge rocks cracked open. The walkways and platforms at the sides of the deep pit disintegrated as the black figure flew up rapidly. The sudden force knocked the goblin to the ground. Small pebbles fell down and hit his helmet, causing pit-pattering sounds. The huge black figure flew high up in the sky and extended his large wings, which were a few hundred meters wide. Let the world experience suffering. Muffled voices came from the sky. Red-hot flames shot down. The flames swallowed everything. Chapter 148, Things to Note When Hunting Large Lizards. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A large lizard that was covered with tough gray skin crawled on the nearby swamp as it drank mud. It lifted its head suddenly. The lizard's head looked around as its large nostrils took in 2 deep breaths. It didn't discover anything and lowered its head to drink mud noisily. A few goblins and gnomes were hiding behind a pile of rocks behind the lizard. 2 more gnomes came up slowly and joined them. All of them kept very quiet. In order to prevent their odor from exposing them, they stood at the wind gap. To make their movements stealthy, they removed their metal shoes and walked barefoot in the swamp. A longbow was readied, and the bowstring was pulled taut, which gave off a faint sound. A gnome ran off nervously and stepped on a rock that emitted a telltale noise. Hulu! The drinking large lizard was alerted and fled. Gosh! Why did you run? You've scared the monster away, the gnome with the longbow shouted unhappily. You silly dude! You forgot how I died last time. Stop bickering. Let's give chase. A group of goblins and gnomes chased after the large lizard. The large lizard continued to escape. There were 2 other large lizards on a nearby hilltop. The large lizard didn't think and ran over to its companions. It wasn't aware of the traps being set along the way. Voila! A few rocks tied with killer vines and spider silk rope shot out. The rope brought a huge net that extended over and covered the large lizard. The large lizard was caught unaware and roared angrily. Its huge claws and razor-sharp teeth tore at the net. The net was torn in several places. On the hilltop, the 2 large lizards that were sprawled on the ground stood up. They weren't large lizards but 2 gnomes covered with large lizard skins. Fire the arrows, a gnome yelled, and several arrows flew from the hilltop in a beautiful arc towards the struggling large lizard. Whoosh! The arrows pierced the ground around the struggling large lizard. Gosh! I've said that longbows are of no use, and the arrows were wasted. I thought you would miss with guns. I didn't expect it to be the same with arrows. No, I have to take screenshots for the forum. It's hilarious. Attack quickly while the large lizard is still trapped by the net. D*MN. My net has been bitten to pieces. A group of goblins and gnomes was shouting on high ground. Then, a group of goblins and gnomes screamed as they charged out haphazardly. A group of goblins and gnomes who were following behind also saw the charging goblins and gnomes. Two groups of gamers looked at each other and slowed down. Then they picked up speed again. Gosh! They're the worthless bums from Dragon Raja. Bro, kill them. They're the scoundrels from the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance. The two groups of gamers sandwiched the trapped large lizard and fought in a mess. A large stone slab leaned against the wall of the Dungeon Lord main hall. A large map was engraved on the stone slab. Entrance No. 2 was written at the bottom, Marsh Ink Spewer Town was written in the middle, and Large Lizard's Swamp was written at the top. On the map, there were details of the gamers' routes from the past 10 days. There were indications of precipices, cliffs, and abysses on the map. The places that weren't explored were left empty. The gamers would avoid big groups of 10 or more large lizards while they hunted for those single large lizard. A winding tunnel indicated the way from entrance number 2 to Marsh Ink Spewer Town. The journey took about an hour, though it was faster riding the darting birds. On the map, there were 3 explored dire wolf habitats, 5 underground spiders' lairs, and other strange creatures gathering places. As the small creatures weren't given official names, the gamers gave them annotations. Besides the map, after hunting the large lizards for half a month, the gamers gained the wisdom to fight the large lizards. The most popular post on the Large Lizard Strategy Guide was by Not Wearing Pants a few days ago. Strategy Guide, Things to Note When Hunting Large Lizards. Hello everyone, I'm not wearing pants. Take a good look at Missy Succubus Evelyn. Picture. The modeling is extremely beautiful. I will discuss the things to take note of when hunting large lizards. These are the pictures of a large lizard. Picture. These are the main points. 1. The large lizard's speed and reaction are faster than us goblins and gnomes. Don't fight the large lizards directly. 2. If there are 10 large lizards, flee quickly. If you're fast enough, you might survive. 3. The best place to hunt for large lizards is the small swamp. Sometimes, a single large lizard may appear. Its alertness is at the lowest when it's drinking mud. 4. Take note of the wind gap. Stand at the wind gap so that the acute sense of smell of the large lizards will not pick up our scents. Bay to the wind gap if you are not familiar. 5. Those who are good hunters can bring along nets or simple traps. For methods to create traps, refer to Hemp Rope Technologies posts. I am attaching some pictures. Picture. These traps were made by the members of the Veteran Gamers Guild. Aren't they impressive? 6. The bladder bombs are great killing devices. However, if you want intact large lizard skins and other materials, do not use bladder bombs. It is a hard-earned lesson. 7. Killing large lizards is best done using long-range weapons. I know I am irresponsible for saying that. Let the hunters prepare a short bow and a longbow. After killing team members, the archers gain experience too. For bow level. 8. With good bow proficiency, it's possible to kill a single large lizard without any casualties. Though I am reluctant to acknowledge that our guild member Sylvanas has done this meritorious feat. After using more than 100 arrows, the scene was awesome, like unlimited arrows. Take a look at this picture. Picture. 9. Don't gather too many gamers. If there are too many gamers, even if there are no scents, the large lizards can still discover the gamers. Perhaps it's related to their sensitive hearing. We haven't confirmed this. 10. Don't think of participating in close combat with the large lizards. The fully armed Arthur tried it but was annihilated. The difficulty isn't any lower than challenging a male lion in reality. The above mentioned are our summarized strategies. If you have other suggestions, please reply to this post. The items from the Marsh Ink Spewers are good stuff, like backpacks that have greater capacity than Muffasa's bone backpacks. The most important factor is that it's sturdy. My mom won't need to worry about my backpack having a hole. I'll talk about other stuff. Please ensure that the members in the guilds are good. Don't attack other gamers in a bid to go after a single large lizard. I don't care about your guild feud. Rein in your guild members, and don't antagonize other gamers. Dungeon is not your typical online game in which you can do whatever you want if you are rich. Even if you obtain an extra large lizard, you will only gain a few reputation points and materials, which are just digits. Are you going to spoil the experience of other gamers because of these digits? Be a human. If such an incident is encountered, everyone should file a complaint on the forum. Unless you stay in the dungeon forever, the veteran gamers will kill you until you quit the game. Chapter 149, Representatives from Eternal Kingdom. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I sealed Luakin, Sister Vanna's is scary. How many goblins did she kill to get such good archery skills? I have to seek a teacher in the game. Winged Watcher, what is the name of your guild? What about Veteran Gamers Guild? Silly dude, is it Shirley's birthday today? War Historian, you can't learn to be rich from Sister Vanna's. Destiny Contract, Pants is a good person. I hate those who spoil other gamers' experience. Sherlock finished reading Not Wearing Pants Strategy Guide. Though he knew that the gamers would publish the strategy guide, he didn't expect the post to be so detailed and timely. Strength and Unity. The large lizards aren't very intelligent, so it's only a matter of time before these terrifying apes reign supreme over the large lizards, Bruce said thoughtfully. The efficiency is high, Sherlock replied as he browsed the forum. A small black dragon carried a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea and sat opposite Sherlock. He drank the tea noisily. Then Eggface looked at Sherlock, who was typing in front of the computer, and said, I feel movement coming from the dark. The murmuring of Hades has an incredible power coming from within me. I'm almost unable to stop it. Tell me simply, Sherlock said without lifting his head. I'm hungry. My stomach is rumbling, Eggface lowered his head and said indignantly as his claws rubbed together nervously. Sherlock peeped out from behind the computer and frowned. Why are you hungry again? Didn't you eat an hour ago? The Dark King of the Shimmering Stars arose from a distant end. The pervasive god's power gave enough. Eggface opened up his two claws and said in exaggeration. Speak normally. I'm growing, so I have to eat more, Eggface said with a grievance. Sherlock glanced at Eggface and stood up. He extended his hand, gripped Eggface's wings, and put him in the nook of his arm. Then he carried the fat dragon to the door. After opening the door, he gently threw Eggface to the ground and shut the door. Eggface sat on the ground in a daze as a goblin came over. Gosh, I received a mission to feed Eggface. Bro, make good use of the opportunity. Choose the most tender part of the lizard meat. Eggface likes to listen to goblins that speak immaturely. If he's happy, he might help you reincarnate as a houndhead man. 6666. Without Eggface around, the Dungeon Lord main hall became quiet and peaceful. Sherlock inhaled in comfort. Then he noticed 2 letters and a newspaper. The newspaper had the words Winterfell Monthly Digest. Besides the advertisements, there were a few prominent pieces of news. Winterfell Garrison Guard Station Chief Resignation. A fire broke out at Ancient Ruins No. 85. The place is in total ruins and has been cordoned off by the Merchant Alliance. Sherlock finished reading the newspaper and picked up the 2 letters. To Mr. Sherlock, Winterfell Archaeology Office. Respectable Mr. Sherlock. After receiving this letter, please proceed to the Winterfell office for an archaeology section meeting regarding Ancient Ruins No. 85. To Lord Sherlock, Winterfell Publicity Committee. Respectable Lord Sherlock. Sorry to impose on you. Winterfell encountered unprecedented trouble. We hope to leverage on your power, specifically the dungeon radiation perimeter and all the other dungeons' power. After receiving this letter, please proceed to the Winterfell Business Unit. We'll provide generous remuneration. Thank you for your help, Winterfell Publicity Committee. As Sherlock put down the letters, Brew asked puzzledly, didn't they open up the ancient ruins and ensure that there were no treasures? Aren't they giving up on the ancient ruins? Could it be Eggface's family who caused the fire? After discovering that Eggface was missing, they followed the rune mana formation to ancient ruins number 85 to find him. When they couldn't find Eggface, they waged war on Winterfell. Let's not discuss how Eggface messed up the rune mana formation such that it's not usable. If they were Eggface's family members, they would go to the nearest Winterfell to report a missing child and publish a reward for finding him in the newspapers. Then they would send letters to all the nearby dungeons to hand over their kid. Otherwise, the dungeons would be destroyed. They wouldn't incinerate the ancient ruins, Sherlock said confidently. Is that how black dragons look for their kids? Brew was surprised. There were instances of missing black dragon kids. They used such methods to locate their missing children. Most of them located their kids after publishing the notices in newspapers. As for why they would threaten the dungeon lords, it's because only the dungeon lords would tempt the small black dragons to the dungeons. Who would try to imprison a small black dragon? The food that he eats is enough to impoverish the treasury. Brew calculated Eggface's recent food intake, and it was what Sherlock had said. What do we do, Lord Sherlock? Of course, I'll attend the meeting to see what it's about. Sherlock stood up and put on his windbreaker. Lord Sherlock, are you going there directly? Brew suddenly asked. Is there a problem? Sherlock frowned and asked. If you go there as Sherlock, there's no problem, but if you're going there as a dungeon lord, there'll be other dungeon lords present. In this type of situation, it's a good chance to showcase your capability, then you'll have more chances for investment. Brew stopped for a while before saying, you have to bring some servants that can showcase your power. On a Winterfell street, numerous well-equipped beat lemons were stationed at the entrance of the Winterfell business unit. There was a large red carpet placed at the entrance and a team of werewolves acting as ceremonial guards. They wore white armor with bright red feathered helmets. A single-handed sword was sheathed at their waists, and their hands held long spears and shields. Many important guests arrived over the past few days. The guests were the dungeon lords from the nearby dungeons. A devil lord with an octopus head braced his chest. Behind him were 12 fully armored orcs and werewolves acting as bodyguards. They held a flag with an octopus insignia and enjoyed the envious and respectful gazes from the passers-by. The devil lord walked to the entrance, and a well-dressed orc bowed respectfully to the devil before leading him in. There were many such devil lords arriving over the past few days. Their arrivals would invite gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowds. As everyone was watching the arriving dungeon lords, a beat lemon with the words Winterfell Public Beat Lemon No 12 on it came to a halt at the beat lemon stop outside the business unit. The door of the metal can above the beetleman's shell opened, and a neat and stylish devil appeared at the door. Then he walked down, followed by a wary succubus, who was looking around nervously, and a lich. The last to step out were 4 gnomes and a hound-head man. Strange green words appeared above their heads. The equipment of the gnomes and the hound-head man was simple and crude. The sticking point was the puzzling appearance of an insane creature like the hound-head man in Winterfell. Nobody got off after them. The public beat lemon shut its door and continued on its route. The gathered crowd was in an uproar. The fearful crowd backed up 2 steps. They were fearful of the hound-head man, who might attack the surrounding creatures recklessly. While everyone was curious about the intent of these creatures, the 4 gnomes and the hound-head man chatted wildly for a while before the hound-head man raised a flag. The flag was made of simple and crude materials, but the diagram was a pleasant surprise. It was a rounded, small black dragon whose buttocks was sitting on the ground. It didn't look formidable, but according to the words of the Eternal Kingdom citizens, they could recognize that it was the 1.5-meter Eggface. Who are these creatures? Could they be from a dungeon? They have their flag insignia. I suppose so. Is the superior devil that poor? That lich looks familiar. Isn't he Brainiac? Impossible. Brainiac is at Eternal Fire, and the representatives from Eternal Fire just entered. I feel embarrassed looking at them. I can't understand them bringing the Houndhead man here. And the equipment on the gnomes is horrible. They're poor. Thank goodness, there's a lich. The gathered crowd chatted, but they were quiet in the next instance. It wasn't because of Sherlock's dominant aura. There was a small black dragon who flew and knocked into Sherlock's arm before falling dazed to the ground. A dungeon lord who had a small black dragon? Is this Winterfell? Eggface shook his head. He didn't hide his black dragon identity and said, "Why didn't you let me take the beat, Lemon? It was tiring to fly all the way." Sherlock didn't reply. He took big strides, and the succubus and Brainiac followed him. The four gnomes and the Houndhead man chatted excitedly as they followed behind. The werewolf official at the entrance was stunned to see this motley crew. Before he spoke, Sherlock produced a letter. "We received Winterfell's request for help. I'm Eternal Kingdom's Dungeon Lord Sherlock.